The Basket, an odd little tale by Herbert J. Mangum. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Lee Vogler. The Basket. Mrs. Bueller told him at first that she had no vacancies, but as he started away she thought of the little room in the basement. He turned back at her call. "I have got a room too," she said, "but it's a very small one and in the basement. I can make you a reasonable price, though, if you'd care to look at it." The room was a problem. She always hesitated to show it to people, because often they seemed insulted at her suggestion that they would be satisfied with such humble surroundings. If she gave it to the first applicant, he would likely be a disreputable character who might detract from the respectability of her house, and she would have to face the embarrassment of getting rid of him. So she was content for weeks at a time to do without the pittance the room brought her. "How much is it?" asked the man. $7 a month." "Let me see it." She called her husband to take her place at the desk, picked up a bunch of keys, and led the way to the rear of the basement. The room was a narrow cell, whose one window was slightly below the level of a tiny bare backyard, closed in by a board fence. A tottering oak dresser was pushed up close to the window, and a small square table, holding a pitcher and a washbowl, was standing beside it. An iron single bed against the opposite wall left barely enough space for one straight-backed chair and a narrow path from the door to the window. A curtain hanging across one corner and a couple of hooks in the wall provided a substitute for a closet. "You can have the use of the bathroom on the first floor," said Mrs. Bueller. "There's no steam heat in the basement, but I will give you an oil stove if you want to use it. The oil won't cost you very much. Of course, it never gets real cold in San Francisco, but when the fogs come in off the bay, you ought to have something to take the chill off the room." "I'll take it." The man took out a small roll of money and counted off 7 $1 bills. "You must be from the East," remarked Mrs. Bueller, smiling at the paper money. "Yes." Mrs. Bueller, looking at his pale hair and eyes and wan mustache, never thought of asking for references. He seemed as incapable of mischief as a retired fire horse, munching his grass and dreaming of past adventures. He told her his name was Dave Scannon, and that was all the information he ever volunteered to anybody in the rooming house. An hour later he moved in. By carrying in one suitcase and transferring its contents to the dresser drawers, he was installed. The other roomers scarcely noticed his advent. He always walked straight across the little lobby without looking directly at anyone, never stopping except to pay his rent, which he promptly did on the 5th of every month. He did not leave his key at the desk when he went out, as was the custom of the house, but carried it in his pocket. The chambermaid never touched his room. At his request she gave him a broom, and every Sunday morning she left towels, sheets, and a pillowcase hanging on his doorknob. When she returned, she would find his soiled sheets and linen lying in a neat pile beside his door. Impelled by curiosity, Mrs. Bueller once entered the room with her master key. There was not so much as a hair to mar the bare tidiness. A comb and brush on the dresser and a pile of newspapers were the only visible evidences of occupancy. The oil stove was gathering dust in the corner. It had never been used. She carried it out with her. It would be just the thing for that old lady in the north room who always complained of the cold in the afternoons, when the rest of the hotel was not uncomfortable enough to justify turning on the steam. The old lady was sitting in the lobby one afternoon when he came home from work. "Is that your basement roomer?" she asked. She watched him until he disappeared at the end of the hall. "Oh, I couldn't think where I'd seen him, but I remember now. He's a sort of porter and general helper at that large bakery on Lower Market." "I really didn't know where he worked," admitted Mrs. Bueller. "I had thought of asking him several times. He's an awfully hard man to carry on a conversation with." He had been at the rooming house 4 months when he received his first letter. Its envelope proclaimed it a hay fever cure advertisement. But as he was not in the habit of leaving his key at the desk, The letter remained in his box for 3 days. Finally, Mr. Beulah handed it to him as he was passing the desk on his way to his room. He paused to read the inscription. "You never receive any mail," remarked Mr. Beulah. "Haven't you any family?" "No." "Where's your home?" "Catawissa, Pennsylvania." "That's a funny name. How do you spell it?" Scannon spelled it and went on down the hall. "Catawissa," repeated Mr. Beulah to his wife. "Ain't that a funny name?" In his room, Scannon removed the advertisement from its envelope and read it soberly from beginning to end. Finished, he folded it and placed it on his pile of newspapers. Then he brushed his hair and went out again. He ate supper at one of the little lunch counters near the Civic Center. The rest of the evening he spent in the newspaper room at the public library. He picked up Eastern and Western papers with impartial interest, reading the whole of each page, religiously and without a change of expression, until the closing bell sounded. He never ascended to the reference, circulation, or magazine rooms. Sometimes he would take the local papers home with him and read stretched out on the bed, not seeming to notice that his hands were blue with the penetrating chill that nightly drifts in from the ocean. On Sundays he would put on a red-striped silk shirt and blue serge suit and take a car to Golden Gate Park. There he would sit for hours in the sun, impassively watching the hundreds of picnic parties, the squirrels, or a piece of paper retreating before the breeze. Or perhaps he would walk west to the ocean, stopping for a few minutes at each of the animal pens and take a car home from the Cliff House. For 2 years the days came and passed on in monotonous reduplication, the casual hay fever cure circulars supplying the only touches of novelty. Then one afternoon, as he was brushing his hair, he gasped and put his hand to his throat. A sharp nausea pitched him to the floor. Inch by inch he dragged himself to the little table and upset it, crashing the bowl and pitcher to a dozen pieces. His energy was spent in the effort, and he lay inert. Mrs. Beulah consented to accompany her friend to the spiritualist's only after repeated urging, and she repented the decision as soon as she arrived there. The dusty parlor was a north room to which the sun never penetrated, and in consequence was cold and damp. The medium, a fat, untidy woman whose movements were numerous, with the rustle of silk and the tinkle of tawdry ornaments, sat facing her with one hand pressed to her forehead and delivered mysteriously acquired information about relatives and friends. "Who is Dave?" she asked finally. Mrs. Beulah hastily recalled all of her husband's and her own living relations. "I don't know any Dave," she said. Yes, you know him," insisted the medium. "He's in the spirit land now. There's death right at your very door." She put her hand to her throat and coughed in gruesome simulation of internal strangulation. "But I don't know any Dave," reiterated Mrs. Beulah. She regained the street with a feeling of vast relief. "I'll never go to one of those places again," she asserted as she said goodbye to her friend. "It's too creepy." A great fog bank was rolling in majestically from the west, blotting out the sun and dripping a fine drizzle on the pavements. Drawing her coat collar closer about her neck, Mrs. Beulah plunged into the enveloping dampness and started to climb the long hill that led to her rooming house. Her husband's distended eyes and pale face warned her of bad news. "Dave Scannon's dead," he whispered hoarsely. "Dave Scannon? So that was Dave." "He's been dead 2 or 3 days," continued Mr. Beulah. "I was beating a rug in the backyard a while ago when I noticed a swarm of big blue flies buzzing about his window. It flashed over me right away that I hadn't seen him for several days. I couldn't unlock his door because the key was on the inside, so I called the coroner and a policeman, and we broke it in. He was lying between the bed and the dresser, and the bowl and pitcher lay broken on the floor where he had knocked it over when he fell. They're taking him out now." Mrs. Beulah hurried to the back stairway and descended to the lower hall. 2 men were carrying a long wicker basket up the flight of steps between the back entrance and the yard. She remained straining over the banister until the basket had disappeared. The coroner had found nothing in his room but clothing, about $5 and change, and a faded picture in a tarnished silver frame of an anemic-looking woman who might have been a mother, wife, or sister. Mrs. Beulah answered his questions nervously. Yes, the dead man had lived with them about 2 years. They knew little of him. He was very peculiar and never talked, and wouldn't even allow the maid to come in and clean up his room. He had said, though, that he had no family and his home was in Catawissa, Pennsylvania. She remembered the town because it had such an odd name. The coroner wrote to authorities in Catawissa, who replied that they could find no traces of anyone by the name of Scannon. No more mail ever came for the man, except the occasional hay fever cure circulars. The manager of the bakery telephoned to ask if the death noticed in the paper referred to the same Dave Scannon who had been working for him. He knew nothing of the man except he had been very punctual in his duties until that final day when he did not appear. Several weeks later, little Mrs. Barnes, who occupied a room at the rear of the second floor, stopped at the desk to leave her key. She hovered there for a few minutes of indecision, then impulsively leaned forward. "Mrs. Beulah, I just wanted to ask you something," she said, lowering her voice. "One afternoon, several weeks ago, I saw some men carrying a long basket out the back door, and I've been wondering what it was." "Probably laundry," hazarded Mrs. Beulah. "No, it was one of those long baskets such as the undertakers used to carry the dead in. I've often thought about it, but I couldn't figure out who could have died in this house, so I decided I would ask you. I told my husband about it, and he said I was dreaming." "You must have been," said Mrs. Beulah. End of The Basket.
Che ti dice la patria by Ernest Hemingway, Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Che ti dice la patria? The road of the pass was hard and smooth and not yet dusty in the early morning. Below were the hills with oak and chestnut trees, and far away below was the sea. On the other side were snowy mountains. We came down from the pass through wooded country. There were bags of charcoal piled beside the road, and through the trees we saw charcoal burners' huts. It was Sunday, and the road, rising and falling, but always dropping away from the altitude of the pass, went through the scrub woods and through villages. Outside the villages there were fields with vines. The fields were brown and the vines coarse and thick. The houses were white, and in the streets the men, in their Sunday clothes, were playing bowls. Against the walls of some of the houses there were pear trees, their branches candelabraed against the white walls. The pear trees had been sprayed, and the walls of the houses were stained a metallic blue-green by the spray vapor. There were small clearings around the villages where the vines grew, and then the woods. In a village 20 kilometers above Spezzia, there was a crowd in the square, and a young man carrying a suitcase came up to the car and asked us to take him into Spezzia. "There are only 2 places, and they are occupied," I said. "We had an old Ford coupe." "I will ride on the outside." "You will be uncomfortable." "That makes nothing. I must go to Spezzia." "Should we take him?" I asked Guy. "He seems to be going anyway," Guy said. The young man handed in a parcel through the window. "Look after this," he said. 2 men tied his suitcase on the back of the car above our suitcases. He shook hands with every one, explained that to a fascist and a man as used to traveling as himself there was no discomfort, and climbed up on the running board on the left-hand side of the car, holding on inside, his right arm through the open window. "You can start," he said. The crowd waved. He waved with his free hand. "What did he say?" Guy asked me. "That we could start." "Isn't he nice?" Guy said. The road followed a river. Across the river were mountains. The sun was taking the frost out of the grass. It was bright and cold, and the air came cold through the open windshield. "How do you think he likes it out there?" Guy was looking up the road. His view out of his side of the car was blocked by our guest. The young man projected from the side of the car like the figurehead of a ship. He had turned his coat collar up and pulled his hat down, and his nose looked cold in the wind. "Maybe he'll get enough of it," Guy said. "That's the side our bum tire's on." "Oh, he'd leave us if we blew out," I said. "He wouldn't get his traveling clothes dirty." "Well, I don't mind him," Guy said, "except the way he leans out on the turns." The woods were gone. The road had left the river to climb. The radiator was boiling. The young man looked annoyedly and suspiciously at the steam and rusty water. The engine was grinding, with both Guy's feet on the first speed pedal. Up and up, back and forth and up and finally out level. The grinding stopped, and in the new quiet there was a great churning bubbling in the radiator. We were at the top of the last range above Spezia and the sea. The road descended with short, barely rounded turns. Our guest hung out on the turns and nearly pulled the top-heavy car over. "You can't tell him not to," I said to Guy. "It's his sense of self-preservation." "The great Italian sense." "The greatest Italian sense." We came down around curves through deep dust, the dust powdering the olive trees. Spezia spread below along the sea. The road flattened outside the town. Our guest put his head in the window. "I want to stop." "Stop it," I said to Guy. We slowed up at the side of the road. The young man got down, went to the back of the car, and untied the suitcase. "I stop here so you won't get into trouble carrying passengers," he said. "My package." I handed him the package. He reached in his pocket. "How much do I owe you?" "Nothing." "Why not?" "I don't know," I said. "Then thanks." The young man said, not "thank you," or "thank you very much," or "thank you 1,000 times," all of which were formerly said in Italy to a man when he handed you a timetable or explained about a direction. The young man uttered the lowest form of the word "thanks," and looked after us suspiciously as Guy started the car. I waved my hand at him. He was too dignified to reply. We went on into Spezia. "That's a young man that will go a long way in Italy," I said to Guy. "Well," said Guy, "he went 20 kilometers with us." A meal in Spezia. We came into Spezia looking for a place to eat. The street was wide and the houses high and yellow. We followed the tram track into the center of town. On the walls of the houses were stenciled eye-bugging portraits of Mussolini, with hand-painted vivas, the double V in black paint with drippings of paint down the wall. Side streets went down to the harbor. It was bright and the people were all out for Sunday. The stone paving had been sprinkled and there were damp stretches in the dust. We went close to the curb to avoid a tram. "Let's eat somewhere simple," Guy said. We stopped opposite 2 restaurant signs. We were standing across the street and I was buying the papers. The 2 restaurants were side by side. A woman standing in the doorway of one smiled at us, and we crossed the street and went in. It was dark inside, and at the back of the room 3 girls were sitting at a table with an old woman. Across from us, at another table, sat a sailor. He sat there neither eating nor drinking. Further back, a young man in a blue suit was writing at a table. His hair was pompaded and shining, and he was very smartly dressed and clean-cut looking. The light came through the doorway, and through the window where vegetables, fruit, steaks, and chops were arranged in a showcase. A girl came and took our order, and another girl stood in the doorway. We noticed that she wore nothing under her house dress. The girl who took our order put her arm around Guy's neck while we were looking at the menu. There were 3 girls in all, and they all took turns going and standing in the doorway. The old woman at the table in the back of the room spoke to them, and they sat down again with her. There was no doorway leading from the room except into the kitchen. A curtain hung over it. The girl who had taken our order came in from the kitchen with spaghetti. She put it on the table and brought a bottle of red wine and sat down at the table. "Well," I said to Guy, "you wanted to eat someplace simple." "This isn't simple. This is complicated." "What do you say?" asked the girl. "Are you Germans?" South Germans, I said. The South Germans are a gentle, lovable people. Don't understand, she said. What's the mechanics of this place? Guy asked. Do I have to let her put her arm around my neck? Certainly, I said. Mussolini has abolished the brothels. This is a restaurant. The girl wore a one-piece dress. She leaned forward against the table and put her hands on her breasts and smiled. She smiled better on one side than on the other and turned the good side toward us. The charm of the good side had been enhanced by some event which had smoothed the other side of her nose in as warm wax can be smoothed. Her nose, however, did not look like warm wax. It was very cold and firm, only smoothed in. You like me? She asked Guy. He adores you, I said, but he doesn't speak Italian. Ich spreche Deutsch, she said, and stroked Guy's hair. Speak to the lady in your native tongue, Guy. Where do you come from? Asked the lady. Potsdam. And you will stay here now for a little while? In this so dear Spezia? I asked. Tell her we have to go, said Guy. Tell her we are very ill and have no money. My friend is a misogynist, I said, an old German misogynist. Tell him I love him. I told him. Will you shut your mouth and get us out of here? Guy said. The lady had placed another arm around his neck. Tell him it is mine, she said. I told him. Will you get us out of here? You are quarreling, the lady said. You do not love one another? We are Germans, I said proudly, old South Germans. Tell him he is a beautiful boy, the lady said. Guy is 38, and takes some pride in the fact that he is taken for a traveling salesman in France. You are a beautiful boy, I said. Who says so? Guy asked. You or her? She does. I'm just your interpreter. Isn't that what you got me in on this trip for? I'm glad it's her, said Guy. I didn't want to have to leave you here, too. I don't know. Spezia is a lovely place. Spezia, the lady said. You were talking about Spezia. Lovely place, I said. It is my country, she said. Spezia is my home, and Italy is my country. She says that Italy is her country. Tell her it looks like her country, Guy said. What have you for dessert? I asked. Fruit, she said. We have bananas. Bananas are all right, Guy said. They've got skins on. Oh, he takes bananas, the lady said. She embraced Guy. What does she say? He asked, keeping his face out of the way. She is pleased because you take bananas. Tell her I don't take bananas. The senor does not take bananas. Ah, said the lady, crestfallen. He doesn't take bananas. Tell her I take a cold bath every morning, Guy said. The senor takes a cold bath every morning. No understand, the lady said. Across from us, the property sailor had not moved. No one in the place paid any attention to him. Will you want the bill? I said. Oh, no, you must stay. Listen, the clean-cut young man said from the table where he was writing. Let them go. These two are worth nothing. The lady took my hand. You won't stay? You won't ask him to stay? We have to go, I said. We have to get to Pisa or, if possible, Firenze tonight. We can amuse ourselves in those cities at the end of the day. It is now the day, and the day we must cover distance. To stay a little while is nice. To travel is necessary during the light of day. Listen, the clean-cut young man said, don't bother to talk with these two. I tell you they are worth nothing, and I know. Bring us the bill, I said. She brought the bill from the old woman and went back and sat at the table. Another girl came in from the kitchen. She walked the length of the room and stood in the doorway. Don't bother with these two, the clean-cut young man said in a wearied voice. Come and eat. They are worth nothing. We paid the bill and stood up. All the girls, the old woman, and the clean-cut young man sat at a table together. The property sailor sat with his head in his hands. No one had spoken to him all the time we were at lunch. The girl brought us our change that the old woman counted out for her and went back to her place at the table. We left a tip at the table and went out. When we were seated in the car, ready to start, the girl came out and stood in the door. We started, and I waved to her. She did not wave, but stood there looking after us. after the rain. It was raining hard when we passed through the suburbs of Genoa, and even going very slowly behind the tram cars and the motor trucks, liquid mud splashed onto the sidewalks so that people stepped into doorways as they saw us coming. In San Pier da Rena, the industrial suburb outside of Genoa, there is a wide street with 2 car tracks, and we drove down the center to avoid sending the mud on to the men going home from work. On our left was the Mediterranean. There was a big sea running, and waves broke, and the wind blew the spray against the car. A riverbed that, when we had passed, going into Italy, had been wide, stony, and dry, was running brown, and up to the banks. The brown water discolored the sea, and as the waves thinned and cleared in breaking, the light came through the yellow water, and the crests, detached by the wind, blew across the road. A big car passed us, going fast, and a sheet of muddy water rose up and over our windshield and radiator. The automatic windshield cleaner moved back and forth, spreading the film over the glass. We stopped and ate lunch at Sestri. There was no heat in the restaurant, and we kept our hats and coats on. We could see the car outside, through the window. It was covered with mud, and was stopped beside some boats that had been pulled up beyond the waves. In the restaurant you could see your breath. The pasta asciutta was good. The wine tasted of alum, and we poured water in it. Afterward the waiter brought beefsteak and fried potatoes. A man and a woman sat at the far end of the restaurant. He was middle-aged, and she was young and wore black. All during the meal she would blow out her breath in the cold, damp air. The man would look at it and shake his head. They ate without talking, and the man held her hand under the table. She was good-looking, and they seemed very sad. They had a traveling bag with them. We had the papers, and I read the account of the Shanghai fighting aloud to Guy. After the meal, he left with the waiter and searched for a place which did not exist in the restaurant, and I cleaned off the windshield, the lights, and the license plate with a rag. Guy came back, and we backed the car out and started. The waiter had taken him across the road and into an old house. The people in the house were suspicious, and the waiter had remained with Guy to see nothing was stolen. Although I don't know how, me not being a plumber, they expected me to steal anything, Guy said. As we came up on a headland beyond the town, the wind struck the car and nearly tipped it over. "It's good it blows us away from the sea," Guy said. "Well," I said, "they drowned Shelley somewhere along here." "That was down by Via Reggio," Guy said. "Do you remember what we came to this country for?" "Yes," I said, "but we didn't get it. We'll be out of it tonight. If we can get past Ventimiglia. We'll see. I don't like to drive this coast at night." It was early afternoon, and the sun was out. Below, the sea was blue, with whitecaps running towards Savona. Back beyond the cape, the brown and blue waters joined. Out ahead of us, a tramp steamer was going up the coast. "Can you still see Genoa?" Guy asked. "Oh, yes. That next big cape ought to put it out of sight." "We'll see it a long time yet. I can still see Portofino Cape behind it." Finally, we could not see Genoa. I looked back as we came out, and there was only the sea, and below in the bay, a line of beach with fishing boats, and above, on the side of the hill, a town, and then capes far down the coast. "It's gone now," I said to Guy. "Oh, it's been gone a long time now. But we couldn't be sure till we got way out." There was a sign with a picture of an S-turn and "Svolta pericolosa." The road curved around the headland, and the wind blew through the crack in the windshield. Below the cape was a flat stretch beside the sea. The wind had dried the mud, and the wheels were beginning to lift dust. On the flat road we passed a fascist riding a bicycle, a heavy revolver in a holster on his back. He held the middle of the road on his bicycle, and we turned out for him. He looked up at us as we passed. Ahead there was a railway crossing, and as we came toward it, the gates went down. As we waited, the fascist came up on his bicycle. The train went by, and Guy started the engine. "Wait," the bicycle man shouted from behind the car. "Your number is dirty." I got out with a rag. The number had been cleaned at lunch. You can read it, I said. You think so? Read it. I cannot read it. It is dirty. I wiped it off with a rag. How's that? 25 lire. What? I said. You could have read it. It's only dirty from the state of the roads. You don't like Italian roads? They're dirty. 50 lire. You spat on the road. Your car is dirty, and you are dirty too. Good, and give me a receipt with your name. He took out a receipt book, made in duplicate, and perforated, so one side could be given to the customer, and the other side filled in and kept as a stub. There was no carbon to record what the customer's ticket said. Give me 50 lire. He wrote in indelible pencil, tore out the slip, and handed it to me. I read it. This is for 25 lire. A mistake, he said, and changed the 25 to 50. And now the other side. Make it 50 in the part you keep. He smiled a beautiful Italian smile and wrote something on the receipt stub, holding it so I could not see. Go on, he said, before your number gets dirty again. We drove for 2 hours after it was dark and slept in Mentone that night. It seemed very cheerful and clean and sane and lovely. We had driven from Ventimiglia to Pisa and Florence, across the Romagna to Rimini, back through Forli, Imola, Bologna, Parma, Piacenza, and Genoa, to Ventimiglia again. The whole trip had only taken 10 days. Naturally, in such a short trip, we had no opportunity to see how things were with the country or the people. End of Che ti dice la patria.
Climate Disordered by Carter Sprague. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Climate Disordered by Carter Sprague. The president of the Chamber of Commerce of Wiedenville by the Sea was stately and rather terrifying in his measured wrath. Nor was his peroration against the dapper young old man who sat at the foot of the long mahogany conference table lessened by the knowledge that he had the full support of the rest of that august body. But wily Cordus, on whom all this anger was focused, appeared singularly uncowed by the disfavor in which he was basked. As a seasoned resort promotion expert, he was not unacquainted with municipal ire. So many unforeseen factors could send resort trade swarming to the wrong resort. Having talked himself into the fat job of putting Wiedenville on the map as a seaside town where vacationers would have the amusement world at their feet, he had been forced to sit by and watch the bulk of the available tourist vacation trade pass to Burden Bay, 60 miles to the south. It was too bad, of course, but a fellow could only do so much. And despite your definite assurance, in fact your promise, that retail trade in Wiedenville by the Sea would pick up a minimum of 25% in the year you entered the employment of this chamber, it was decreased by more than 30%. In this same period, the retail trade of Burden Bay has risen by almost 40%. I and the chamber whose spokesman I am would appreciate an explanation. Gathering the skirts of his morning coat carefully to avoid unsightly wrinkles, the president sat down. The silence which followed his sonorous harangue could have been scooped up with a spatula. 8 pairs of eyes remained fixed with suspicion upon the object of his address. With a sigh, wily Cordus got to his feet. Hands in pockets, he leaned against the table, jingling the change and keys his fingers found. He was going to have to make this good or be out of a very soft, high-paying job. Fortunately, he had an idea. When I undertook to lift your resort trade here in Wiedenville by the Sea above that of Burden Bay, he began with an air of good humor that drew no response from the grave men listening to him. "I could not, of course, foresee that Mrs. Quinlan in our rival metropolis was going to give birth to quadruplets." He paused, let it sink in. "Nor could I look into a crystal ball and learn that Weedenville by the sea was going to be cursed with 5 straight weeks of fog and rain at the height of the season. And it is hardly my fault that the burdened coastal oil refineries should bring in 5 gushers." "Granted, Cordus," said the president, speaking without arising, "but we cannot continue indefinitely against such buffets of fortune, not and pay $25,000 a year for protection against ill luck, without receiving an iota of protection." "Your statement touches me deeply," said Cordus, "and I should not have been worthy of your more than generous salary if I had not studied the problem thoroughly and come to this meeting with a plan which would speedily put an end to the difficulties under which all of us have been laboring." Cordus paused to let this sink in. He knew, as do all talented pitchmen, when he had his audience hooked. The expression of the 8 pairs of eyes upon him was still uniform, but it flashed a uniformity of hope. "Gentlemen," he went on, "the summer season draws rapidly to its close. It has not been successful, but Weedenville by the sea and Burden Bay have both built their reputations as resort cities, much like that of Atlantic City, upon the warmth of climate and water in fall and spring. I propose to make Weedenville by the sea the only mild weather resort in this entire section of the coastline." "And just how do you propose to do this?" asked one of the members, his interest aroused above his incredulity. In simple words, Wiley Cordus told them. At first, there were a few protests upon humanitarian grounds, but they were not enduring. After all, the Chamber of Commerce was a collection of hard-headed businessmen. Furthermore, they were hard-pressed businessmen. Their ultimate approval was unanimous, as was their vow to mutual secrecy. There was little else they could do. Cold weather was a factor in Cordus' scheme, but cold weather descends in occasional unseasonable snaps upon the balmiest of resort climate. Even in Florida and Texas there has been snow during recent years. For once the luck ran for Cordus and his quasi-desperate employers. Early upon an evening in late September, less than a week after the showdown meeting, a plane took off, not from Weedenville Municipal Airport, but from a private field that lurked less prosperously and publicly in the resort city's villa-studded suburbs. The plane was a converted Mitchell B-25 AAF bomber, was piloted by Wiley Cordus himself. Aviation was among his numerous personal accomplishments. There were bombs in the bomb bay, but bombs of a type not yet seen in war. Millions of pellets of dry ice were so stowed away that they could be sewed high in the atmosphere by continued pressure on the release trigger in the cockpit. The cloud formations were just right, with heavy layers above the target area and little wind. The temperature, in the high 30s at ground level, was below zero 2 miles up. After getting a sight through the cloud strata, Wiley Cordus began to sow his snow. Back and forth he flew for the better part of an hour, bombarding the clouds with ice pellets to make snow. He had timed his flight with care so that no other plane would be aloft when he reached the sky above the rival Burden Bay Resort. No others took off once the snowstorm began. Incoming planes were routed to Weedenville by the sea. Wiley Cordes listened to the reports on his radio as he flew back to the secluded airport outside of Wheatonville. From the tenor of the announcements, it was clearly evident that no one suspected the snowstorm had been deliberately induced by the hand of man. After taxiing his ex-bomber into the hangar, he got out of flying togs and drove to the Wheatonville City Club, where the members of the Chamber of Commerce were waiting. If the mood of their previous meeting had been glum, today joy was unconfined. Old whiskey was brought out, and a special banquet served by closed-mouthed club attendants. The radio was left on, and each report of the inexplicable snowstorm which had brought a halt to Burden Bay autumn season was the occasion for a toast. "The man who really deserves our thanks," said the president, lifting his glass to Wiley Cordes. A chorus of "Hear, hear!" greeted his salute. Wiley, entering into the spirit of the occasion, waxed enthusiastic when he was given the floor after cigars were passed. "It is my belief," he went on, "that by repeatedly inducing snow to fall over our neighbor city, I can ultimately reduce its mean temperature by the very emanation of cold from the snow-covered ground to a point where it will remain colder than normal throughout the fall, winter, and spring. Furthermore," he added, his well-preserved face alight with optimism, "I see no reason why we should limit ourselves to snowstorms. The same dry ice treatment given to the right cloud formation above Burden Bay when the opportunity offers should produce a certain percentage of rainy weekends and holidays. I can truthfully say that our worries are over." "Keep it up, and you'll find a welcome surprise in your pay envelope, Wiley," said the president, beaming. The arrival of the afternoon papers from Burden Bay was the signal to cease all speech-making for a good gloat. The journalists of Wheatonville by the Sea's ancient rival, beneath a commendable effort to gloss over the disaster, were really crying catastrophe. Coming without warning, the baby blizzard, for it had amounted almost to that, had literally caught them with their pants down. Damage, it was hinted in the stories hastily killed for the late editions, would almost certainly run high into the millions. Hotel reservations for the usually equitable autumn months were already being canceled. As if to prove it never snowed but it poured, the oil refinery closed that day to announce the failure of a sixth gusher and resultant passing of a dividend. 3 days later, when the clouds again moved in on the coastline, Wiley Cordes took to the air with another load of dry ice pellets, and once again he did his dirty work undetected and with disastrous results for Burden Bay. On his third trip, because of a low current of warm air of whose existence he was not informed, Wiley came in with a rainstorm that washed away most of the snow. But his fourth, fifth, and sixth one-plane raids more than made up for this lapse. Wiley Cordes and Wheatonville by the Sea were riding high. The hotels were packed and concessions were booming. The public relations expert found his salary raised an added $100 a week. There was laughter at a chamber meeting over a Burden Bay picture released showing a couple of pretty girls in ski clothes backed by a slide made of the defunct oil gushers. "I'll get the chorus of Mike Todd's new musical down there next week and put them on water skis in bathing suits," promised the laughing Wiley Cordes. Of course he knew it could not last forever, but he saw no reason for the run of good fortune to come to an early end. He had planned and executed his scheme too well. So he was not pleased to discover another plane above the clouds on his next trip over Burden Bay. Still, it was something that had to happen. He merely cruised on innocently, and was relieved when the other ship, a big 4-engine flying boxcar, disappeared through the clouds. Then he swung back and did his stuff. There was another plane above the clouds over Burden Bay. He saw the plane on 3 more occasions as he placed snowstorms accurately over hapless Burden Bay, and its presence began to worry him. But the pilot gave no indication that he knew what Wiley was up to, and the discreet young public relations counselor decided not to mention it to the men who were backing his scheme. As a result of this step, and his own preoccupation with promoting the balmy atmosphere of Weedenville by the sea, he was really caught off guard when disaster finally struck. As fall merged into winter, the reservation totals for Weedenville hotels fell off far more sharply than it should have, especially with Burden Bay out of the picture. It was the president of the Chamber of Commerce who broke the news to Wiley Cordes after summonsing him to his office in early December. There he simply tossed a telegram at his high-powered promoter. No words were needed to explain his mood. It was evident enough from the jut of his beetling gray brows and the bayonet angle of his corona. "Read this," he said laconically. "Read it and pack." Startled, Wiley complied, felt himself go gray and sick and shaky as he scanned the contents of the wire. It read, "To the Chamber of Commerce, Weedenville by the Sea, thank you, stop. Especially thanks to Wiley Cordes for tripling our off-season resort trade, stop. His snowmaking flights no longer needed, stop. We have adopted idea ourselves, stop. Once again, thanks from the only ski resort on the coast, stop. Come and try our new runs at our expense as small return for your favor, stop. Burden Bay Chamber of Commerce." The end of Climate Disordered by Carter Sprague.
Cross-Country Snow by Ernest Hemingway. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cross-Country Snow. The funicular car bucked once more and then stopped. It could not go further. The snow drifted solidly across the track. The gale scouring the exposed surface of the mountain had swept the snow surface into a wind-board crust. Nick, waxing his skis in the baggage car, pushed his boots into the toe irons and shut the clamp tight. He jumped from the car sideways onto the hard windboard, made a jump turn, and crouching and trailing his sticks, slipped in a rush down the slope. On the white below, George dipped and rose and dipped out of sight. The rush and the sudden swoop as he dropped down a steep undulation in the mountainside plucked Nick's mind out, and left him only the wonderful flying, dropping sensation in his body. He rose to a slight up-run, and then the snow seemed to drop out from under him as he went down, down, faster and faster, in a rush down the last long, steep slope. Crouching so he was almost sitting back on his skis, trying to keep the center of gravity low, the snow driving like a sandstorm. He knew the pace was too much, but he held it. He would not let go and spill. Then a patch of soft snow, left in a hollow by the wind, spilled him, and he went over and over in a clashing of skis, feeling like a shot rabbit. Then stuck, his legs crossed, his skis sticking straight up, and his nose and ears jammed full of snow. George stood a little further down the slope, knocking the snow from his wind jacket with big slaps. "You took a beauty, Mike," he called to Nick. "That's lousy soft snow. It bagged me the same way." "What's it like over the Cud?" Nick kicked his skis around as he lay on his back and stood up. You've got to keep to your left. It's a good fast drop with a Christie at the bottom on account of a fence. Wait a second, we'll take it together. No, you come on and go first. I'd like to see you take the cuds. Nick Adams came up past George, big back and blond head still faintly snowy. Then his skis started slipping at the edge, and he swooped down, hissing in the crystalline powder snow, and seeming to float up and drop down as he went up and down the billowing cuds. He held to his left, and at the end, as he rushed toward the fence, keeping his knees locked tight together and turning his body like tightening a screw, brought his skis sharply around to the right in a smother of snow and slowed into a loss of speed parallel to the hillside and the wire fence. He looked up the hill. George was coming down in telemark position, kneeling, one leg forward and bent, the other trailing, his sticks hanging like some insect's thin legs, kicking up puffs of snow as they touched the surface, and finally the whole kneeling, trailing figure coming around in a beautiful right curve, crouching, the legs shot forward and back, the body leaning out against the swing, and sticks accenting the curve like points of light, all in a wild cloud of snow. "I was afraid to Christie," George said. "The snow was too deep. You made a beauty." "I can't telemark with my leg," Nick said. Nick held down the top strand of the wire fence with his ski, and George slid over. Nick followed him down to the road. They thrust bent-kneed along the road into a pine forest. The road became polished ice, stained orange and a tobacco yellow from the teams hauling logs. The skiers kept to the stretch of snow along the side. The road dipped sharply to a stream and then ran straight uphill. Through the woods they could see a long, low-eaved, weather-beaten building. Through the trees it was a faded yellow. Closer, the window frames were painted green. The paint was peeling. Nick knocked his clamps loose with one of his ski sticks and kicked off the skis. "We might as well carry them up here," he said. He climbed the steep road with the skis on his shoulder, kicking his heel nails into the icy footing. He heard George breathing and kicking in his heels just behind him. They stacked the skis against the side of the inn and slapped the snow off each other's trousers, stamped their boots clean, and went in. Inside it was quite dark. A big porcelain stove shone in the corner of the room. There was a low ceiling. Smooth benches back of dark wine-stained tables were along each side of the rooms. 2 Swiss sat over their pipes and 2 daisies of cloudy new wine next to the stove. The boys took off their jackets and sat against the wall on the other side of the stove. A voice in the next room stopped singing, and a girl in a blue apron came in through the door to see what they wanted to drink. "A bottle of Zion," Nick said. "Is that all right, Gidge?" "Sure," said George. "You know more about wine than I do. I like any of it." The girl went out. "There's nothing really can touch skiing, is there?" Nick said. "The way it feels when you first drop off on a long run." "Huh," said George. "It's too swell to talk about." The girl brought the wine in, and they had trouble with the cork. Nick finally opened it. The girl went out, and they heard her singing in German in the next room. "Those specks of cork in it don't matter," said Nick. "I wonder if she's got any cake. Let's find out." The girl came in, and Nick noticed that her apron covered swellingly her pregnancy. "I wonder why I didn't see that when she first came in," he thought. "What were you singing?" he asked her. "Opera? German opera?" She did not care to discuss the subject. "We have some apple strudel if you want it." "She isn't so cordial, is she?" said George. "Oh, well, she doesn't know us, and she thought we were going to kid her about her singing, maybe. She's from up where they speak German, probably, and she's touchy about being here, and then she's got that baby coming without being married, and she's touchy." "How do you know she isn't married?" "No ring. Hell, no girls get married around here till they're knocked up." The door came open, and a gang of woodcutters from up the road came in, stamping their boots and steaming in the room. The waitress brought in 3 liters of new wine for the gang, and they sat at the 2 tables, smoking and quiet, with their hats off, leaning back against the wall or forward on the table. Outside, the horses on the wood sledges made an occasional sharp jangle of bells as they tossed their heads. George and Nick were happy. They were fond of each other. They knew they had the run back home ahead of them. "When have you got to go back to school?" Nick asked. "Tonight," George answered. "I've got to get the 10:40 from Montreux." "I wish you could stick over and we could do the Dant du Lys tomorrow." "I got to get educated," George said. "Gee, Mike, don't you wish we could just bum together, take our skis and go on the train to where there was good running, and then go on and put up at pubs, and go right across the Oberland and up the Valais and all through the Engadine, and just take repair kit and extra sweaters and pajamas and our rucksacks, and not give a damn about school or anything?" "Yes, and go through the Schwarzwald that way." "Gee, the swell places." "That's where you went fishing last summer, isn't it?" "Yes." They ate the strudel and drank the rest of the wine. George leaned back against the wall and shut his eyes. "Wine always makes me feel this way," he said. "Feel bad?" Nick asked. "No, I feel good, but funny." "I know," Nick said. "Sure," said George. "Should we have another bottle?" Nick asked. "Not for me," George said. They sat there, Nick leaning his elbows on the table, George slumped back against the wall. "Is Helen going to have a baby?" George said, coming down to the table from the wall. "Yes." "When?" "Late next summer." "Are you glad?" "Yes, now." "Will you go back to the States?" "I guess so." "Do you want to?" "No." "Does Helen?" "No." George sat silent. He looked at the empty bottle and the empty glasses. "It's hell, isn't it?" he said. "No, not exactly," Nick said. "Why not?" "I don't know," Nick said. "Will you ever go skiing together in the States?" George said. "I don't know," said Nick. "The mountains aren't much," George said. "No," said Nick. "They're too rocky. There's too much timber, and they're too far away." "Yes," said George, "that's the way it is in California." "Yes," Nick said, "that's the way it is everywhere I've ever been." "Yes," said George, "that's the way it is." The Swiss got up and paid and went out. "I wish we were Swiss," George said. "They've all got goiters," said Nick. "I don't believe it," George said. "Neither do I," said Nick. They laughed. "Maybe we'll never go skiing again, Nick," George said. "We've got to," said Nick. "It isn't worthwhile if you can't." "We'll go all right," George said. "We've got to," Nick agreed. "I wish we could make a promise about it," George said. Nick stood up. He buckled his wind jacket tight. He leaned over George and picked up the 2 ski poles from against the wall. He stuck one of the ski poles into the floor. "There isn't any good in promising," he said. They opened the door and went out. It was very cold. The snow had crusted hard. The road ran up the hill into the pine trees. They took down their skis from where they leaned against the wall in the inn. Nick put on his gloves. George was already started up the road, his skis on his shoulder. Now they would have the run home together. End of Cross Country Snow.
The Disappearing Dalrymple by Hamilton Craigie. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Detectives of big cities, including New York, found Dapper Dan much like an eel. It never occurred to them to try ashes for slipperiness. Disappearing Dalrymple by Hamilton Craigie. Dapper Dan Dalrymple had been a thorn in the side of the department so long now that he had become a sort of institution. So much so, in fact, that, finally hounded from pillar to post, he had between two suns transferred his activities, and those were many and varied, from Philadelphia, which had been his stamping ground for 10 zestful, highly colored years, to New York, and the wider field of activity which the metropolis afforded. The police of the city of brotherly love were not exactly in love with Dapper Dan. They hated him as the devil is said to hate holy water. And, in passing, it may be said that between the chiefs of detectives of the two cities, following a certain sarcastic reference on the part of Gunson of the New York Bureau, there had not existed for some time now anything approaching an entente cordiale. For Dapper Dan was elusive. He was here today and gone tomorrow. He had a facility for disappearing almost under the noses of the laboring sleuths who, in Philadelphia at any rate, had had trouble enough in keeping up with his rapid-fire operations, without attending to the little matter of his apprehension and incarceration behind bars. A con-man who was so smooth that, in the parlance of certain newspaper reporters, he would have needed skid chains to keep his feet down long enough to stay in one place a split second by a watch. Dapper Dan, on a dozen different occasions in the past, had been under lock and key, almost, but not quite. At the last moment, with the grim hand of the law upon his shoulder, he had somehow, always somehow, squirmed free to reappear abruptly with a lightning-quick touch where he was least expected. With Dapper Dan, the facility had amounted almost to genius, and so far he had yet to languish behind bars. Detective Gunson of the New York Bureau had heard of Dapper Dan, as was but natural. In fact, he had seen him, at one time or another, in the line-up at headquarters. Now, on a warm afternoon of early spring, patrolling his beat along Fifth Avenue, he had seen, or thought that he had seen, for a split second, a figure that had seemed vaguely familiar. A man in a light tan overcoat, walking with a peculiar, lifting swagger, had passed abruptly from the avenue into and through the throng of shoppers into the world-famous jewelry house of Gatellis. The plainclothesman, out of the tail of his eye, had seen him just long enough to make from his lips the two explosive, significant words of "Dapper Dan." But the throng was dense. The detective, by the time he had elbowed his way inside, had lost the man in the light tan overcoat and soft, shapeless hat. But he was certain that it had been Dapper Dan. And then, far down an aisle there arose, all at once, a murmur growing to a mutter and a quick, frenzied shout of, "Stop, thief!" The detective, catapulting inward like a football player going through a broken field, had, for a moment, a glimpse of a light tan overcoat. It had been whisked around the aisle corner even as he looked. Ahead of him now, in the swirl and eddy of the milling crowd, he heard that cry, repeated from the long counter just across with a stream of protesting French or German, he could not tell which. Standing not upon the order of his going, Gunson, by main strength, had reached the door, to see once again as he rushed through the doorway that light tan overcoat. For a split second, beneath the soft, shapeless hat, he had a glimpse of a dark, mocking face. Then, even as he sprang forward, it was gone. The plainclothesman, however, in his rush, had reached the street corner. From there, following a moment's brusque converse with the policeman on the beat, he turned backward, leaden-footed, slow. An inquiry within the shop elicited the information that it had been indeed Dapper Dan, and this time his getaway had taken with it a trifling matter of a necklace worth $50,000, as it stood. There were no two ways about it. Dapper Dan, on his first day in the metropolis, had scored. Gunson, remembering that brief, ironic message from the Philadelphia police, squirmed mentally, while, once more upon the sidewalk, he went northward upon the way leading to the station house, ready with his report. It would be a report that he would take no pleasure in making, that much was certain. And then, abruptly, he halted, breath indrawn sharply through set teeth. There, not 10 paces in advance, moving, carefree and at ease, with his swift, silent jungle step, was the man in the light tan overcoat. Gunson made one single lurching stride. Then his hand flashed out in a lightning stab for the other's shoulder. "Well, well, if it ain't Dapper Dan," he was beginning. "Now we'll take a little walk." There came a sudden wrench, a twist, and the man in the light overcoat had turned upon him with blazing eyes. The detective's face purpled. He stuttered, choked, fell backward a pace, his jaw slack, mouth open in an abrupt wonder and disgust. For the man's face, as it had come level with his own, was a face that he had never seen. 2. It was not possible for Gunson to have been mistaken. He knew Dapper Dan well, and unfavorably. To cite an ancient adage with a reverse twist, face to face, he could not have been wrong. Having reported to his chief, he made his way out to the street, and went onward, to walk head down, forward along the quiet street. His mood was the reverse of pleasant. It was a quiet residential neighborhood in the West 70s, and had ample opportunity for reflection. Had food for thought, at any rate, for it was past his luncheon hour, and he had forgotten all about it. Dapper Dan, on his first day in the metropolis, had struck 12 in broad daylight, and on the avenue. And where was Dapper Dan? Somewhere secure, doubtless, laughing in his sleeve at the boasted efficiency of the Metropolitan Police. For in the terse language of Gunson's superior, Dalrymple had made suckers of the whole kit and caboodle. He had made them look like dummies, the first crack out of the box. Well, it was a pretty kettle of fish and no mistake. Gunson, chin stuck on his chest, in his mind's eye, could see the headlines as they would appear in a little while in the early editions. "Disappearing Dalrymple puts it over. Nabs necklace under the nose of cops. Police are powerless." That would make sweet reading for the Philadelphia police. It would, in fact. Gunson, chewing on the cud of his chagrin, glanced down the street, then up, and upon the instant stiffened abruptly like a pointer at gaze. Ahead of him, distant scarcely half a block, there had appeared all at once a man walking light-footed on the balls of his feet, a man in a light tan overcoat and soft, shapeless hat. The detective swore softly under his breath, quickening his pace as, from the corner of the street beyond, there showed the looming figure of a policeman on the beat, the sun winking on the brass buttons. But he was going in the same direction. His broad back vanished around the corner even as Gunson looked. But this time there would be no mistake. For a brief instant, etched against the sunlight, the detective had seen the man's face, hawk-like, with lowered lids. It was disappearing Dalrymple, and he was but a scant half-block away. His gait now a quick, pounding run, the detective drew nearer, by feet, by yards, and still that tall figure in the light overcoat held onward at a rapid walk. Just ahead, and perhaps 10 paces beyond pursuer and pursued, there was a huge, square-sided motor truck, blocking the sidewalk. It loomed in Dalrymple's path as, turning his head, he saw the detective coming up. Almost at that distance, Gunson fancied that he could see the sneering lips, the brief flicker of the fingers in an ironic farewell. Then Dalrymple had vanished behind the truck, just as there came a sudden thunder in the narrow way. The detective, quickening his pace, rounded the corner of the truck in high. His jaw slack, he stopped dead, staring pop-eyed at the long, deserted street, empty of all life under the declining sun. Disappearing Dalrymple had disappeared. 3. Flush with the street, there was an ash hoist. Gunson glanced upward at the building just across, gave a dry grimace of disgust and of realization, and of something else. So near and yet so far, and in plain sight of, well, Dalrymple must be a wizard, and no mistake. He turned now to the man, stolid, foreign, eyes lackluster under sleepy brows, who, atop the ash wagon, stared down at him, face gray with dust and sweat. For a moment, even as he harbored the thought, the detective dismissed it as absurd. The ashman certainly could not be Dalrymple. Even the disappearing one could not have rounded the corner of that truck, disguising himself with soot and grime, which was plainly the result of many months, in the brief interval in which he had been invisible to the pursuer at his back. But where had he gone? "Seen anything of a man in a light overcoat and soft hat?" asked Gunson, peering upward at the ashman on the truck. The answer, when it came, removed all doubt. "No, mister, I been see nobody. What you take?" For a second the detective had thought to see in the sleepy-lidded eyes a faint flicker, like the sun on water. But no, the fellow was plainly a stupid one. Busy with his ashes, he would not have noticed had there been an earthquake in the quiet street. Gunson turned, snarling under his breath a bitter, brooding malediction. Then, at a slow, dragging walk, he was away. Meanwhile... 4. Evening had come, and the street lights glimmered in the quiet street, when, below the level of the walk, out of the ash pit below the level of the street, there came, all at once, a fumbling rustle, a mutter, a murmur, then a thick, turgid oath. A light danced, glimmering on the floor and wall, as, in the reflection of its glow, a figure, ash-gray from head to foot, emerged, crawling upon hands and knees, outward to the cellar, and the comparative cleanliness of the asphalt floor. A prodigious sneeze, stifled at birth, proclaimed that it was indeed a man, but a man whose own mother would not have known, even in the light of day. A moment disappearing Dalrymple stood, grinning, in spite of his discomfort. Once again he had won clear, for to gain egress from that house would be an easy matter. In the 10th of a second he had rounded the truck, he had seen in one flashing glance that the ashman, his back turned, had been oblivious, and in that brief moment his decision had been taken. The hoist had been going down even as he sprang, hidden from Gunson's view by the great truck. The hoist cover had grazed his head by the proverbial eyelash. Then, downward into the cellar he had gone while, above him, Gunson, raging, had turned sullenly away. In the moment that the detective rounding the truck had come upon the scene, the ash hoist had been closed. The truck, sideways to the street, had hidden the whole occurrence. And there had been something else. In the moment that Dapper Dan had literally taken the plunge, his hand, reaching, had opened the wagon slide, the chute. That had been the reason of the roar that the detective had heard. the noise of the ashes pouring downward out of that truck to pile in a small mountain upon the ash hoist lid. It was inconceivable that beneath that dust-gray heap there could be a man. The driver, with the imagination at the 0 point, had looked, startled. Then, with an oath, had checked that downpour. But the thing was done. And now, walking forward slowly on the balls of his feet, Dapper Dan, a Dapper Dan now only in name, indeed, waited a moment, listening, holding his breath. He had composed himself to wait there in the darkness until the chance that he might be discovered would be reduced to a minimum. And, glancing at the radium dial of his watch, he saw that it was late. There was a spiral iron stairway just across from him. He went up it now, pocketing his flash, feeling ahead of him for the handle of the door, which presently, turning it without sound, he opened, inch by careful inch. He found himself in thick darkness, a darkness that was musty like a vault. Feeling before him with his fingertips, he was aware that he was in a closet, or, rather, a small room, through the door of which he had heard merely the ticking of a clock. Applying his eye to the keyhole, he could see nothing. Plainly, the room beyond was in darkness too. After a moment, turning the doorknob with careful fingers, he felt, rather than saw, that he was in a wide, high-ceilinged chamber, empty, as he was certain. There was no one there, but he must be careful. Possibly the household was not yet asleep for the night. It would not do to blunder. And then a thin smile edged his lips, a smile of calculation, of elation, and of a sudden, swift, tigerish resolve. He was here, inside the house. Presumably, it was the house of a substantial citizen. There would be pickings here, for him who could take them, and that would be duck soup for Dapper Dan. Making a circle of the room, his hands in the darkness suddenly touched a something cold and hard, a glass door, swinging open, which bespoke a cabinet of some sort. Then, his swift, exploring fingers outstretched before him, he froze abruptly, rigid where he stood. Guns. That was what he touched there in the darkness. Guns, a regular arsenal of them. He had stumbled upon a gun room of a sportsman, and that meant, in this neighborhood and street, the establishment of a millionaire, at the very least. By now he had gotten some of the ashes from his face. Fastidious, as always, he thought ruefully of his new, exquisitely tailored morning suit. The very latest wrinkle, indeed, since by now it was all wrinkles, ingrained with ash. But he would make somebody pay for that. Going forward carefully, with the stealth and caution of an Indian, he had made the circuit of the room, halting at last at the doorway that opened under his hand, admitting him to a smaller room, in which, as he could feel, there were a desk and chairs. Now, for the first time, he produced his pocket flash, to find that he was in a sort of office, as he could see, furnished with a Spartan simplicity for a millionaire. But millionaires, many of them, were like that, and this man, a sportsman, would scarcely furnish an office with subarctic ease. But the desk was heavy, substantial. His feet sank in the thick pile of the rug that was Dagestan, at the very least. And it was then that, snapping on the wall switch, he recoiled. His hands went out, and again black darkness enveloped him with the dousing of the light. For beyond that office he had heard on a sudden the murmur of voices, muffled, as though through the thickness of walls. Crouching there in the thick darkness, He could hear those voices coming nearer. A late party, possibly. And could they have seen the light shining through that door? Dapper Dan resisted an impulse to return back the way which he had come. Of a sudden thought better of it as, close at hand, he heard the voices, high-pitched now, and the quick pad-pad of running feet. His hand reached behind him for the door by which he had made entry, turning the knob, exerting a quick, silent pressure. But the door was fast. He was locked in. Fool that he had been not to make certain of the spring lock. But now it was too late. Lip lifting from his white, even teeth, as a trapped animal grins at the hunters. His hand, in a quick stab for his automatic, came away as the outer door burst open with a shattering crash. He was conscious of a sudden blaze of light, faces, dim figures crowding close with, of a sudden, a great voice roaring in a narrow room. "Dapper Dan, welcome to our city. Well, what do you know about that?" As in a mist, he saw the face of Gunson, behind it others. Their laughter echoed in a roaring chorus as, like a lance of light, the realization of the truth came to him at the sight of Gunson and the rest. Mouth open, he slumped backward against the wall. He was in the police station. By night, perhaps, the green lights might have warned, but in the bright sunlight, and at the quick urge of his desperate need, he had not known. Disappearing Dalrymple had broken into jail. The end of Disappearing Dalrymple by Hamilton Craigie.
The End of Something by Ernest Hemingway, Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The End of Something. In the old days, Horton's Bay was a lumbering town. No one who lived in it was out of sound of the big saws in the mill by the lake. Then one year there were no more logs to make lumber. The lumber schooners came into the bay and were loaded with a cut of the mill that stood stacked in the yard. All the piles of lumber were carried away. The big mill building had all its machinery that was removable taken out and hoisted on board one of the schooners by the men who had worked in the mill. The schooner moved out of the bay toward the open lake, carrying the two great saws, the traveling carrots that hurled the logs against the revolving circular saws, and all the rollers, wheels, belts, and iron piled on a hull-deep load of lumber. Its open hold covered with canvas and lashed tight. The sails of the schooner filled, and it moved out into the open lake, carrying with it everything that made the mill a mill and Horton's Bay a town. The one-story bunkhouses, the eating house, the company store, the mill offices, and the big mill itself stood deserted in the acres of sawdust that covered the swampy meadow by the shore of the bay. 10 years later, there was nothing of the mill left except the broken white limestone of its foundations, showing through the swampy second growth as Nick and Marjorie rode along the shore. They were trolling along the edge of the channel bank where the bottom dropped off suddenly from sandy shallows to 12 feet of dark water. They were trolling on their way to the point to set night lines for rainbow trout. "There's our old ruin, Nick," Marjorie said. Nick, rowing, looked at the white stone and the green trees. "There it is," he said. "Can you remember when it was a mill?" Marjorie asked. "I can just remember," Nick said. "Seems more like a castle," Marjorie said. Nick said nothing. They rowed on out of sight of the mill, following the shoreline. Then Nick cut across the bay. "They aren't striking," he said. "No," Marjorie said. She was intent on the rod all the time they trolled, even when she talked. She loved to fish. She loved to fish with Nick. Close behind the boat, a big trout broke the surface of the water. Nick pulled hard on one oar so the boat would turn and the bait, spinning far behind, would pass where the trout was feeding. As the trout's back came up out of the water, the minnows jumped wildly. They sprinkled the surface like a handful of shot thrown into the water. Another trout broke water, feeding on the other side of the boat. "They're feeding," Marjorie said. "But they won't strike," Nick said. He rowed the boat around to troll past both the feeding fish, then headed it for the point. Marjorie did not reel in until the boat touched the shore. They pulled the boat up on the beach, and Nick lifted out a pail of live perch. The perch swam in the water pail. Nick caught 3 of them with his hands and cut their heads off and skinned them while Marjorie chased with her hands in the bucket. Finally caught a perch, cut its head off, and skinned it. Nick looked at her fish. "You don't want to take the ventral fin out," he said. "It'll be all right for bait, but it's better with the ventral fin in." He hooked each of the skinned perch through the tail. There were 2 hooks attached to a leader on each rod. Then Marjorie rowed the boat out over the channel bank, holding the line in her teeth and looking toward Nick, who stood on the shore holding the rod and letting the line run out from the reel. "That's about right," he called. "Should I let it drop?" Marjorie called back, holding the line in her hand. "Sure, let it go." Marjorie dropped the line overboard and watched the baits go down through the water. She came in with the boat and ran the second line out the same way. Each time Nick set a heavy slab of driftwood across the butt of the rod to hold it solid, and propped it up at an angle with a small slab. He reeled in the slack line so the line ran taut out to where the bait rested on the sandy floor of the channel, and set the click on the reel. When a trout, feeding on the bottom, took the bait, it would run with it, taking line out of the reel in a rush, and making the reel sing with the click on. Marjorie rowed up the point a little way so she would not disturb the line. She pulled hard on the oars, and the boat went up the beach. Little waves came in with it. Marjorie stepped out of the boat, and Nick pulled the boat high up on the beach. "What's the matter, Nick?" Marjorie asked. "I don't know," Nick said, getting wood for a fire. They made a fire with driftwood. Marjorie went to the boat and brought a blanket. The evening breeze blew the smoke towards the point, so Marjorie spread the blanket out between the fire and the lake. Marjorie sat on the blanket with her back to the fire and waited for Nick. He came over and sat down beside her on the blanket. In back of them was the close second-growth limber of the point, and in front was the bay with the mouth of Horton's Creek. It was not quite dark. The firelight went as far as the water. They could both see the 2 steel rods at an angle over the dark water. The fire glinted on the reels. Marjorie unpacked the basket of supper. "I don't feel like eating," said Nick. "Come on and eat, Nick." "All right." They ate without talking and watched the 2 rods and the firelight and the water. "There's going to be a moon tonight," said Nick. He looked across the bay to the hills that were beginning to sharpen against the sky. Beyond the hills he knew the moon was coming up. "I know it," Marjorie said happily. "You know everything," Nick said. "Oh, Nick, please cut it out. Please don't be that way." "I can't help it," Nick said. "You do. You know everything. That's the trouble. You know you do." Marjorie did not say anything. "I've taught you everything. You know you do." "What don't you know, anyway?" "Oh, shut up," Marjorie said. "There comes the moon." They sat on the blanket without touching each other and watched the moon rise. "You don't have to talk silly," Marjorie said. "What's the matter?" "I don't know." "Of course you know." "No, I don't." "Go on and say it." Nick looked on at the moon coming up over the hills. "It isn't fun any more." He was afraid to look at Marjorie. Then he looked at her. She sat there with her back toward him. He looked at her back. "It isn't fun any more, not any of it." She didn't say anything. He went on. "I feel as though everything was going to hell inside of me. I don't know, Marge. I don't know what to say." He looked on at her back. "Isn't love any fun?" Marjorie said. "No," Nick said. Marjorie stood up. Nick sat there, his head in his hands. "I'm going to take the boat," Marjorie called to him. "You can walk back around the point." "All right," Nick said. "I'll push the boat off for you." "You don't need to," she said. She was afloat in the boat on the water with the moonlight on her. Nick went back and lay down with his face in the blanket by the fire. He could hear Marjorie rowing on the water. He lay there for a long time. He lay there while he heard Bill come into the clearing, walking around through the woods. He felt Bill coming up to the fire. Bill didn't touch him either. "Did she go all right?" Bill said. "Oh, yes," Nick said, lying, his face on the blanket. "Have a scene?" "No, there wasn't any scene." "How do you feel?" "Oh, go away, Bill. Go away for a while." Bill selected a sandwich from the lunch basket and walked over to have a look at the rods.
End of The End of Something.
Halt! Who Goes There? A Mystery Story by Robert E. Howard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Halt! Who Goes There? A Mystery Story by Robert E. Howard. Prologue. A blazing sun blazed out of a blazing sky and blazed down blazingly on a blazing expanse of blazing barren sand in a blazing desert. Naught was to be except sand dunes, and yet, a long caravan of camels emerged from behind a sand dune and meandered along the ancient desert trail, which was ancient beyond the memory of man. It was even said that the trail had been made even before William Jennings Bryan began to run for president. The Tuareg chieftain looked about him with a sneer on his handsome face. With contempt he gazed at the sand dunes. Somehow he felt superior to them. Presently the caravan stopped by an ancient city, half hidden beneath the sands of the desert. It was almost in ruins, a very ancient city. It had been deserted long before Congress began to discuss the immigration problem even. The Tuareg dismounted from his camel and entered his tent. A slave girl offered him a chaw of beechnut from her own private plug. He kicked her with a harsh tone of voice. Seating himself on an expensive divan from Bokhara, he reflected meditatively. "Darn it," he soliloquized. Chapter 1. Aha! $1 million, mused the Colonel.
"Exactly, my dear Colonel,"
returned Hawkshaw, the great detective, wittily. "But the details of the crime?"
"As follows," Hawkshaw replied. "The night watchman of the Stocksicoli Bank, London, was knocked unconscious, and $1 million in American thrift stamps, as well as £1 million of sterling and a box of fine cigars were taken."
"The villain!" exclaimed the Colonel indignantly. "And cigars as expensive as they are." "How are you going to go about finding the guilty person?" asked the Colonel.
"In the following manner," answered Hawkshaw. "Let us first begin by deduction. Let us say, for example, that 3 persons could have robbed the bank. You, I, or the Khedive of Egypt. Now it is impossible that you could commit the robbery, because at the time the robbery was committed you were playing a foursome of tiddlywinks with the Duke of Buckingham."
"That's true, but how did you know?" exclaimed the Colonel.
"My dear Colonel," answered Hawkshaw, "I saw the crumbs on your opera hat. Now as for myself, I could not have done the robbery because I was in a theatre in Drury Lane. I almost distinctly remember the play even. It was called The Storekeeper of Venice, and it was written by a fellow named Shakespeare or something, who was a native of Algeria. Then consider the Khedive of Egypt. He could not have committed the robbery because he was on his his molasses moon, with his 999 sextillion 999 quintillion 999 trillion 999 billion 999 million 999,999th wife, hunting social lions, lounge lizards, zebras, and other big game in the wilds of Schenectady, New York. And having eliminated myself, you and the Khedive, do you see what this points to?"
"No,"
the Colonel answered. "It indicates the robbery was done by someone else," said Hawkshaw dramatically.
"Indeed!" exclaimed the Colonel in admiration. "Aha! Wonderful!"
I shall now, Hawkshaw continued, go into the street and arrest everyone I meet. To each I shall put the question, did you rob the Stocksucale Bank, or did you not? And I shall be governed by their answers. Chapter 2. The Anarchist. Curses, hissed Alashiki. Grugi goofa gimma moffa swift sky kif skawiskan chinka sky thireva bishki. Curses, Alachiski, etc., hissed again, even more hissier than before. This nation of Egypt shall fall, or my name is not Aski Mojimp, giving the correct pronunciation of the name, Alachiski, etc. The anarchist, with great stealth, then placed a bomb under a girl's school. There, he hissed. That be a defeat to the accused bourgeois. After going several blocks, he stopped with an enraged look in his coat pocket. 10 billion imprecations, he hissed. I forgot to light the fuse. He walked on through London. Presently the anarchist came to a palatial mansion in the slums, which was the clubhouse of all the anarchists in that part of London. He walked up to the door and rang the old-fashioned door-knocker. Give the password, hissed a voice from within. The wages of sin are a mansion on Riverside Drive, answered the anarchist. The door swung open, and he entered. There were several members of the anarchist club in the club-room, engaged in anarchist pastimes such as swigging ginger ale, playing marbles for keeps, growing whiskers, and cussing the bourgeoisie. Feeling in a reckless mood, Alachiski spent a nickel for ginger ale and offered to bet 3 cents either way on the next Olympic Games. One of the club members, Heine von Schloof, then made a speech. Was is, he began eloquently, was is the nation going to do even the cost of hog iron? I mean, pig iron has gone up 2 cents on the yard already, yet. And what is so many Irisher loafers getting shubs when white men like me can't yet? I have met an Irisher on the street, and I say, get out of mine way, you no good boont. And look at the black eye, what he gives me. They say that Irish are such good fighters. Bah! That makes me tired feel. Why over to Gretchen's wedding, that drunken old hooligan come in and try to raise it. A rough house, and me and my cousin, Abi, and Ludwig and Hans, and 4 or 5 others. Why we pretty near threw that Irishman right out of the house. I will never go to Ireland. The anarchists applauded, and then Alachiski proposed a toast. Down with everything! Long live Lindemann and Lepesky, and hurrah for Russia! Chapter 3. Britannia rules the waves. As Alachiski the anarchist walked down Piccadilly Circus, he glanced about, hoping to see a bank that he could rob. As he came into another street, 2 men accosted him, one a tall, thin man, the other a short, stocky man. "Aha!" said Hawkshaw, for it was he. "Methinks you unshaven Russian, with the cannibalistic face, has the guilty look of a first-class criminal." The detective stopped Alachiski. "Wait a moment, my friend. Pause while I gaze upon your unhandsome visage, and ask you a question or 3 or 4. "What do you want?" asked Alachiski, having swiftly selected a fiendish sneer from his extensive collection of mocking smiles, derisive leers, glares, dirty looks, unholy mirth, chuckles, diabolical stares, etc. "Did you rob the Stocksucale Bank?" asked Hawkshaw. "No," answered Alachiski. "Darn it," said the colonel, baffled again. "Hold on," said Hawkshaw. "My Russian friend, you are under arrest." The Russian was seized by policemen and Scotland Yard detectives. "Britannia rules the waves," said Mr. Hawkshaw. "Another triumph for Scotland Yard." He addressed Alachiski. "I knew you were telling a falsehood because, when you denied robbing the bank, you raised an eyebrow and wiggled your toes. Also, I had suspicions of you when you asked the inspector of Scotland Yard if they found a set of burglars' tools in the Stocksucale Bank." You said they were yours, and if they were found, to deliver them to the anarchist clubhouse. I delivered them myself, disguised as a rear admiral of the Swiss army. Then, when I saw the $1 million banknotes and thrift stamps in your vest pocket, I took a chance and arrested you." "Curses!" cursed Alexisky. "The way you robbed the bank was in the following manner," said Hawkshaw. "You came into the bank, disguised as a king of the South Sea Islands. You climbed up the fire escape and down one of the marble pillars of the bank front. Then, having taken an impression of the keyhole with wax, you filled out a key to fit, from a cigar made in Dusseldorf, Germany. Then you entered and robbed the bank. Is that correct?" "No. The watchman has left the door open, and I went up the bank steps and walked in," answered the Russian. Epilogue. The Eskimo floundered through the deep snow and kicked an iceberg out his way. Reaching his igloo, he unharnessed his team of whales from his sled and entered the igloo. Snow covered the land, yards deep. Here and there mighty icebergs reared up toward the sky, for it was midsummer in northern Alaska. End of Halt! Who Goes There? A Mystery Story by Robert E. Howard.
Hunger by James Stephens, Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in November 2022. Hunger. On some people, misery comes unrelentingly, with such a continuous rage that one might say destruction had been sworn against them, and that they were doomed beyond appeal or hope. That seemed to her to be the case as she sat, when her visitor had departed, looking on life as it had moved about her, and she saw that life had closed on her and crushed her, and that there was nothing to be said about it, and no one to be blamed. She was 4 years married, and she had 3 children. One of them had fallen when he was quite young and had hurt his back so badly that the dispensary doctor instructed her not to let him walk for a few years. She loved all her children, but this child she loved greatly, for of the 3 she had to do the most for him. Indeed, she had to do everything for him, and she loved to do it. He was the eldest, and he was always with her. So were the others, of course, for a woman in needy circumstances can never get away from her children. But the other youngsters were with her as screamings and demands to be attended to and forgotten, while he was with her as a companion eye, a consciousness to whom she could talk and who would reply to her, and who would not by any means get into mischief. He could not get into anything else either. Her husband was a house painter, and when the work was brisk, he got good wages. He could earn 35 shillings a week when he was working. But his work was constant only in the summer months. Through the bad weather there was no call for him. No one wanted house painting done in the winter, and so the money which he earned in the 5 months had to be stretched and made to cover the remaining 7 months of the year. Nor were these 5 months to be entirely depended upon. Here and there in a week, days would be missed, and with that his society dues had to be paid, for he would pay those though he starved for it. Wages, which have to be stretched so lengthily, give but the slenderest sum towards a weekly budget. It was she who had to stretch them, and the doing of that occupied all the time she could spare for thinking. She made ends meet where nothing was but ends, and they met just over the death line of starvation. She had not known for 3 years what it was like not to be hungry for one day, but life is largely custom, and neither she nor her husband nor the children made much complaint about a condition which was normal for them all, and into which the children had been born. They could scarcely die of hunger, for they were native to it. They were hunger, and there was no other hunger but them, and they only made a noise about food when they saw food. If she could have got work, how gladly she would have taken it, how gladly she would have done it. Sweated work, any work, so that it brought in, if it was no more than 2 or 3 coppers in a day. But the children were there, 3 of them, and all were young, and one was a cripple. Her own people and those of her husband existed far away in the country. They could not take the children off her hands. She could not give a neighbor anything to look after them while she went out working. She was held to them as fast as if she were chained to them, and for to think in such cases is only to be worried, there was no use in thinking about it. She had already all the worry she could deal with, and she wanted no more. She remembered the tale she had laughed at when she was young about a woman who had been circumstanced as she was now. This woman used to put her 2 children into a box, for she had to go out every day to work in order that she might feed them, and she kept them in the box so that they might not injure themselves during her absence. It was a good idea, but the children came out of the box hunchbacks and so stunted in their growth that it might be said they never grew thereafter. It would have been better for the children and easier for them if they had died. Anyhow, their mother died, and the poor little oddities went to the workhouse, and must all their lives have got all the jeers which their appearance sanctioned. There was nothing to be done. Even her husband had long ago given up thinking of how this could be arranged, and although she still and continually thought about it, she knew that nothing could be done. Her husband was a jolly man. He used to make up lists of the gigantic feeds they would have when the ship came home. What ship he did not say, nor did he ever say that he expected one, and he or she or the children would remind each other of foods which had been left out of his catalogue, for no food of which they knew the name could justly be omitted from their future. He was a robust man, and he could have eaten a lot if he had got it. Indeed, he had often tempted his wife to commit an act of madness and have one wild blowout, for which, as she pointed out to him, they would have to pay by whole days of whole starvation, instead of the whole days of semi-hunger to which they were accustomed. This was the only subject on which they came near to quarreling, and he brought it forward with fortnightly regularity. Sometimes she went cold at the thought that he might on some pay-day go in for a wild orgy of eating and perhaps spend 1/2 crown. Less than that sum could not nearly fill him, and the double of it would hardly fill him the way he wanted to be filled, for he wanted to be filled as tightly as a drum, and with such a weight and abundance of victual that he could hardly be lifted by a crane. But he was an honorable man, and she knew he would not do this unless she and the children were with him and could share and go mad with him. He was very fond of them, and if she could have fed him on her own flesh, she would have sacrificed a slice or 2, for she was very fond of him. The mild weather had come, and he got a cut in his hand, which festered and seemed stubbornly incurable. The reason was that the poor, gaunt man was not fed well enough to send clean blood down to doctor his cut hand. But in the end he did get over it. But for 3 weeks he had been unable to work, for who will give employment to a man whose hand looks like a poultice or a small football? The loss of these 3 weeks almost finished her. The distinguishing mark of her family had been thinness. It was now boniness. To what a food-getting fervor she was compelled. She put the world of rubbish that was about her through a sieve and found nourishment for her family where a rat would have found disappointment. She could not beg, but she did send her 2 children into the street, and sometimes one of these got a copper from a passing stranger. Then that youngster gave out a loyal squeal for his companion, like the call of a famished crow, who warns his brothers that he has discovered booty, and they trotted home with their penny. The sun shone on the day they got a penny. On the days when they got nothing, the sun might split the bricks, but it did not shine. Her man returned to his work, and if she could hold on, they would be able to regain the poverty of a few months previously, but which now beamed to her as a distant, unattainable affluence. She could hold on, and she did, so that they tided feebly across those evil days, and came at last to the longed-for scarcity, which yet was not absolute starvation, and whereby they could live in the condition of health to which they were accustomed, and which they recognized and spoke of as good health. They could not absolutely come to this for at least a year. Provision had still to be made for the lean months to come, the winter months, and more than 3 weeks' wages, which should have been skimmed in this precaution, had been unprofitable, had not existed. The difference had to be made up by the double skimming of the present wage, which must also pay the present necessities and recoup the baker and the grocer for the few weeks' credit these shop people had given her. In all, their lot for a long time was not to be envied except by a beast in captivity, and by him only because he lusts for freedom and the chance of it, as we lust for security and the destruction of chance. The winter came, the winter will come, though the lark protests and the worm cries out its woe, and she entered on that period with misgiving, with resolution, and a facing of everything that might come. What bravery she had, what a noble, unwearying courage, when in such a little time and as such small labor she might have died. But such an idea never came to her head. She looked on the world, and she found that the world was composed of a man and 3 children. While they lasted, she could last, and when they were done, it would be time enough to think of personal matters and her relation to things. Before the summer had quite ended, before autumn had tinted a leaf, the war broke out. And with its coming, there came insecurity. Not to her, not to them. They had no standard to measure security by. It came to the people who desire things done, who pay to have doors varnished and window frames painted. These people drew silently but resolutely from expense, while he and she and the children sunk deeper into their spending as one wallows into a bog. The prices of things began to increase with a cumulative rapidity, and the quality of things began to deteriorate with equal speed. Bread and the eater of it came to a gray complexion. Meat got the cut direct instead of the direct cut. The vegetables emigrated with the birds. The potato got a rise in the world and recognized no more its oldest friends. There seemed to be nothing left but the rain, and the rain came loyally. Those others, could retrench and draw in a little their horns, but from what could she go back? What could she avoid? What could she eliminate who had come to the bare bone and shank of life? The necessity for the loaf comes daily, recurs pitilessly, from digestion to digestion, and with the inexorable promptitude of the moon, the rent-collector wanes and waxes. They managed. She and he managed. Work still was, although it was spaced and intervaled like a neglected storm-blown hedge. Here was a week, and there another one, and from it they gleaned their spare, constricted existence. They did not complain. Those who are down do not complain. Nor did they know they were down, or, knowing it, they did not admit their downness. For to face a fact is to face with naked hands a lion, and to admit is to give in, to be washed away, and to be lost and drowned, anonymous, unhelpable, alive no more, but debris, or a straw which the wind takes and sails, or tears, or drifts, or rots to powder and forgetfulness, a bone in a world of bones. And they gnawed these bones until it seemed that nothing moved in the world or was alive except their teeth. The winter came, and his work stopped, as it always did in that season. He got jobs cleaning windows. He got jobs at the docks, hoisting things which not Hercules nor the devil himself could lift, but which he could lift, or which his teeth and the teeth of his children detached from the ground as from foundations and rivetings. He got a job as a coal man and as a night watchman, sitting in the angle of a black street before a bucket of stinking coal, which had been afire until the rain put it out. Today he had a job, but tomorrow and for a week he had none. With what had been saved, skimmed, strained from the summer wages, and with what came from the jobs, And with the pennies the children unearthed from strangers, as though they dug in those loath souls for coin, they lived through the winter, and did not feel they had passed through any experience worth recording, or that their endurance might have been rewarded with medals and a pension. They were living, as we all manage amazing to live, and if others had an easier time, that was their chance. But this was their life, and there were those who were even worse off than they were, for they paid the rent, and when that was done, what a deed had been accomplished, how notable an enemy circumvented. The spring came, but it brought no leaves to their tree. The summer came, but it did not come to them, nor warn them of harvest and a sickle in the yield. There was no building done that summer. The price of material had gone up, and the price of wages. The contractors did not care for that prospect, and the client thought of his income tax and decided to wait. And her husband had no work. He had almost given up looking for work. He could go out of the house and come into the house, and he and she would look at each other in a dumb questioning. Sometimes she would say, not that she had anything to say, but to ease his heart with a comradely word, "Any chance today, do you think?" And he would reply, "Chance?" and sit down and brood upon that lapsing word. They were not angry. They had not the blood to be angry with. For wrath you must be well fed, or you must be drunk. The youngest child died of a disease which, whatever it was at the top, was hunger at the bottom, and she grew terrified. She heard that there was work to be had in plenty in the munitions factories in Scotland, and by some means she gathered together the fare and sent her husband across the sea. "Write if you can," said she, "the minute you get a place." "Yes," he replied. "And send us what you can spare," she said. "Send something this week if you can." "Yes," he said, and he went away. Then she went into the streets to beg. She left the boy behind in his chair and brought the other little one with her. She was frightened, for one can be arrested for begging, and she was afraid not to beg, for one can die of hunger. She got a penny here and a penny there, and bought bread, and sometimes she even got a twist of tea. She could manage until the end of the week, until her man sent the money. She had thoughts of singing at the corners of streets, as she had so often seen done by toneless, ashen-faced women who creak rusty music at the passer and fix him with their eyes. But she was ashamed, and no song that she could remember seemed suitable, and she could only remember bits of songs, and she knew her voice would not work for her, but would creak and mourn like a rusty hinge. Her earnings were small, for she could not get in touch with people. They recognized her at a distance as a beggar, and she could only whisper to the back of a head or a cold shoulder. Sometimes when she went towards a person, that person instantly crossed the road and walked for a while hastily. Sometimes people fixed upon her a cold, prohibitive eye, and she drew back from them, humbled, her heart panting, and her eyes hot at the idea that they took her for a beggar. At times someone, without glancing at her, stuck a hand in a pocket and gave her a penny without halting in their stride. One day she got 2 pence, one day she got 6 pence, one day she got nothing, but she could hold out to the end of the week. The end of the week came, but it brought no letter. "It will come tomorrow," she said. "He is in a strange country. He must have missed the post. God help him." But on the following day there was no letter, and on the day after, and the day that succeeded to it, there was no letter, she said. But she could not speculate on him. She knew him too well, and this was not him. He could no more leave them in the lurch than he could jump across Ireland in one jump. "He has got no work," she said, and she saw him strayed and stranded, without a hand, without a voice, bewildered and lost amongst strangers, going up streets and down streets, and twisting himself into a maze, a dizziness of loneliness and poverty and despair. Or, she said, the submarines had blown up the ship that was coming with the money. The week went by, another came, and still she did not hear from him. She was not able to pay the rent. She looked at the children, and then she looked away from them, distantly to her strayed husband. And then she looked inwardly on herself, and there was nothing to see. She was down. No littlest hope could find a chink to peer through, and while she sat staring at nothing in an immobile maze of attention, her mind, she had no longer a heart, it had died of starvation, her mind would give a leap and be still, and would leap again as though an unknown, wordless action were seeking to be free, seeking to do some work, seeking to disprove stagnation and powerlessness and death, and a little burning center of violence hung in her head like a star. She followed people with her eyes, sometimes a little way with her feet, saying to herself, "The pockets of that man are full of money. He would rattle if he fell." Or, "That man had his breakfast this morning. He is full of food to the chin. He is round and tight and solid, and he weighs a ton." She said, "If I had all the money of all the people in this street, I would have a lot of money." She said, "If I owned all the houses in the street, I would have a lot of money." The rent collector told her imperatively that she must leave at the end of the week. The children called to her for bread clamorously, unceasingly, like little dogs that yap and whine and cannot be made to stop. Relief kitchens had been started in various parts of the city, but she only heard of them by chance, and she went to one. She told a lady in attendance her miserable tale, and was given the address of a gentleman who might assist her. He could give her a ticket which would enable her to get food, and he might be able to set her in the way of earning what would pay the rent. The lady thought her husband had deserted her, and said so without condemnation, as one who states a thing which had been known to happen. And the poor woman agreed without agreeing, for she did not believe it. But she did not argue about the matter, for now that she accepted food, she accepted anything that came with it, whether it was opinions or advice. She was an acceptor, and she did not claim to possess even an opinion. She set out for the house of the gentleman who could give her the ticket which would get her the food to bring home to the children. He lived at some distance, and when she got to his house, the servant told her he had gone to his office. At his office she was informed that he had gone out. She called 3 times at the office, and on the 3rd time she was told that he had come in but had gone home. She trudged to his house again, and would have been weary, but that her mind was far away from her trudging feet, and when the mind is away, the body matters nothing. Her mind was back in the rooms, looking at the children, listening to them, consoling them, telling them that in a little while she would be back, and she would bring them something. They had not eaten anything for... how long was it? Was it a year? An eternity? Had they ever eaten? And one of them was sick. She must get back. She had been away too long. But she must go forward before she could go back. She must get a ticket, which was food and hope and a new beginning, or at least respite. Then she would be able to look about her. The children would go to sleep, and she could plan and contrive and pull together these separated and dwindling ends. She came to the gentleman's house. He was in, and she told him her story and how her case was desperate. He also believed that her husband had deserted her, and he promised to write by that night's post to find out the truth about the man and to see that he was punished for his desertion. He had no tickets with him. He had used them all up, for the hungry people in Dublin were numerous. Work was slack everywhere, and those who had never before applied for assistance were now forced to do so by dire and dreadful necessity. He gave her some money and promised to call at her rooms on the following day to investigate her case. She went homewards urgently, and near home she bought bread and tea. When she got in, the crippled boy turned his dull, dumb eyes to her, and she laughed at him excitedly, exultantly, for she had food, lots of it, 2 loaves of it. But the other child did not turn to her, and would never turn to her again, for he was dead, and he was dead of hunger. She could not afford to go mad, for she still had a boy, and he depended on her with an utter helpless dependence. She fed him and fed herself, running from his chair to the other in its cot with the dumb agony of an animal who must do two things at once and cannot think which thing to do. She could not think. She could hardly feel. She was dulled and distressed and wild, and she was weakened by misery and tormented by duties, and life and the world seemed a place of businesses and futilities and unending, unregulated demands on her. A neighbor, hearing that curious, persistent trotting over her head, came up to the room to remonstrate, and remained to shed for her the tears which she could not weep herself. She, too, was in straits, and had nothing more to give them than those tears and the banal reiterations which are comfort because they are kindness. Into this place the gentleman called on the following day to investigate, and was introduced to a room swept almost as clean of furniture as a dog kennel is, to the staring, wise-eyed child who lived in a chair, and to the quiet morsel of death that lay in the cot by the wall. He was horrified, but he was used to sights of misery, and knew that when things have ceased to move, they must be set moving again, and that all he could do was to remove some of the impediments which he found in the path of life, so that it might flow on before it had time to become stagnant and rotten. He took from the dry-eyed, tongue-tied woman's shoulders all the immediate worry of death, and arranged about the death certificate and registration and burial. He paid the rent and left something to go on with as well, and he promised to get her work either in his house or at his office, but he would get her work to do somehow. He came daily, and each day, in reply to her timid question as to news about her husband, he had nothing to say except that inquiries were being made. On the 5th day he had news, and he would have preferred any duty, however painful, to the duty of telling her his news. But he told it, sitting on the one chair, with his hand over his eyes, and nothing of his face visible except the mouth, which shaped the sentences and spoke them. The munition people in Scotland had reported that a man of the name he was inquiring for had applied for work, and had been taken on a fortnight after his application. The morning after he began work, he was found dead in a laneway. He had no lodgings in the city, and at the post-mortem examination it was found that he had died of hunger and exposure. She listened to that tale, looking from the gentleman who told it to her little son, who listened to it. She moistened her lips with her tongue, but she could not speak. She could only stammer and smile. The gentleman also was looking at the boy. "We must set this young man up," said he heavily. "I will send a doctor to look him over today." And he went away all hot and cold, beating his hands together as he walked, and feeling upon his shoulders all the weariness and misery of the world. End of Hunger by James Stephens. Published 1918.
Hunger by John D. Swain. From Weird Tales, October 1927. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Hunger by John D. Swain. Heritage was past the stage where he was conscious of hunger. Indeed, there was an almost complete and ascetic severance of mental and physical consciousness, a serene exhilaration in which his mind functioned with amazing clarity. Questions, for whose answer he had often groped blindly, were now revealed to him as vividly as a strange countryside is photographed upon the brain at night by a flash of lightning. He did not ponder on futile puzzles, whose answer is a matter of numerals or statistical details. But for the first time he was able to grasp the meaning of eternity without beginning or end, of a universe without boundaries. such a childish device as our time conception amused him. He perceived the reasonableness of the fourth dimension, of other dimensions beyond. Meanwhile, as he passed through the darkness, it seemed to him that he was immensely tall, his head among the stars, and that instead of walking, he remained fixed in space, while past him, on either hand, fled the trees and fields, the little hills, and the scattered farmsteads. He realized that such a state could not long endure, that his mind was nicely balanced on a thin blade of consciousness, from which the slightest breath would overbalance it and plunge him into dark hallucinations. He must eat soon, or delirium would claim him. It was therefore with a fierce joy that at last, amid all these miles of darkened houses, he beheld a little house whose every window blazed with light. Candle lights, for as he drew near he observed that lighted candles stood in rows on every sill. Candles are in cathedrals and coffee-houses. They are lighted in joy and sorrow. They grace austere old homes where are much worn silver and old books and solid furniture polished by generations of hands, and frowning portraits on faded walls. They burn in thieves' cellars. They are gay, arrogant, furtive. Seen in this isolated house, and long past midnight, they could indicate but one occasion: death. Heritage, forgetting his first impulse to ask for food, was moved to pause here to pay his respects to the dead. With the urbanity of famine, he would salute the still one, old man, woman, child, with a hail and farewell. He entered in, and as he thrust open the unlocked door, a venerable man rose and bowed. "I have been waiting," he said simply. "I knew you would come." "How could you know, when I only took this road, a strange one to me, by chance?" The old man smiled. "There is no such thing as chance. Of course, I could not know that it would be you in particular, but someone was bound to come. I needed an accolade, that I may complete my task." He looked down upon the little trestle-board, over which had been thrown a gaudy red tablecloth, and upon which lay a long roll of fine white linen cloth, like a cocoon, with 2 large candles burning at each end. The old man, Heritage noted as his eyes became accustomed to the flickering of many little candle flames, wore across his shoulders what appeared to be one of a pair of Velcro portieres, woven with floral designs in red, gold, and black. He pointed to the shrouded figure on the trestle-board. "This is a princess royal," he explained. "Her history is well known to Egyptologists. Because she refused to marry her own brother, her father, the pharaoh, caused her to be strangled, and her body denied the sacred rites of sepulchre. It was embalmed, but thrust into a dry vegetable cellar of a slave's house. I bought it from a great museum of art and antiquities. It took all that I had saved up by 50 years of toil with my pen. Before the Nile grooved its channel to the sea, it was written in the planets that I should perform this thing, but I cannot accomplish it alone." Heritage gravely nodded. "What can I do?" The old gentleman handed him 2 candles, which he had lighted. "You shall kneel at her feet while I recite the essential parts of the ancient rite," he said, and directly Heritage had kneeled, he began rapidly to intone passages from the Book of the Dead. Wavering candlelight served to set everything in the still room into fluidity. The shrouded mummy seemed to breathe rhythmically. In the far corners of the room, ludicrous shadows leapt and gamboled. Over Heritage's hand ran little rivulets of hot wax, but he did not feel them, famine having already released him from the tyranny of pain. Abruptly, the voice of the old man ceased. After a moment he said, "There is no mummy case. That I could not afford to buy. So I have prepared a simple cedar box lined with soft silk, outside in the grave I have digged for her. And now I must lift her in my arms and take her out. But this is sacrilege, and so, according to the immutable laws of old Egypt, you, my accolade, must curse me and make pretense of stoning me." Heritage bowed. It seemed to him very fitting that he should do these things, and he carefully set down the candles and took the stone that was handed him. "May the gods damn your soul for sacrilege," he said, his voice thin and high. Then he feebly cast the stone toward the old man, but not directly at him. It struck the window at the back of the room. Several candles were overturned, and there was a chuckle of glass as one pane was demolished. From the black night there entered through the broken window pane 2 black cats, with jade eyes. With solemn tread, eyes set hard ahead, they passed to the rude trestle, crouched, and leapt upon it, one at the head and the other at the foot, and there began ceremoniously to wash their faces, their soot-black paws making mysterious and cabalistic signs like the passes of a necromancer or the incantations of a priest. The old man nodded. "It is well," he said, and, scooping, lifted the light, dry mummy and bore it from the room and out into the night, followed by the 2 black cats. Heritage was left alone with many candles and the incense smoke from a cracked saucer upon which smoldered strange gums and spices. Presently, since the old man did not return, he opened the front door and passed through the weed-choked garden and resumed his way down the turnpike, now lighted faintly by the first hint of dawn. By it he perceived that he was come to a covered toll-bridge spanning a river. Men had recently been at work restoring its planking, and just as Heritage was about to plunge into the black tunnel, his eyes made out the fragments of a lunch one of the workmen had left behind. There were dry crusts, the fat rind of a sliced ham, a bit of cheese. With a little sob, he sank upon his knees in the wet grass, and began to cram the morsels into his avid mouth. And as he swallowed them without chewing, far across the dark river, a clock challenged the dawn. The end of Hunger by John D. Swain.
Muttsy by Zora Neale Hurston. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jim Locke. Muttsy. Awarded 1/2 of second prize in short story section opportunity contest. The piano in Ma Turner's back parlor stuttered and wailed. The pianist kept time with his heel and informed an imaginary deserter that she might leave and go to Hal-le-Mafak, but his slow drag would bring her back, mournfully, with a memory of tom-toms running rhythm through the plaint. Few clothes burst through the portieres, a brown chrysalis from a dingy red cocoon, and touched the player on the shoulder. "Say, Muttsy," he stage whispered, "Ma's got a new lil biddy in there, just come. And say, her foot would make all a dese Harlem babies a Sunday face." "What she look like?" Muttsy drawled, trying to maintain his characteristic pose of indifference to the female. "Brown skin, patent leather grass on her knob, kinder tallish. She's a lil skinny," he added apologetically, "but I'm willin' to buy corn for that lil chicken." Muttsy lifted his 6 feet from the piano bench as slowly as his curiosity would let him, and sauntered to the portieres for a peep. The sight was as pleasing as few clothes had stated, only more so. He went on in the room which Ma always kept empty. It was her receiving room, her front. From Ma's manner it was evident that she was very glad to see the girl. She could see that the girl was not overjoyed in her presence, but attributed that to southern greenness. "Who you say sent you here, dearie?" Ma asked, her face trying to beam, but looking harder and more forbidding. A man down at the boat landing where I got off. North River. I just come in on the boat." Ma's husband from his corner spoke up. "Must have been Blue Front." "Yeah, must have been him," Muttsy agreed. "Oh, it's all right, honey. We New Yorkers likes to know who we's takin' in, dearie. We has to be careful. What did you say your name was?" "Pinky." "Yes, ma'am, Pinky Jones." Ma stared hard at the little old battered reticule that the girl carried for luggage. Not many clothes, if that was all, she reflected. But Pinky had everything she needed in her face. Many, many trunks full. Several of them for Ma. She noticed the cold reddened knuckles of her bare hands, too. "Come on upstairs to your room. That's all right 'bout the price. We'll come to some 'greement to-morrow. Just go up and take off your things." Pinky put back the little rusty leather purse of another generation and followed Ma. She didn't like Ma. Her smile resembled the smile of the wolf in Red Riding Hood. Anyway, back in Edenville, Florida, ladies, especially old ones, didn't put powder and paint on the face. $40, Kate. Sure landed a pippin dis time," said Muttsy sotto voce to the few clothes back at the piano. "If she ain't, then there ain't a hound dog in Georgie. I'm goin' home and dress." No one else in the crowded back parlor, let alone the house, knew of Pinky's coming. They danced on, played on, sang their blues, and lived on hotly their intense lives. The two men who had seen her, no one counted old man Turner, went on playing too, but kept an ear cocked for her coming. She followed Ma downstairs and seated herself in the parlor with the old man. He sat in a big rocker before a copper-lined gas stove, indolence in every gesture. "I'm Ma's husband," he announced by way of making conversation. "Now you just shut up," Ma commanded severely. "You going to git yo' teeth knocked down yo' throat yit for running yo' tongue. Lemme talk to dis gal. Dis is my house. You sets on the stool and do nothing too much to have anything to talk over." "Oh, Lord," groaned the old man, feeling a knee that always pained him at the mention of work. "Oh, Lord, will you send yo' fiery chariot and take me 'way from here?" "Ah, shet up," the women spit out. "Lord don't want you. Devil wouldn't have you." She peered into the girl's face and leaned back, satisfied. "Well, girlie, you can be a lot of help to me round this house if you takes an intrusin' in things. Oh, Lord." She leaped up from her seat. "That's my bread. I smell burnin'." No sooner had Ma's feet cleared the room than the old man came to life again. He peered furtively after the broad back of his wife. "Know who she is?" he asked Pinky in an awed whisper. She shook her head. "You don't? That's $40, Kate." "$40, Kate?" Pinky repeated, open-eyed. "Naw, I don't know nothin' about her." "Sh!" cautioned the old man. "Course you don't. I forgets you ain't nothin' tall but a young un. 25 years ago they all called her dat 'cause she was $40 Kate. She sure was some putty woman. Great big robust-lookin' gal. Men was glad enough to spend $40 on her if they had it. She didn't lose no time wid dem dat didn't have it." He grinned ingratiatingly at Pinky and leaned nearer. "But you's better lookin' than she ever was. You might. 'Tain't no tellin' what you might do ef you get some sense. I'm a goin' to teach you here." "Yes, sir," the girl managed to answer with an almost paralyzed tongue. "That's a good girl. You just listen to me, and you'll pull through all right." He glanced at the girl, sitting timidly upon the edge of the chair, and scolded. "Don't set that away," he ejaculated. "Your backbone ain't no ramrod. Kinda scooch down on the for'ard edge o' the chair like dis." He demonstrated by scooching forward so far that he was almost sitting on his shoulder blades. The girl slumped a trifle. "Is you got a job yit?" "No, sir," she answered slowly, "but I reckon I'll have one soon. Ain't been in town a day yet." "You looks kinda young, kinda little bitty. Is you been to school much?" "Yes, sir, went through 8 reader. I'm goin' again when I get a chance." "Dat so? Well, I reckon I can talk some Latin to you, den." He cleared his throat loudly. "What's yo' entitlem?" "I don't know," said the girl in confusion. "Well, den, what's your entrimens?" he queried with a bit of braggadocio in his voice. "I don't know," from the girl after a long, awkward pause. "You chillun don't learn nothin' in school dese days. Is you got to goes into it yit?" "You mean long division? Ain't askin' 'bout de longness of it. Dat don't make no difference," he retorted. "Since you goin' stay hyah, I'll educate you. Do you know how to eat a fish? A nice brown fried fish?" "Yes, sah," she answered quickly, looking about for the fish. "How?" "Why, you just eat it with cornbread," she said, a bit disappointed at the non-appearance of the fish. "Well, I'll tell you," he patronized. "You starts at the tail, and lifts the meat off the bones sorter gentle, and eats him clear to de head on dat side. Den you turn him over, and commence at the tail again, and eat right up to de head. Den you push dem bones away to one side, and takes another fish, and so on till de end. Well, till there ain't no mo'." He mentally digested the fish and went on. "See," he pointed accusingly at her feet, "you don't even know how to warm yourself. You settin' there wid your feet every which away. Dat ain't de way to get warm. Now look at my feet. Dat's right. Put both big toes right together. Now shove 'em close up to de fish. Fire. Now lean back so. Dat's de way. I knows a heap o' things to teach you sense you gonna live hyah, and learns all of them while the old lady is paddlin' round out there in de yard." Ma appeared at the door, and the old man withdrew so far into his rags that he all but disappeared. They went to supper, where there was fried fish, but forgot all rules for eating it, and just ate heartily. She helped with the dishes and returned to the parlor. A little later some more men and women knocked, and were admitted, after the same furtive peering, out through the nearest crack of the door. Ma carried them all back to the kitchen, and Pinky heard the clink of glasses and much loud laughter. Women came in by ones and twos, some in shabby coats turned up about the ears, and with various cheap but showy hats crushed down over unkempt hair. More men, more women, more trips to the kitchen with loud laughter. Pinky grew uneasy. Both men and women stared at her. She kept strictly to her place. Ma came in and tried to make her join the others. "Come on in, honey. A little toddy ain't going to hurt nobody. Everybody knows me. I wouldn't touch a hair on your head. Come on in, dearie. All the men wants to meet you." Pinky smelt the liquor of Ma's breath and felt contaminated at her touch. She wished herself back home again, even with the ill treatment and squalor. She thought of the $3 she had secreted in her shoe. She had been warned against pickpockets and flight, but where? Nowhere, for there was no home to which she could return, nor any place else she knew of. But when she got a job, she'd scrape herself clear of people who took toddies. A very black man sat on the piano, still playing as only a Negro can, with hands, stamping with his feet and the rest of his body keeping time. I'm going to make me a graveyard of my own. I'm going to make me a graveyard of my own. Carried me down on the smoky road. Pinky, weary of Ma's maudlin coaxing, caught these lines as she was being pulled and coaxed into the kitchen. Everyone in there was shaking shimmies to music, rolling eyes heavenward as they picked imaginary grapes out of the air or drinking. Folks shouted, "Ma, look-a hyah, shut up dis racket. I want ya to meet Pinky Jones. She's the best friend I got." Ma flopped into a chair and began to cry into her whiskey glass. "My compliments," the men almost shouted. The women were much less enthusiastic. "Dat's the last run shad," laughed a woman called Ada, pointing to Pinky's slenderness. "Just like a bar of soap after a hard week's wash," Bertha chimed in and laughed uproariously. The men didn't help. "Oh, Miss Pinky," said Blue Front, removing his Stetson for the first time. "Ma'am, also, ma'am, if you was to see me settin' straddle of a mudcat leadin' a minner, what 'ud you think?" I don't know, sir. I didn't know you or anybody could ride a fish." "Stick around me, baby, and you'll wear diamonds." Blue Front swaggered. "Look here, little pigmeat, you's some sharp. If you didn't had but one eye, I'd think you was a needle. That's how sharp you looks to me. Say, my right foot is itchin'. Do dat mean I'm goin' to walk on some strange ground wid you?" "No, indeedy," cut in Few Clothes. "It just means your feet needs to walk in some strange water, wid a little red seal lie throwed in." But he was not to have a monopoly. Few Clothes and Shorty joined the chase, and poor Pinky found it impossible to retreat to her place beside the old man. She hung her head, embarrassed that she did not understand their mode of speech. She felt the unfriendly eyes of the women, and she loathed the smell of liquor that filled the house now. The piano still rumbled and wailed that same song, carried me down on de smoky road, brought me back on de coolin' bode. I'm going to make me a graveyard of my own. A surge of cold, fresh air from the outside stirred the smoke and liquor fumes, and Pinky knew that the front door was open. She turned her eyes that way and thought of flight to the clean outside. The door stood wide open, and a tall figure in an overcoat with a fur collar stood there. "Good God, Muttsy!" "Shut dat do'!" cried Shorty. "Dat's a pure razor blowin' out dere to-night. I didn't know you was out o' here, nohow. Carried me down on de smoky road, brought me back on de coolin' bode. I'm goin' to make me a graveyard of my own," sang Muttsy, looking as if he sought someone, and banged the door shut on the last words. He strode on in without removing hat or coat. Pinky saw in this short space that all the men deferred to him, that all the women sought his notice. She tried timidly to squeeze between two of the men, and returned to the quiet place beside old man Turner, thinking that Muttsy would hold the attention of her captors until she had escaped. But Muttsy spied her through the men about her, and joined them. By this time her exasperation and embarrassment had her on the point of tears. "Well, what a ya know about dis?" he exclaimed. "A real lil pullet." "Look out there, Muttsy," drawled Dram's leg, with objection, catching Pinky by the arm and trying to draw her toward him. "Lemme tell dis little pink mama how crazy I is 'bout her myself. I ain't got no lady at all, none." "Oh, shut up, Drams," Muttsy said sternly. "Put your pocketbook where your mouth is, and somebody will listen. I'm a heavy sugar papa. I eats fried chicken when the rest of you niggers is drinking rain water." He thrust some of the others aside and stood squarely before her. With her downcast eyes she saw his well-polished shoes, creased trousers, gloved hands, and at last timidly raised her eyes to his face. "Look a here," he frowned, "you roughnecks done got dis baby ready to cry." He put his forefinger under her chin and made her look at him, and for some reason he removed his hat. "Come on in the sittin' room and less talk. Come on befo' some o' dese niggers sprinkle some salt on ye and eat ye clean up like a radish." Dramsleg looked after Muttsy and the girl as they swam through the smoke into the front room. He beckoned to Bluefront. "Hey, Bluefront, ain't you my friend?" "Yep," answered Bluefront. "Well, then, why can't you help me? Muttsy's done me dirt wid the little pigmeat. Throw a louse on 'em." Pinky's hair was slipping down. She felt it, but her self-consciousness prevented her catching it, and down it fell in a heavy roll that spread out and covered her nearly to the waist. She followed Muttsy into the front room and again sat shrinking in the corner. She did not wish to talk to Muttsy nor anyone else in that house, but there were fewer people in this room. "Phew!" cried Bluefront. "Dat baby sho got some righteous moss on her keg. Das regular near row, my God, to thee stuff." He made a lengthy gesture with his arms as if combing out long silky hair. "Shucks," sneered Ada in a moist, alcoholic voice. "Dat ain't nothin'. My hair used to be so's I could set on it." There was general laughter from the men. "Yes, I know, it's the truth," shouted Shorty. "It's just as close to yo' head now as 99 is to 100. "I'll call Muttsy to you," Ada threatened. "Oh, woman, Muttsy ain't got you to study 'bout no mo' 'cause he's parkin' his heart wid dat little chicken wid de white folks hyah. Why, dat little chicken's foot would make you a Sunday face." General laughter again. Ada dashed the whiskey glass upon the floor with the determined stalk of an angry tiger, and arose and started forward. "Muttsy Owens, nobody else ain't no goin' to make no fool out of me. Dat little cack girl ain't going to put me on the bricks, not much." Perhaps Muttsy heard her, perhaps he saw her out of the corner of his eye and read her mood, but knowing the woman as he did, he might have known what she would do under such circumstances. At any rate, he got to his feet as she entered the room where he sat with Pinky. "I know you ain't lost yo' head, sho' nuff, woman. 'Deed, God knows you better go 'way from me." He said this in a low, steady voice. The music stopped, the talking stopped, and even the drinkers paused. Nothing happened, for Ada looked straight into Muttsy's eyes and went on, "Outside." "Miss Pinky, I votes you gwan to bed," Muttsy said suddenly to the girl. "Yes, sah." "And don't you worry 'bout no job. I knows where you can get a good one. I'll go see 'em first and tell you tomorrow night." She went off to bed upstairs. The rich baritone of the piano-player came up to her, as did laughter and shouting, but she was tired and slept soundly. Ma shuffled in after 8 the next morning. "Darlin', ain't you got 'nough sleep yit?" Pinky opened her eyes a trifle. "Ain't you the puttiest little trick? And Muttsy done gone crazy 'bout you. Child, he's lousy with money and diamonds and everything. You better grab him quick. Some folks has all de luck. Here I is got a man dat hates work like de devil hates holy water. I gotta make dis house pay." Pinky's eyes opened wide. "What does Mr. Muttsy do?" "My God, child, he's de best gambler in 3 states, cards, scraps, and hosses. He could be a boss stevedore if he so wanted. The big boss down on de dock would give him a fat job, just begs him to take it 'cause he can manage the men. He's the biggest hero they got since Harry Wills left the waterfront, but he won't take it 'cause he makes so much with the games." "He's awful good lookin'," Pinky agreed, "and he been mighty nice to me, but I like men to work. I wish he would. Gamblin' ain't nice." "Yeah, it is, if you makes money, lak Muttsy. Maybe you ain't noticed dat diamond set in his tooth. He picks women up when he wants to, and puts 'em down when he choose." Pinky turned her face to the wall and shuddered. Ma paid no attention. "You don't have to get up till you get good and ready, Muttsy says. I mean you can stay round the house till you come to, sorter. Another day passed. Its darkness woke up the land east of Lenox, all that land between the railroad tracks and the river. It was very ugly by day, and night kindly hid some of its sordid homeliness. Yes, night-time gave it life. The same women or others just like them came to Ma Turner's. The same men or men just like them came also and treated them to liquor or mistreated them with fists or cruel jibes. Ma got half drunk as usual and cried over every one who would let her. Muttsy came along and went straight to Pinky where she sat trying to shrink into the wall. She had feared that he would not come. Howdy do, Miss Pinky. Howdy do, Mr. Owens. She actually achieved a smile. Did you see about my job? Well, yeah, but the lady says she won't need you for a week yet. Don't worry. Ma ain't going to push you for room rent. Ma wrist ain't got no cramps. Pinky half sobbed. Ah, wants a job now. Didn't I say that's all right? Well, Muttsy don't lie. Shucks, I might just as well tell you. I'm crazy about you. Money no object. It was the girl herself who first mentioned bed this night. He suffered her to go without protest. The next night she did not come into the sitting-room. She went to bed as soon as the dinner things had been cleared. Ma begged and cried, but Pinky pretended illness and kept to her bed. This she repeated the next night and the next. Every night Muttsy came, and every night he added to his sartorial splendor. But each night he went away disappointed, more evidently crestfallen than before. But the insistence for escape from her strange surroundings grew on the girl. When Ma was busy elsewhere, she would take out the 3 $1 bills from her shoe and reconsider her limitations. If that job would only come on, she felt shut in, imprisoned, walled in with these women who talked of nothing but men and the numbers and drink, and men who talked of nothing but the numbers and drink and women. And desperation took her. One night she was still waiting for the job. Ma's alcoholic tears prevailed. Pinky took a drink. She drank the stuff mixed with sugar and water, and crept to bed even as the dizziness came on. She would not wake tonight. Tomorrow, maybe, the job would come and freedom. The piano thumped, but Pinky did not hear. The shouts, laughter, and cries did not reach her that night. Downstairs, Muttsy pushed Ma into a corner. "Looky here, Ma, that girl done played me long enough. I pays her room rent, I pays her board, and all I gets is a hunk of ice. Now you said you was going to fix things. You told me so last night, and here she done gone to bed on me again. 'Deed, I can't do nothing wid her. She's thinking sure enough you goin' get her a job, and she frets so 'cause 'tain't come, that she drunk a toddy. It's knocked her down just like a log. Ada and all of 'em laughing, they say I done crapped. He felt injured. Can't I go talk to her? Lordy, Muttsy, that gal dead drunk and sleeping like she's buried. Well, can't I go up and speak to her just the same?" A yellow back bill from Muttsy's roll found itself in Ma's hand, and put her in such good humor that she let old man Turner talk all he wanted for the rest of the night. "Yes, Muttsy, gwan in. You's my friend." Muttsy hurried up to the room indicated. He felt shaky inside there with Pinky somehow, but he approached the bed and stood for a while looking down upon her. Her hair in confusion about her face and swinging off the bedside, the brown arms revealed, and the soft lips. He blew out the match he had struck and kissed her full in the mouth, kissed her several times, and passed his hand over her neck and throat, and then hungrily down upon her breast. But here he drew back. "Naw," he said sternly to himself, "I ain't goin' to play her with no loaded dice." Then quickly he covered her with the blanket to her chin, kissed her again upon the lips, and tipped down into the darkness of the vestibule. "I reckon I better get married," he soliloquized. "Believe me, I will, and go uptown wid Dicties." He lit a cigar and stood there on the steps puffing and thinking for some time. His name was called inside the sitting-room several times, but he pretended not to hear. At last he stole back into the room where slept the girl who unwittingly and unwillingly was making him do queer things. He tipped up to the bed again, and knelt there holding her hands so fiercely that she groaned without waking. He watched her, and he wanted her so that he wished to crush her in his love, crush and hurt her against himself. But somehow he resisted the impulse and merely kissed her lips again, kissed her hands back and front, removed the largest diamond ring from his hand and slipped it on her engagement finger. It was much too large, so he closed her hand and tucked it securely beneath the covers. "She's mine," he said triumphantly, "all mine." He switched off the light and softly closed the door as he went out again to the steps. He had gone up to the bedroom from the sitting-room, boldly, caring not who knew that Muttsy Owens took what he wanted. He was stealing forth, afraid that someone might suspect that he had been there. There is no secret love in those barrens. It is a thing to be approached boisterously and without delay or dalliance. One loves when one wills, and ceases when it palls. There is nothing sacred or hidden, all subject to coarse jokes. So Muttsy re-entered the sitting-room from the steps as if he had been into the street. "Where you been, Muttsy?" whined Ada, with an awkward attempt at coyness. "What you wanna know for?" he asked roughly. "Now, Muttsy, you know you ain't treatin' me right, honey. How come you runnin' de hog over me like you do?" "Get out of my face, woman. Keep your hands off of me." He clapped on his hat and strode from the house. Pinky awoke with a gripping stomach and thumping head. Ma bustled in. "How you feelin', darlin'? You's just like a little doll baby." "I got a headache terrible from that old whiskey. That's my first and last drink long as I live." She felt the ring. "What's this?" she asked, and drew her hand out to the light. "Dat's Mutsy's ring. I see him wid it for 2 years. How'd you all make out? He sho is one thoroughbred." "Muttsy? When? I didn't see no Muttsy." "Dearie, you don't have to tell your business if you don't want to. I'm a hush mouth. That's all right. Keep your business to yourself." Ma bleared her eyes wisely. "But I know Muttsy was up here to see you last night. Don't mind me, honey. G'wan wid him. He'll treat you right. I knows he's crazy 'bout you, and all de women is crazy 'bout him. Lord, look at dat ring." Ma regarded it greedily for a long time, but she turned and walked toward the door at last. "Get up, darlin'. I got fried chicken for breakfast, mushmelon." She went on to the kitchen. Ma's revelation sunk deeper. Then there was the ring. Pinky hurled the ring across the room and leaped out of bed. "He ain't goin' to make me none of his women. I'll die first. I'm goin' out of this house. If I starve, let me starve." She got up and plunged her face into the cold water on the washstand in the corner, and hurled herself into the shabby clothes, thrust the $3 which she had never had occasion to spend under the pillow where Ma would be sure to find them, and slipped noiselessly out of the house and fled down Fifth Avenue toward the park that marked the beginning of the Barrens. She did not know where she was going, and cared little so long as she removed herself as far as possible from the house where the great evil threatened her. At 10 o'clock that same morning, Muttsy Owens, dressed his flashiest best, drove up to Ma's door in a cab, the most luxurious that could be hired. He had gone so far as to stick 2 $100 notes to the inside of the windshield. Ma was overcome. "Muttsy, dearie, what you doin' here so soon? Pinky sho has got you goin', and in a swell cab, too. Gee." "I'm gonna git married to de doll baby. That's how come. I aim goin' to treat her white, too. Uh-huh. That's how come de ring. You ought never forget me, Muttsy, for puttin' y'all together. But I never thought you'd marry nobody. You allus said you wouldn't. And I wouldn't neither if I hadn't seen her. Where she is? In the room dressin'. She never told me nothin' 'bout dis. She don't know. She was asleep when I made up my mind and slipped on de ring. But I never miss no girl I wants. You knows me. Everybody in this man's town knows you gets what you wants. No, I come to take her to breakfast, for we goes to de coat house. And y'all stay here and eat wid me. You go call her whilst I set de grub on table." Muttsy, with a lordly stride, went up to Pinky's door, and rapped and waited, and rapped and waited 3 times. Growing impatient, or thinking her still asleep, he flung open the door and entered. The first thing that struck him was the empty bed. The next was the glitter of his diamond ring upon the floor. He stumbled out to Ma. She was gone, no doubt of that. She looked awful funny when I told her you was in here, but I thought she was putting on airs, Ma declared finally. She thinks I played her wid a marked deck, but I didn't. If I could see her, she'd love me. I know she would, 'cause I'd make her, Muttsy lamented. I don't know Muttsy. She ain't no New Yorker, and she thinks gambling is awful. Is that all she got against me? I'll fix that up in a minute. You help me find her, and I'll do anything she says just so she marries me. He laughed ruefully. Looks like I crapped this time, don't it, Ma? The next day Muttsy was foreman of 200 stevedores. How he did make them work! But oh, how cheerfully they did their best for him. The company begrudged not 1 cent of his pay. He searched diligently, paid money to other searchers, went every night to Ma's to see if by chance the girl had returned, or if any clues had turned up. 2 weeks passed this way, black, empty days for Muttsy. Then he found her. He was coming home from work. When crossing 7th Avenue at 135th Street, they almost collided. He seized her and began pleading before she even had time to recognize him. He turned and followed her, took the employment offer slip from her hand and destroyed it, took her arm and held it. He must have been very convincing, for at 125th Street they entered a taxi that headed uptown again. Muttsy was smiling amiably upon the whole round world. A month later, as Muttsy stood on the dock, hustling his men to greater endeavor, Blue Front flashed past with his truck. Say, Muttsy, you don't know what you're missing since you quit the game. I cleaned out the whole bunch last night. He flashed a roll and laughed. It don't seem like a month ago you was king of the bones in Harlem. He vanished down the gangplank into the ship's hold. As he raced back up the gangplank with his loaded truck, Muttsy answered him, and now I'm king of the boneheads, which being interpreted means stevedores. Come on over behind this crate. Wid yo' roll. My wrist ain't got no cramp, 'cause I'm married. You's getting too sassy. Thought you wasn't goin' to shoot no mo'. Blue Front temporized. Oh, hell, come on back here, he said impatiently. I'll shoot you any way you wants to, hard or soft roll. You's tryin' to stall. You know I don't crap neither. Come on, my pinky needs a fur coat, and you stevedores has got to buy it. He was on his knees with Blue Front. There was a quick movement of Muttsy's wrist, and the cubes flew out on a piece of burlap spread for the purpose. A perfect 7. Hot dog, he exulted. Look at dem babies gallop. His wrist quivered again. 9 4-point. He gloated. Ha! There was another quick shake, and 9 turned up again. Shove in, Blue Front. Shove in dat roll. Dese babies is crying for you. Blue Front laid down $2 grudgingly. You said you wasn't going to roll no mo' dice after you got married, he grumbled. But Muttsy had tasted blood. His flexible wrist was already in the midst of the next play. Come on, Blue Front, stop bellyaching. I shoots here for the roll. He reached for his own pocket and laid down a roll of yellow bills beside Blue Front's. His hand quivered, and the cubes skipped out again. 9! He snapped his fingers like a trap drum and gathered in the money. Doxology, Blue Front. Get back into line wid your truck and send the others round here one by one. What man can't keep 1 little wife and 2 little bones? Hurry 'em up, Blue. End of Muttsy.
"1 Hour More" by Anna Catherine Green. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I was walking along the Rue des Martins. I was thoughtful, for I had just been witness to a sight that greatly moved me. My duties as a reporter for one of the large Paris dailies had taken me to Havre, just as the ship came in which brought the communists home from exile, and hardened as I confess myself to be to the more frequent aspects of human suffering, the sight of those men crowding forward to catch the first glimpse of the friends who had come to meet them touched me with a feeling that was not unlike compassion. I was thinking of them and wondering what sort of fate awaited the older men I saw there, when a sudden cry from over my head startled me from my musings, and looking up, I saw a woman peering out of the top window of a wretched apartment. She showed such signs of distress in her countenance that I at once knew something terrible had occurred within, and foreseeing matter for my next article, I immediately entered the house. I found myself confronted by frightened faces everywhere. All the inmates knew that something was wrong on the top floor, but no one knew just what. They followed me when they saw me determined to find out. The consequence was that a small crowd pressed behind me as I mounted the last stair, a crowd that seemed to awe, if not alarm, the trembling woman who awaited me at the top, for she started back as she saw it, muttering to herself, "Mon Dieu, Elise never had so many visitors before." A door swinging on its hinges at the right of this woman at once attracted my attention. Advancing with small ceremony, I threw it open. I found my expectations more than realized. On the bed before me lay the outstretched form of a woman, the pallor and fixedness of whose face bespoke death. Not a natural death either, for she was dressed as if she had just come in from the street, with the exception of her bonnet, which lay on the floor beside her, where it had evidently been flung by a careless hand. Otherwise, the room was in perfect order. I may even say in holiday order. From the work neatly folded on the shelf, to the small bunch of fresh flowers that adorned a table set out with an untouched meal, a meal which even in the hurried glance I gave it I saw was arranged for two, all bespoke one of those rare days of rest and relaxation which now and then enter a French working woman's life. But the dead face on the pillow, what did it betoken? Had murder crept into this humble dwelling, or was it a suicide I beheld? Involuntarily drawing nearer the bed, I looked at the face before me more closely. It was that of a young and pretty woman, and while touchingly meager and sad, was touchingly delicate also. It was almost a lady's face, and had it not been for the evidence of toil displayed by the hands, I should certainly have taken it for such. As it was, I could not doubt that a real working woman lay there, though from the marks of refinement observable in her dress, and the presence of certain choice books on the shelf over her head, she was evidently a woman of taste and education. "It is a suicide," I declared, seeing a bottle of well-known poison protruding from under the pillow. "Of course it is," murmured a voice over my shoulder. "Don't you see what she has written on that paper near you?" I glanced down at the table by which I was standing, and saw a sheet of common notepaper inscribed with these words: "My husband was a communist and was exiled. He was all I had in the world, and since his departure I have only lived to see him again. But I have had no news, no letter. I have been patient, however, for I have waited for this day. But it has come, and it has not brought him. I went to the ship myself, and looked at every man who left it. He was not amongst them. So now I know he is dead. That being so, there is no more reason why I should live. Elise Picard." Involuntarily I had read these words aloud. A murmur of almost ferocious sympathy greeted them from the crowd that had gathered at my back. The sound disturbed me, for my thoughts had flown at once to the ship and that throng of pale and eager men I had myself seen in the morning. I felt a strange inclination to be alone, and shouldering my way out past the humble table set so touchingly with the meal never destined to be eaten, I made my way into the hall. But before I could reach the stairs, a woman advanced and laid her hand on my arm. It was the same who had given the first alarm. "Would you mind stepping into my room a minute?" she asked. "There is something I would like to show you." Naturally curious, I followed at once. "What is it?" I inquired when we were shut in an apartment of even scantier proportions than the one we had just left. "Only some letters which Elise put into my hands a little while ago before she showed herself so tired of life. You see, we had been neighbors here, and Elise, though she was far above me, she was born a lady, monsieur, was kind to me, and told me many of her griefs. I could not appreciate them all, for I never was educated. But I do know what it is to love, for I had a good husband myself once, and so when she spoke of him, I could understand. And there was not a day she did not speak of him. It was as if he always stood at her side. Her very eyes had a faraway look, as if she was seeing something more than the rest of us did. I used to have an awe of her, especially when she smiled to herself. "It is very sad," said I. "And did she never hear from him after he was taken away?" "No. She never doubted that he lived, though, and would come back. 'I feel it here,' she used to say, laying her hand on her heart. 'Why else do I live?' she would add. Only yesterday her face was like the sunlight. 'I am sure he will come home with the rest,' she cried, 'and then I shall know why he did not write.' Did you see how she had his dinner ready? I went with her to market, and it was touching to hear her say, 'I must get this,' or 'I must get that. He used to like it so well.'" "Did you go with her to the wharf?" I asked, willing to learn all I could. "No, monsieur. She didn't seem to want me to. But I shall never forget the look she gave me as she went out of the door. There wasn't any doubt in it. To my foolish mind it seemed to say, 'I shall never be lonely in this room any more.' Mon Dieu, when I think how that look must have brightened when she saw the poor wanderers crowding forward out of the ship, and then have faded away to what it was when she came back alone, my heart is ready to break." "You saw her then, after her return?" "A moment. She came to my door with the letters you have there. As soon as I saw her, I knew what had happened. I couldn't speak. My tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of my mouth. You see, I had been as sure as she that he would be there with the rest." "Didn't you say anything then?" "Not a word. She didn't give me a chance." "My husband is dead," was her greeting as she opened the door. I looked in the face of every one of the exiles as they left the ship, and he was not there. "I want to leave these letters with you. They were meant for him." And without looking me in the face, she laid the package down with a slow, stiff movement, as if she were already half dead herself, then went out and closed the door. There was something in her look which told me not to follow her. "But weren't you afraid of what she would do? Didn't you fear she might commit suicide?" "No, sir. Yet if I had, I don't think I should have followed her." Then, as I looked up surprised, the good woman hastened to say, "It is a sadder story than you think. If you care to hear—" I did not wait for her to finish. "Tell me all you know about her," said I. The woman eagerly complied. The facts which she gave me, together with a few others afterward gleaned by me from a different source, form the basis of the following history. A history which I am sure you will pardon me for giving in my own words rather than in those of my informants. Elise Lepage was not a beauty, yet in her earlier youth at least she possessed a charm which always ensured her the admiration, and very often the love, of those with whom she came in contact. Her father, who was a musician of somewhat mediocre talent, recognized this charm, and in his simple way calculated upon its winning her a suitable husband, notwithstanding his small means and her consequent lack of a dowry. To him she was a paragon, and when, at the close of a long day of unremitting labor at the piano, he saw her approaching him in a dainty fresh robe, ready for their usual walk on the boulevard, his face would light up with such pride and joy that the loving girl who watched him felt the tear gush to her eye at the same moment the smile rose to her lip. They lived in a plain but sufficiently comfortable apartment, and had for neighbors 2 young men by the name of Picard, brothers. These 2 young men occupied the apartment above them, and one of them, the youngest, having some taste for music, a natural acquaintance had sprung up between him and Monsieur Lepage, which presently involved the older brother and Mademoiselle Lepage. The consequence was that Jean, the elder brother, fell in love with the fresh, charming young girl, and being himself a man of no conventional prejudices, the future communist, in fact, he offered to marry her without any other fortune than that of her youth and many virtues. The old father was delighted. First, because he felt himself failing in health and was anxious to see his darling's future secured, and secondly, because he liked this man better than anyone else in the world, save and excepting always his dear and much admired daughter. Why he felt this extraordinary affection for a man of whom he was forced to acknowledge to himself he knew but little, he could not have told had he tried. Certainly it was not because he understood him, for he did not. Neither was it because the other possessed attractions of a peculiar or marked nature. Jean Picard was not handsome, nor was he even gifted in manner or conversation. Yet old Monsieur Lepage loved him and hailed the prospect of his being his son-in-law with as much fervor as if he were the owner of millions, instead of being the physician of one of the poorest and worst-paying quarters in the whole city. He trusted him, and that fact, perhaps, illustrates the character of the two men. For Jean Picard was to be trusted in all matters of the heart and conscience. It was only his head that was at fault, or perhaps I should say his temperament. He had inherited traditions of the First Revolution, and believed absolutely in the might of the people. But of this he had nothing to say in those days, his head and his heart being joined in the one wish, the one hope, the one purpose, to make Annise his wife. The evening which he had chosen to speak to Monsieur Lepage, he had never breathed a word of his desires to Annise herself, was, as he afterwards remembered, an especially beautiful one. The moon was shining, and as, filled with the joy of a successful suit, he stepped from the apartment of Monsieur Lepage, something in the quiet beauty of this round and serene orb touched the poetry that exists with all true love in the heart, and drew him, in spite of his usually active ways, to a window opening from the corridor onto a small garden belonging to the concierge. He was looking from this window, and dreaming of Annise, when his glance, which had been mechanically fixed upon a leafy retreat beneath him, became earnest, deep, and inquiring, and with a startled gesture of surprise he bent forward and listened as if his life depended upon his hearing what went on in the garden below him. Had he seen anything which threatened his happiness? And if so, what? His firm and controlled countenance tells little, but his wandering look and the unsteady step with which he leaves the window and betakes himself to his own room bespeak strong agitation. If we follow him and watch him as a half-hour later, he slowly rouses from the deep and troubled brooding into which he had sunk immediately upon his entrance, and turning towards the door, waits with a look not to be mistaken for the advance of the step just becoming audible upon the stairs. We shall undoubtedly learn from his own lips what it is that has disturbed him so deeply at a moment he esteemed himself so profoundly blessed. Yet is he going to speak? His lips have opened. His face has assumed a terrible expression. He has even advanced 2 paces toward the door to meet the expected comer, when suddenly he pauses. The face he sees before him is not the one he anticipated. It is that of his brother, to be sure, but it does not wear the look he had schooled himself to meet, the triumphant look that goes with happy love, however wrongfully it may be won. The surprise upsets him, and for a moment the words falter on his tongue. Then all his manhood reasserts itself, and imperiously beckoning his brother to enter, he closes the door and stands with the handle still in his grasp, looking at Camille. "You are in trouble," said he shortly. "What is it?" Then, as he saw his brother start and uneasily drop his eyes, added bitterly, "Have you told her what you are, and does she refuse to marry you?" Camille, who was of a fiery nature, but who for certain reasons stood somewhat in awe of his brother, looked for a moment as if he could have leaped at his throat. But he restrained himself, and while the veins swelled on his forehead and his face grew fiery red, he stammered, "Whom do you mean by her? I do not understand you." "That is not true. You understand me perfectly," was the rude but brave Jean's straightforward response. "But if you must have names, I allude to Annise, the pure, innocent, high-minded girl whom by arts I do not profess to understand you have succeeded in pleasing till, for aught I know, she considers you a model of virtue and goodness." "And if she did?" broke in the other impetuously. Jean drew a deep breath and stepped slowly back. "I should undeceive her," he declared, "if by the act I alienated her goodwill forever." Camille, who for some cause did not resent the first clause of the sentence, started at the second, and gave his brother a sharp look. "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed he, with as much wonder as jealousy in his tone. "Do you love her too?" The look which Jean turned upon his brother made that other's weak and selfish heart stand still. "I love her," said he. "I will not say too, for you do not love her. Had you loved her, you would have fled from her instead of using all your arts secretly to win her. A criminal!" "Hush!" exclaimed the other, with a terrified look around him that for some reason made Jean quail with a sense of apprehension. "Do you want to draw the police upon me?" With a stride, Jean advanced upon his brother, and laying his strong hand on his shoulders, uncompromisingly turned him towards the light. "You tremble," he muttered under his breath. "You shrink, and your face is like marble. Mon Dieu, Camille, is there anything new?" With a suppressed cry, Camille tore himself from his brother's hands. "Who has given you the right to question me?" he cried. "I will not have it. I've had enough of your spying." And flinging himself violently towards the door of his own room, he was on the point of disappearing from Jean's presence, when the latter, with another movement of his strong arm, drew him back and himself entered the apartment. In an instant he came back. His face was like stone, and he had in his hand a valise, fully packed, which he set heavily down on the table before Camille's eyes. "What does this mean?" he asked. "Where are you going, and why have you kept your departure a secret from me?" For a moment the stricken Camille did not reply. Then he broke down, and flinging himself on his knees, burst forth with the cry, "I'm a ruined man, Jean. I tried it again, and this time it will be found out. Tomorrow, tonight, possibly, my employer will look over his books and—" "How much is it?" broke in Jean in a low, strained voice. 10,000 francs, murmured the other. "All gone." "Lost at play?" Camille nodded his head. Jean drew back, covering his face for a moment with his hands. "I have just that amount," he said, "saved up. Your employer shall have it tomorrow. As for you," he added bitterly, "I wash my hands of you. This is twice." His voice broke, and he hurriedly withdrew to the window, as if the sight of his brother's face maddened him. He returned almost instantly, however, and walking straight up to Camille, demanded, "What were you doing there?" pointing sternly below. "This bag shows you intended to abscond tonight. Were you bidding her farewell, or—" He had not strength to finish, but his look filled up the hiatus left in his speech. Camille faltered beneath that glance. If he could have seen a way to escape, his furtive, worried look showed he would have availed himself of it. But his brother's eye held him, and would have the truth. With a gasp he broke forth, "I have bidden her farewell. She does not know why I go. She loves me and she trusts me. I would have persuaded her to go with me if I could. I love her, I say, whatever you may call it. I love her, do you hear? And if I could have induced her to leave her father, you would not have caught me in this box. It was my despair." He stopped. There was something in Jean's face which told him that silence was better than speech at this moment. The first words of Jean convinced him of it. "You are a villain," said he, "and the punishment of your villainy shall be a confession. I hope to marry Elise Lepage," he went on, raising his hand for silence as he saw his brother about to protest, "and I do not intend she shall waste her life in useless regrets over the loss of one so unworthy as yourself. Come then, and in her presence, if not in that of her father, proclaim yourself the criminal that you are, or—" "Or what?" asked the other, with a wild gleam, half of defiance, half of fear. "Or I keep my 10,000 francs and leave you to the tender mercies of a man whose justice, you have reason to know, is stronger than his mercy." A cold sweat broke out on Camille's face. He looked at his brother with great staring eyes as if he could hardly believe in the alternative that was offered him. Seeing it, Jean continued, "It is 3 years since the day I first awoke to the knowledge that I had for my brother a man who had provoked the justice of the law, and only escaped by the ignorance or blindness of those he had defrauded. In those 3 years I have spared nothing, either in the way of money or effort, to give you what you wanted and save you, if possible, from the repetition of your dastardly crime. How have you repaid me? By stealing the fancy of the woman I loved, or, as Camille faintly objected, the fancy of a girl whom you knew I respected, and whom you also knew would never have given you her regard had she known your real character or suspected the shadow that hung above you. She thinks you true, you say, and trusts you. That means she will remember you lovingly in your absence, possibly wait for your return, when return you never will. Elise is too fine a girl to be thus sacrificed, asserted Jean. And if I did not love her, I should still say, come below and show yourself to her for what you are. Better she should suffer this one shock, that in itself carries healing, than linger on for years a prey to a pain of longing that will be none the less keen because it will be so bravely hidden. But Camille had sunk before this prospect. I cannot, he murmured. I would rather go to the galleys. Meantime, in her own little room below, Elise was bitterly weeping. She had loved Camille almost unconsciously. Not till she saw him about to leave her did she realize how deeply he had entered into her dreams and hopes. Then the mystery of his departure heightened its effect. Though the ready tale he told of the fine position which had been offered him in a mercantile house in Peru was plausible enough, there was something in his manner and the fact that he wished to carry her away with him secretly that struck an icy doubt to her heart, and, devoted as she was to him, she felt as if she would give all the world were it hers to throw herself into her father's arms and ask him for his sympathy and counsel. But that was expressly forbidden. Her father must know nothing of her sorrow or her love. Her willful lover would not have it. And young as she was, innocent as her thoughts were of wrong or deception, there was something in this band laid between her and the father she so idolized that awakened strange doubts and fears in her otherwise trusting bosom. Her room adjoined that of Monsieur Lepage, and more than once during her grief and tears she had heard his restless foot approach the door of communication, as though he were about to call her to him. But he did not. She was so quiet he evidently thought she was asleep, and finally all became as still in his room as it was death-like in hers. And Elise wept on. Suddenly there came a tap, not on the door she had been so fearful of seeing open, but on the one which led into the hall. Astonished, frightened almost, she crept to it and faintly asked who was there. A woman's voice answered. It was the concierge, who handed her a small note. Hurriedly lighting her candle, Elise unfolded it and read, Mademoiselle, it is indispensable that I should have a few minutes' conversation with you tonight. It is 10 o'clock. Therefore your father has retired, and your little sitting room will be free. I shall not come alone. Respectfully, Jean Picard. A whirl of thoughts swept through Elise's brain. She felt dizzy, almost sick, but she did not hesitate. Opening the door into her father's room, she glided in. All was quiet. The good man was evidently asleep. Hastily crossing the floor, she gained the little sitting room beyond, and, closing the door behind her, struck a light. Then, stopping but a moment to regain breath and still the nervous beatings of her heart, she approached the hall door and softly opened it. A low cry escaped her as she did so. The two men standing on the threshold bore in their countenances such signs of subdued agitation. "What is it?" she faintly breathed, falling back with a slow step as they entered. "Why are you here so late? And together?" she could not help adding, as her eyes roamed from the one face to the other, both so white, both so drawn, both so filled with that strange look which a woman only sees on the countenance of the man who loves her. As Camille did not answer, Jean replied, "Mademoiselle," said he, "I have come here on a very disagreeable duty. I have come to hear my brother tell you the truth. Camille, speak." Camille, thus abjured, cast one glance of burning anguish at his brother, then in a voice so unnatural Elise could scarcely believe it his own, exclaimed bitterly, "He wishes me to tell you I am a villain. It is not a pleasant thing to say of oneself, mademoiselle, but it is true. I'm a villain, and I advise you to forget me." The deep misery expressed in his tones shook Jean a little, but he was inexorable. Giving one glance at Elise, who, seemingly turned into stone by the terrible nature of her lover's words, stood breathless and pale before them, he said, "It is not enough, Camille. Tell her why you go away tonight. Tell her it is a flight." "You have said it," murmured the other, half savagely. Then, as Jean remained unchanged in look and attitude, cried harshly, "Mademoiselle, I am unworthy of your attention. I am no longer an honest man. I have stolen," added a deep, firm voice. The silence that followed this word was such as could be felt. "And you wished to take me with you?" were the words that first interrupted it. "I love you," murmured Camille in a broken, miserable tone. Elise turned slowly away. My father, burst involuntarily from her lips, and she held out her arms in dumb entreaty to the door that separated her from her beloved parent. Instantly, and as if in answer to her appeal, a strange murmur arose from that room, an inarticulate, almost an agonized murmur that struck terror to the hearts of those who heard it. "My father!" again cried Elise, and this time she rushed to the door and tore it widely open. Her father lay stretched before her on the floor, having evidently fallen in his efforts to answer her summons. It was midnight, 2 hours after the fatal event recorded in the above lines. Around the bedside of Monsieur Lepage were grouped a physician, a priest, the concierge, Jean Picard, and his daughter. Camille was already far away. The physician had given them no hope. In an hour or less, the poor musician's soul would be far away. He was sensible of it himself. Upon his first return to consciousness, he had said, "This is death." Elise, overwhelmed as she was, could not weep. Her one thought seemed to be, supposing I had listened to Camille's entreaties, and had been flying from Paris in this terrible hour. Jean Picard, on the contrary, shed more than one tear. Perhaps the restraint he had put upon himself in the tragic scene which had preceded this catastrophe was having its revenge upon him now, or perhaps the look of peace with which the old man surveyed him and his daughter, standing as they were side by side, struck him by its contrast to the sad reality. It was midnight, as I have said, and the clock was striking. As it ceased, the dying man spoke. "May I not see your two hands joined?" he asked, gazing tenderly at Jean and Elise. As though a thunderbolt had fallen at her feet, Elise started and fell back. Jean hastily cleared the room, and then leading her gently up to the bedside, he said solemnly, "Mademoiselle, you must pardon your father. 3 hours ago I had the honor to ask of him your hand in marriage, and he had the goodness to accord it to me. He does not know that we have had no conversation on this matter since, and that therefore such words must fall upon you with a shock." Were you, she stammered, "thinking of this when you—" "Mademoiselle," interrupted Jean, "whatever I have ever done or said has been more for your sake than my own. Believe that." And he threw a glance at Monsieur Lepage which she could not fail to understand. Hiding her face in her hands, Elise knelt by the bedside. She could feel her father's hand fall on her head, caressingly, lingeringly. In a minute more she heard him say, "He is a good man. You will marry him, Elise?" Then, as she did not answer, he added softly, "I should die so happy." With a spring she stood upright. "Jean Picard," she said, "do you wish me for your wife?" A great light, which she could not help noticing in that solemn hour, settled slowly over all his face. "There is nothing I wish so much," he answered. "It has been my dream for months." "After what you know of my heart?" she murmured, but so low the dying man could not hear her. "Elise," was the equally low answer, "I do not expect you to love me just yet, but you need a protector. Let me be that protector. You need someone to comfort you, and provide you with a home. Let me be that friend, and I will trust my love to make you satisfied in the end." "You are a good man," she murmured, in unconscious repetition of her father's words, and, scarcely knowing what she did, she laid her hand in his, seeing more clearly the smile that parted her poor father's lips at the action than the solemn look above with which Jean Picard accepted the trust thus imparted to him. And so it was that Elise Lepage became the wife of Jean Picard, and a tragedy of the heart was begun which ended, as we have seen, in her death. For Elise was a conscientious woman, and once married set all her hopes on the prospect of some day becoming as much a wife in heart as she was now in name. But that heart was at first too sore with the violent wrench it had sustained to experience much beyond gratitude, and months rolled by without Jean Picard discovering in his young wife's studiously kind manner any token of that passion which informed his own life. Yet the germ, if not the flower of it, was in her breast. Unconsciously to herself, her husband was becoming all in all to her, but the feeling she experienced for him was so different from that she had given to his unworthy brother that she did not recognize it for what it was, and called it simply friendship. The stirring events of the war and the opening days of the Commune did not alter matters. A numbness seemed to settle upon Elise as she saw her husband gradually identifying himself with a cause she both mistrusted and feared. That her coldness drove him into the savage warfare of the barricades, she did not think. She knew him well enough to perceive that, however it was with others, with him it was a matter of conscience to uphold what he called the rights of the people. And perceiving this, she did not lose her respect for him, though her terrors accumulated, and an element of dread came into her regard for him which caused her less and less to suspect the true nature of the emotions he inspired. Nor did the culmination of his career and his subsequent downfall fully awaken her. Like a dream, the dreadful days passed in which he was tried, condemned, and sentenced to exile. Like a dream came the time of parting. And not till she felt herself torn from his clasping arms did she realize that life was ending for her, that the moment of death had come and she had never told him she loved him. Making a vigorous effort, for her senses seemed to be leaving her, she turned, all tremulous with passionate feeling, and holding out her arms to him, was about to utter what would have illumined his exile, when doubt, that black shadow of the soul, glided again across her spirit, and, saying to herself, "'Tis but a boundless regret at the loss of his goodness," she permitted herself only to cry, "Goodbye, Jean. I will be true to you in your absence, and work if need be with my own hands to sustain myself till you come back." His sad smile told her, when too late, what she had done, or rather had omitted to do. The memory of that smile never left her. It haunted her day and night. The struggle into which she was forced for her daily bread only served to perpetuate her remorse. From a somewhat practical woman she became a dreamer of dreams. All her soul centered in the one wish, the one hope of seeing him again, if only to whisper in his ear the truth that was every day becoming more and more apparent in her own heart. She dared not write it to him. The first few dutiful letters she had sent had never been answered, and she was of a temperament that made it impossible for her to risk the chance of her heart's story falling into alien or unsympathetic hands. But she could not entirely smother her desire for utterance. So the letters came to be written, which, though never sent, contained the beatings of her heart through that long and dreary separation, letters which she evidently fully expected would meet his eyes, and tell him in sweetest language what her own tongue had failed to do on that memorable day of their parting. But hope cherished to the last went suddenly out like a candle extinguished. The ship which was to bring the exiles home arrived in safety, and she saw it, and saw them, but did not see him. The blow was fatal. Without asking a question, or doubting the doom which had fallen upon him and therefore upon her, she returned home and put, as we have seen, a desperate end to her own life. Love long repressed had had its full revenge. she could not live without its object. Such was the story of Elise Picard, told me in substance by the good woman who had befriended her, and in detail by the letters she had left behind her in this same woman's charge. I had scarcely reached the end, that is, had scarcely laid the last letter down, when a sudden hubbub rose in the hall without, followed by a pitiful, low moan which somehow or other awoke in me a peculiar apprehension. Springing to the door, I flung it open. Never shall I forget the picture that met my eyes. Frozen each in his place by some great emotion, the eager crowd before me stood silent, aghast, gazing at a figure that, emaciated almost beyond the semblance of a man, crouched against the wall which led towards the room of death. The hush, the intolerable anguish expressed by that form bent almost double by the sudden weight of woe which had fallen upon it, touched me to the quick. Grasping the hand of the first person I could reach, I asked, "Who is he? What does this mean?" But I did not need an answer to my question. I knew without words that Jean Picard stood before me. I learned afterwards that he was among the men that passed before her eyes on the wharf, but he was so changed by disease and grief she had not recognized him. He had been spending the last 2 hours in a search for her. End of 1 Hour More. Read by John R. Moore, Albertville, Alabama, January 2023.
A Price on His Head by Russell M. Krauss. From People's Story Magazine, November 25th, 1922. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. A Price on His Head by Russell M. Krauss. Night, big black blanket that it is, had fallen upon the big woods and tucked its furry, finny, feathery populace to sleep. It was so dark that a barrel of pitch would have loomed up like a bonfire. Only the sentinel of the law, Pat the police dog, remained awake, and his eyelids were drooping like the grand final rose of summer. If only something would happen, he mused, as he ambled aimlessly over the same old monotonous beat. Then, suddenly and unmistakably, there came a sound. Pat's ears flapped back against his head with a thump that jarred him into full wakefulness. It was a voice. He listened intently. Once before he thought he'd heard a shh, only to discover, to his official embarrassment, that it was just a couple of trees whispering. But this time it was the real thing. He ducked behind an ash can and listened. "There's a price on your head, I tell you," he heard in a muffled tone. "Tonight's your last chance to escape. Get out of here. Go to the hills, anywhere, and wait until this thing blows over. They'll get you sure tomorrow. Go!" Pat recognized the voice as that of Gay Dog, a well-known canine around town. A likable ne'er-do-well, Gay Dog, but none too careful about his companions. Pat had long suspected that someday evil associates would be his undoing. But there was no time now to think of Gay Dog. There was a fugitive from justice, a criminal with a price on his head. Pat was still thinking about the rhinestone collar he'd buy with the reward when he heard a crackling of bushes and turned to see two forms. Gun in claw, he dived into the underbrush on the trail of the desperado. It was dark, but soon he had his quarry, a strange, rough-necked, red-headed fellow. By the time the Common Pleas Court had convened next morning, the officer had rounded up his material witness as well. Judge Sober Owl listened to Pat's story, then called Gay Dog to the stand. "This is a terrible outrage," barked the material witness with a snort. "Terry Turkey is a bird of high ideals." "But," broke in Pat petulantly, "I heard this witness say this prisoner had a price on his head. He must be some dangerous." "Dangerous nothing," came back Gay Dog. "Of course he's got a price on his head. 72 cents a pound. Tomorrow's Thanksgiving. That's more than you'd bring on the 4th of July with a hot dog famine at Cody Island." The end of A Price on His Head by Russell M. Krauss.
Sea Change by Henry S. Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Sea Change by Henry S. Whitehead. There were few secrets aboard the Kestrel, and her passenger, Edward Renwick, knew about the imminent typhoon almost as soon as the members of the crew. He had seen a kind of halo about the sun, which became more apparent as the day wore on. That was the first indication, and Captain Hansen had made no secret of its probable meaning. Hansen's noon observations confirmed his own suspicions on the day the halo first appeared, when they were some 200 miles north of the Paumotus group. The barometer was falling steadily, and light squalls had come spanking down during the night. Today the sea was smooth and marked with delicate ripples like a marshy mill pond. When the swell began late in the afternoon, all precautions had been taken. Hansen explained the course of a typhoon to Renwick in snatches. He spoke of cross currents, atmospheric pressure, and various other indications. Renwick gathered that it was the accompanying revolving air currents which wrought the greatest damage to ships caught in these seasonal hurricanes of the South Seas. Marion, his young wife, appeared unimpressed. She leaned over the rail to windward, her brown hair blowing in the freshening breeze, and Renwick retailed to her what he had gathered from Hansen's bits of nautical science. The sky had taken on a coppery glint which, despite its menace, allured them by its utter strangeness. Beneath, the sea seemed changed. One could no longer look down into its almost fathomless depths. It seemed deadened, obscure. Everything had been made fast. Hatches were screwed down, lashings were renovated, and the davits examined. It was the provisioning of the 3 boats which first caused a catch at the girl's heart. Renwick reassured her. This was routine. It was only to save time. It would be an easy matter to reship the stores when the blow was over. It was nearly nightfall when a heavy cloud bank appeared out of the northwest, ominous and dreadful, soaring up out of the nothingness on the other side of the horizon like a huge, elongated funnel. It was very clearly marked even in the failing light which soon obscured it. They gazed at it, fascinated. But when they turned away from the rail, they turned back to a changed ship. A foreboding of disaster had laid hold upon the crew. They went about their duties white-faced, subdued, as though profoundly disturbed by a sense of something imminent that could not be stayed or avoided. The last thing they saw before they went below was 2 men removing the stores from the smallest of the 3 boats. On their way to their cabins below decks, Captain Hansen gloomily admitted to Marion Renwick's question that this boat was unseaworthy. But there was ample room in the other boats, he assured her, if it should come to that. They decided to remain awake and dressed during the night. They dined hastily on sandwiches and tea, and sat in their stuffy little cabin waiting for the typhoon to break. The Kestrel's sudden wild swoop under its first impact came as a relief. The period of anxious waiting was over now. They were in for it. The Kestrel wallowed, and the plunge seemed to the Renwicks more like the plunge of a frightened animal than anything a ship might do. Then, under careful guidance, she settled into a steady drive into the wind, her auxiliary engines doing their utmost. It was Hanson's announced purpose to wear through until he could bear to the southward and get behind the cyclone, and this policy he did his best to carry out. The staunch windjammer stood up bravely, and might indeed have weathered through had not the engines given out. The engines stopped. Her headway abruptly ceasing, the Kestrel was seized by the typhoon as though in monstrous and malignant arms, and hurled and spun about in a chaos of mountainous waves. In their cabin, the two passengers were hurled together into a corner. They managed to seize and hold on to the edge of their lower bunk. They had been slung partly under it. Renwick braced his feet against the wall at the bunk's end, and by main force held himself and his wife against this firm support. Beyond a few bruises, neither had been hurt. Lurch and twist now as the Kestrel might, they fastened like limpets, spun with her. They were dizzy and sick when the Kestrel, by an almost impish streak of luck, righted herself and began to spin along with her keel down and her bow leading her. She had, after an incredible knocking about, in the course of the upheaval, gone completely about. She righted herself slowly and heavily and then scudded away before the mounting gale, naked to her sticks. Some time after this comparative steadiness of motion had replaced the maddening upheavals, Renwick and his wife relaxed their grip on the bunk side and reassured themselves that they were able to stand upright. Marion was very giddy, and Renwick, after helping her into the lower bunk and wedging her in with bedding, staggered to the deck in search of information. Hanson reassured him. How the Kestrel had lived he was unable to understand, still less to explain, but now they had more than a fair chance, he thought, to ride it out. As good a chance as any windjammer unequipped with auxiliary power. If only he had not trusted to the engines. No one would ever know what had happened. Both the engineer and his assistant were dead. They had been remorselessly jammed and crushed by the terrible tossing, there in their tiny engine room. The engineer was unrecognizable. 5 of the crew, too, were gone, washed away by the mountains of water that had been flung athwart the exposed decks. There was comparatively little danger now. There were no leaks, though the house, all railings, and everything above decks was gone. That is, all save the masts. And almost a miracle, the boats. All 3 boats were safe, and as hasty examination showed, intact, including the small boat that had been relieved of its provisions because of its unseaworthiness. The Kestrel drove on through the night under the slowly declining force of the typhoon, now blowing itself out. Food and coffee were served, but no one thought of turning in. The moon rose a little after 4 bells, flooding the pursuing waters and the deck of the Kestrel. It was full, and the light was clear and brilliant. Renwick and his young wife, on deck again, carefully worked their way to the small boat, where they clung to the rigging of the davits, and looked outboard and aft where the long waves pursued relentlessly, like angry mountains. "What's the matter with the boat?" asked Marion. "I suppose it's been allowed to dry out too much. It seems sound enough to me, but naturally Hanson wouldn't have said it was no good unless he knew what he was talking about." They watched it swing. The davit rigging had been considerably loosened. "Let's get into it," suggested Marion suddenly. Renwick investigated. The canvas boat cover had not been replaced. There was no chock. He climbed gingerly into the boat, and with his help Marion managed it also. Then Renwick again descended to the deck and loosened the pulley ropes and stays, so that with the swing of the level binnacle lamp in his mind, the small boat might have a wider arc in which to swing, and so keep them comparatively free from the pitching and tossing of the Kestrel. It was a landsman's notion, a mere whimsy. A seaman would have scoffed at it, but queerly enough it seemed to work. He climbed back into the swinging boat and settled down in its bottom beside Marion. The boat was, of course, swung inboard, and being small compared to the larger boats, both of which were chocked firmly, it swung free. Renwick felt that since the boat had been condemned, they might make free with it, and he pulled some old cork life-preservers out from under the thwarts and arranged them under Marion's head and his own. It was a weird sensation, lying there side by side, looking up into the clear moonlight sky, relatively motionless, as the swinging boat accommodated itself to the rolling and pitching of the Kestrel. They lay there, and listened to the roar of the wind and sea. Both were dozing fitfully when the kestrel struck. Without warning, there came a fearful, grinding crash forward. The kestrel shivered and then appeared to crumple, her deck tilting to an abrupt angle. In the boat, the impact was greatly modified, yet it would have been enough without that shattering crash ahead to have awakened people much more soundly asleep than Renwick and his wife. The masts snapped like pipe stems. The deck stayed on its perilous slant as the vessel hung on the teeth of the barrier reef on which she had struck bow on, while the great following waves roared over her in cascades. They lifted the small boat and tore it loose from its frayed tackle and carried it far forward, as with a tremendous and irresistible heave, a huge following wave, overtopping its fellows, lifted the kestrel's hull and heaved her forward for more than her own length and crushed her down upon the rocks. She parted like rotten cloth as she turned turtle and was engulfed in a mighty whirlpool of maddened water. The small boat, with two helpless wisps of humanity lying side by side upon her bottom, riding free, was borne forward on the resistless force of the rushing water. 2. When Edward Renwick's mother died, he had the satisfaction of realizing that she passed out of the world forgetful of a remembered terror that had colored her thoughts as long as he could remember. His mother, left alone early in his life, had never once relaxed her vigilance over him. Now, with her death, he realized rather abruptly that no one remained to share the secret of what he knew. Renwick himself knew it only as a matter of hearsay. His own memory did not extend to what they had called the terrible time, because then he had been little more than an infant. His early days, he had been told, were like those of any other young child. It was not until he was 2 years old that the change had begun. He had always since birth slept more soundly than other children. Always his mother had been obliged to awaken him from a deep sleep, like the invertebrate slumbers of some young hibernating animal. His growth had been regular but slow. They had always spent their summers at the ranch in those days. When he was 2, just after they had arrived at the ranch, the change began. The child first lost his power of speech. His utterance became thicker, constantly, and less intelligible. Soon there remained only a few vague mutterings. Meanwhile he slept more and more soundly. It became correspondingly harder and harder to awaken him. His face began to grow expressionless, then repulsive. His skin became roughened and dry, and a waxy pallor overspread it. Wrinkles appeared on his forehead. The eyelids swelled, the nostrils flattened out, the ears thickened, and the fine baby hair, which had become harsh like rough tow, fell out, leaving little pitiful bald patches. Then the child's teeth, which were small and irregular, blackened rapidly. Finally, before the eyes of the distracted young parents, many miles distant from any center of even crude civilization, the child seemed to be shrinking in size, and his hands and feet to be turning in. Nothing comparable to this shattering affliction lay within the utmost bounds of their understanding or experience. For several weeks their changeling continued to deteriorate. Then, at the end of their resources, in despair, the father rode the 30 miles to the nearest telegraph office and sent an urgent message to their New York physician. The urgency of the message assured the doctor of an unusual need. He arranged his practice and journeyed to his friends. The doctor spent several days, greatly puzzled, watching the child, now grotesquely deformed. He no longer recognized his mother. No longer had he the energy to sit upright. Then the doctor, armed with photographs and other results of his investigations, went back to New York to consult specialists. He did not return to the ranch, but he explained at length the findings of those whom he had consulted. The child, they said, had become a cretin. This, explained Dr. Sturgis, meant that there had occurred one of those mystifying cases of failure of a gland. It was one of the ductless glands, probably the thyroid, in the lower portion of the throat. All the ductless glands were connected in some mysterious way. They operated in a human being somewhat like an interlocking directorate in business. One was dependent upon another. When anything like this silent internal cataclysm occurred, The nicely adjusted balance was disturbed, and the victim became a monster. What were the chances? The doctors were of the opinion that the case was not necessarily hopeless. He sent a preparation of the thyroid glands of sheep with directions for their administration and for the child's care. It was, further, the opinion of the specialists that, so long as the child, if he recovered this time, continued to take thyroid, so long, in all probability, would he continue to grow and be normal. But they believed, all but one, that if the supply should be cut off, then the devastating process would repeat itself, and if the medication should be stopped, then the child would degenerate again until he had become a vegetative idiot. One doctor had been skeptical, Dr. Sturgis wrote. He had approved the medication, but had said that there was a possibility that the wasted gland might reestablish itself. Confronted with the terrible alternative the doctor had described, it was no wonder that the young parents had made the daily capsule young Renwick's first duty, had impressed this upon him in season and out of season. The treatment worked. Within a few days, the child's hands and feet were less cold. Other slight changes showed themselves daily. When 3 weeks had passed, Edward was again noticing his surroundings. Gradually, through days and nights of anguished fears and a tentative dawning hope, the young parents watched the return to normality. The child smiled and attempted to play. He recognized his mother and father. His growth became rapid. The remaining early teeth appeared and were firm even, and white. A new growth of hair came in. By the end of summer, the little boy was not only as well as he had ever been, but it was as though he had in some magical fashion been renewed. A new soul seemed to his mother to be looking out of his clear eyes. In October, tremulous with thankfulness, they returned to their home in New York. Their friends commented freely on the child's remarkable growth. When his mother died, he was 25, alone in the world, alone with his queer secret. He had health and strength, a keen mind, and a vigorous body. He was indistinguishable from any normal person, from any other normal person, as he liked to phrase the matter to himself. He could do precisely what anyone else might do. He might even marry, provided that he never omitted his daily capsule. There was no reason, even of ordinary convenience, why he should ever omit it. Thyroid was easily procurable in these days. One could buy it in tablet form in any good drugstore. It was less than a year after his mother's death. He was 26 when he became engaged to Marion. They were married 5 months later. They had been drawn together by a community of tastes and interests. They possessed that indefinable happiness of being at ease with each other. Among their common tastes was one that amounted to a positive longing, a yearning nostalgia for the sea. They discovered this very early in their acquaintance. They found that each had for long spent many hours on the Battery, smelling the smells of shipping, watching the ships as they faded serenely into the mists of the lower bay on their way to the varied ports of the outer world. The peculiar glamours of Joseph Conrad and of old Samuel Baker, Kipling's eerie power to evoke a longing in his readers to go and join a ship's crew. These and many other glimpses of sea things had laid their several holds upon their imaginations. They envisaged in their daydreams tropic moons and palm-ringed atolls, creaming blue surf and white beaches blazing against turquoise sea had somehow got into their blood. Palms on blue sea's edge of coral, driving gust and shrieking gale, scudding spindrift, decks a-creaking, Simmons' breath on baking sands, buccaneers and mission compounds, wrecks and death in distant lands. It was little wonder that, with their imaginations so hugely intrigued by the sea's fascination and its everlasting mystery, they had for their wedding journey engaged passage on the Kestrel. That was why they were in the South Pacific. They satisfied each other profoundly, in a perfection of companionship for which the staunch old windjammer had proved to be the perfect setting. It was almost as though they had been born again, once their feet knew the swing of a deck. It seemed to them, like city-bred children drinking in the first invigorating, elusive breath of the salt sea, that it would always be impossible to encompass enough of that atmosphere, And if it was true that each felt this profound yearning for the breath of the salt winds stiffly blowing, it was true also that there ran through the fine fabric of their association something like a thin thread of somberness, almost of apprehension. It seemed to them too splendid and soul-filling to be true, or otherwise that the gossamer stuff of which dreams are made. Not even a periodic missionary ever came to the tiny atoll. Most of its 44 Polynesian inhabitants had had a hand at one time or another on the gunwales of the skiff when it was dragged through the surf of the inner reefs. The unseaworthy boat, the boat condemned as useless, had served Renwick and Marion well. Unconscious after that first mad ride away from the devils on the crest of a mountain of water, they had lain motionless, side by side, in the boat's bottom, and so kept her trimmed as wave after great wave had successfully carried them on and on through the torn waters of the reefs to the shallows within reach of the islanders. Renwick's first half-conscious act when, from that fearful dream of grinding and hoarse cries of despair, and being smothered and hurled helplessly about, he awoke upon a pile of cocoa mats, was to reach into his pocket for the little metal box in which he carried his capsules. Then he thought of Marion, realizing dimly that he was somehow safe, and with a shudder he reassured himself of her safety. She was sleeping peacefully, the sleep of utter exhaustion, on another pile of mats nearby. They were in a wattled hut. An intolerably bright sun was streaming through a low doorway, and in at the lace-like interstices of the palm fronds that formed the roof. He rose painfully to his feet, swaying with weakness, and took the little metal box out of his pocket and looked into it. There were 8 of the capsules in the box. Marion was safe. God be thanked. God was good, unbelievably good. Aching in every joint, Renwick stooped and passed out through the low doorway into the full, blinding glitter of the pouring sunlight. A chirping mutter of many soft voices greeted him. The kindly islanders approached from every quarter. He saw them bewilderingly, his hand shading his eyes from the glare. A smiling woman placed a hat of plaited split grass upon his head. A fine, upstanding, elderly man addressed him in a strange parody of English, making him welcome. This native had been, it appeared, in the Paumotus. It was he who told what had happened, how they had come ashore, how the islanders had gone out through the surf to salvage an empty ship's boat, driving in through the jagged reefs, how he and his vahine had been found in the boat's bottom, asleep side by side. The rest of the Kestrel's company had found their death in distant lands. Timber enough for several hut foundations was all that had come ashore. Somewhere out there, beyond the distant farther reefs, lay the broken hull of the Kestrel, and somewhere within her submerged, inaccessible cabins were the capsules that meant life. He had 8. For 1 week and 1 day, then, he was safe. After that, a cold horror closed down upon him. He suddenly felt faint. Groping, overwhelmed, he re-entered the little hut. He threw himself down on the pile of mats. He covered his eyes with his hands. He tried to visualize what must happen. It had been dinned into his ears for a lifetime. For a few days, perhaps even for a week or 2 after he had taken all his tablets, there would probably be no perceptible change. Then he would begin gradually to slow down. He would find it harder and harder to awaken mornings. Then all that ghastly horror of degeneration would set in again. The new course of the change would affect him, too, even more blastingly, if less rapidly, now that its victim was to be his adult and not his infant personality. Marion! He groaned aloud, a groan choked suddenly by main force lest it disturb her sleeping peacefully over there on the mats in her corner of the little hut. He drew himself painfully to his feet and stood, looking down upon her as she slept. It was like a farewell. It was too much, this ravaging of all his hopes, this terrible fulfillment in the very midst of his happiness, of all his life's direst dreads. But he wasted little time in anything like self-pity. It was Marion who filled his thoughts. He could not tell her. In his present weakened state, he visualized a frightful purgatory, stretching out before him. And before Marion, when that change of hell should set in here on a stage from which he might not so much as step for a spite into the wings, a stage upon which he must otherwise play out the part of his incredible degradation before her horror-stricken eyes. Better, far better, to destroy himself. A fresh aspect of the horror loomed before him, blackly. As the terrible spell wrought itself out, his own mind's powers would weaken, his faculties become numbed, and he would himself fail to understand the course of the disintegration that would be taking place within him. Then Marion, if unwarned beforehand, must witness with the same helpless terror that had set its mark on the lives of his young parents in those black days, his gradual and sickening change into Caliban. Day by day he watched his capsules diminish. At the end of the 6th day, when only 2 were left, he suffered a revulsion. He would save these until some indications of the change appeared. When these came, he would know of them before anyone else because he would be expecting them. In this way, he would extend the period of his normality as long as possible, and then, after that, life would be one growing terror, concealed from Marion so long as his self-control should be left to him to exercise. Marion was occupied in alternations of sorrow over the loss of their shipmates and the eager happiness of a child confronted unexpectedly with an imagined paradise. He went through one day without the thyroid. The first day within his recollection. The next day, at noon, ingrained habit prevailing over his resolution, he took a tablet. The day following, after reasoning the problem out afresh, he swallowed his last tablet and flung the metal box far out among the creaming breakers of the nearest reef. He stood, looking after it out to sea. Far beyond the breakers, beyond the great expanse of blue ocean which was their background, there swam into the scope of his vision the clear-cut outline of a spar. He lost it. He shaded his eyes with both hands against the intolerable glare. Again he picked it out, standing up against the horizon. He wondered why he had not noticed it before. This was because, he reasoned, occupied with his introspections, he had glanced only indifferently out to sea. Besides, he had probably, he told himself, not looked in that precise direction. One looked out to sea from any spot on the tiny, almost circular coral island. Down under that spar, if chance had been only reasonably kind, lay the hull which supported it, and in the hull reposed in small watertight cartons the thyroids, which meant life, sanity, Marion. Then as he looked, his heart bounding with hope, all his young instincts stimulated to vigorous action, he saw, very faintly and indistinctly at that great distance, the unmistakable sign of the sea-wolves of the South Pacific, the rakish dorsal fins of great sharks. He looked long at them as they moved about in the vicinity of the spar, and shuddering he turned inland and walked back to the hut. Here on the island there was no means of procuring even crude thyroid. There were no animals. The atoll was utterly self-contained. Its simple inhabitants subsisted on fruit and fish. There was no settlement within hundreds of miles. He interviewed the English-speaking islander. It had been the chance of a ship's crew putting in for water that had taken this man on his travels. Did such crews ever put in nowadays? Very seldom. Once in a year, perhaps, or 2 years, who could tell? The lull was a long chance. The sharks would go away when they had cleared up what was edible from the wreckage out there. At any rate, there was the possibility of a solution out there. A solution first vaguely imagined, horrifically rejected, then avidly taken up again as Renwick tossed through the interminable tropic night on his cocoa matting, the night of the day on which he had taken his last capsule. There was no help to be procured. He had sounded his friend, the islander, on the subject of summoning the men of the settlement with their primitive outriggers to go out there and loot the wreck. But the islander had said, indifferently, that there was no hurry about that. Some of it might come in anyway, as Renwick and Marion had come in, almost miraculously, through the jagged reefs. The sharks were thick out there now, and they would remain for some time enough to go out there when they had dispersed and made it possible to dive. They might remain a week or a month. Who could explain the avidity or the patience of a shark? They would follow ships day after day in these seas, apparently subsisting on nothing, waiting. There was something in that wreck they were waiting for now, and they would remain until they got it. Besides, it was far, almost too far for outriggers. Renwick tried to argue. It was not so very far. One could see the spar. The islander only smiled. There appeared to be something unaccountably amusing to him in Renwick's idea of distance. But he did not explain. Perhaps what was clear enough to him was beyond his limited powers of expression, and realizing this, he only smiled. Renwick was baffled. It appeared hopeless, but he laid his plans for his last resort with a steady mind. Marion must be spared at every cost. He broached to her the possibility of his reaching the sunken hull by swimming. He said nothing of the sharks, nothing of his conversation with the islander. He opened up the subject tentatively, delicately, with every resource of his strained finesse. He set her mind easily at rest about his going by harping upon the gentleness and kindly hospitality of the islanders. She would not mind remaining alone with them for a while. Marion acquiesced easily, admiring her man's accustomed resource. Of course he might go out there if he wished. Why not? But he must not stay too long. He must come back soon. Soon! He took her in his arms. 4 days later, as he awoke, he found that Marion was looking smilingly into his face. She had been shaking him. It was at least an hour after their usual time for rising. Then he knew that it was beginning. Almost at once he told Marion of his intention to swim out to the spar that afternoon. Of course, she knew he was a wonderful swimmer. Wouldn't it be rather far, though? Her attention was diverted by the approaching of the amber-colored baby, who waddled toward her, soft little murmurings on its lips, its tiny hands laden with hibiscus blooms. She went with him down to the beach, his body glistening with coconut oil, a great coconut knife hanging by a lanyard about his neck. She waved to him when he stopped to tread water, turning about and shouting, "Goodbye!" She could just hear his voice faintly because of the distant roar of the surf, a roar which rolled in for miles even from the farthest breakers, where a lone spar still hung aslant across the line of the horizon. Then he swam straight out toward the spar, where shadowy black fins moved stealthily upon the mirror surface of the Pacific. 5. Once alone in the deep water, he settled himself to a steady, distance-devouring stroke. He had put everything in his past life definitely behind him. That now held for him, he knew, nothing that it was not altogether best to abandon. He would accomplish 2 ends in one by failing to return. He would avoid the frightful process of disintegration, and, infinitely nearer to his soul's desire, he would thus spare Marion all that concentrated horror which had so fearfully affected the lives of his parents. He was doing her, he reasoned, moreover, no wrong in depriving her of himself. He was only forcing the exchange between a horrible and long-drawn-out deprivation, and this sudden one, which by comparison was merciful and kind. His purpose was clear and definite. He would swim straight out to where the sea-wolves moved restlessly back and forth about the wreck, and kill and rend with his great knife until he was overcome. It was not even suicide. There was a possibility that the sharks might not attack him, but would disappear upon his arrival. He knew fragmentarily something of sharks. One can never be certain what they might do. It was also possible that even if attacked, the killing of 1 or 2 might divert the others. just as in Siberia travelers pursued by wolves sometimes escaped by shooting a wolf or two and so delaying the pack which would stop to tear and devour. He swam on steadily, these ideas uppermost in his mind. After what seemed a very long time, he raised himself, treading water to make sure of his direction. He located the spar, straight in line with his course. To his surprise, it seemed no nearer than when he had stood on the beach. This he attributed to the queer tricks of refraction and resumed his swim. After another long, steady period of progress in the same direction, he repeated his lookout. Again, he reassured himself as to his course. Once more he swam on, puzzled that the spar still seemed so distant. It was almost uncanny. Suddenly, as this calamity usually comes, even to an expert swimmer, he began to tire. He rested, floating for several minutes, and then, treading water, again oriented himself by the spar. He could perceive no difference in its appearance of nearness. For all the progress he had made, he might as well have been standing on the beach. Then it came to him suddenly that his disintegration must have been making strides far more rapidly than he had imagined possible. He must have only got a little way from the island. How good it was! What a mercy that it had this form, and not some other that would have been apparent to Marion. Warily he trod water again, and locating the spar, turned himself directly around in the certainty of finding the island just at hand, his one hope being that he had got far enough away so that he might drown quietly here out of Marion's view. He hoped she might not have remained on the beach. If so, she would be puzzled at his slight progress and would be watching him intently. He could never reach the spar. He could not, of course, go back. The solution rested upon his not returning, unless, how absurd it seemed, he should by that saving chance which by its casuistry saved his act from deliberate self-destruction, manage in some way to drive off the sharks, and by a lucky dive succeed in lighting upon one of his cartons. He could not see the island. He shaded his eyes with his hands and looked carefully. Could that be it? It must be. There was no other island within hundreds of miles, but could he possibly have come so far? The island appeared to him almost low on the horizon. He must have been swimming steadily for hours. He could see the island in its entirety. Perspective had made it small and compact, and he had dreaded Marion's being on the beach to see. Infinitely troubled, all his reasoning thrown askew, he rolled over upon his back and floated, trying to think consecutively. There was only one explanation for the apparently stationary spar. That must be the very common sea mirage. That was what the islander had meant, what he could not explain. He, too, had seen the spar, had had it pointed out to him, and he had said it was almost too far for a company of men in the outriggers. How could he, in his decadent condition, have come such a distance as this toward it? Then he recalled that he had been basing this present idea of decadence, of having covered only a short distance, on the fact that the spar had not appeared to grow in size. But that, as he had just rightly reasoned, was a mirage. Reason allowed only one answer to the riddle. He had actually covered the great distance the time spent in the water would have permitted him to swim, while in perfect condition. He thought of his intended battle with the sharks. He shuddered, and imagined a shark just behind him, then laughed aloud at this fancy. Suddenly he sobered. He had laughed. Laughed! A fitting conclusion to a perfectly normal sequence of ideas. He reasoned with himself afresh. What was the matter with him? This manner of thought, this great swim, these were not the ways of a Cretan. He knew all about Cretans. It was clearly, rather, what might be expected of a normal, healthily tired young man in magnificent physical condition, now floating for rest in this deep, very comfortable water of high buoyancy, out here in the Pacific on a fool's errand. That errand! What had he been thinking of, to attempt to do battle with a school of sharks armed with a coconut knife? He was a fool. To be out here when he might be on shore with Marion. He remembered with a queer feeling in his head how he had planned never to see her again. That was because of the change which had begun to come upon him. The change! Nonsense! There had been no change. No man could have traveled this distance from shore and kept his direction as he had done unless he were in the very pink of condition. Every nerve and sinew and muscle, and a perfectly sound brain functioning and coordinating with a precision that spelled perfection. Why, he had actually been obliged to hunt about to locate the island. He had come out so far. He floated for a few minutes more, the soft, invigorating water lapping gently over him, his hands clasped under his head. Tentatively, he rubbed himself over with his hands. Every muscle was responding, working splendidly. He was not even fagged, but only slightly winded by an exceptionally long and vigorous swim. He began to swim back toward the island. He went slowly at first, because now it was only a question of ordinary judgment to conserve his strength. Strength! He had almost never put out his full strength. He shook his head vigorously in sheer exuberance, blowing the water away from his mouth right and left as he cut easily and swiftly through it. The conviction grew upon him. As he swam, it seemed more and more easily and strongly in a straight line toward the island, that there was nothing to mark him off from any normal man. From any other normal man, he repeated his old phrase to himself. What if he had all these years been deluding himself through bond service to a fear which had no longer any substantial foundation? Fear derived from his father and his dear mother and Dr. Sturgis. There was nothing to distinguish him from an average man. Nothing, that was, except his magnificent strength, energy, and endurance. Nothing but a normal man could possess and retain this command over himself, his mind and body. It was no wonder, though, that he had given in to it so long. It had been dinned into his ears since as long as he could remember. He had simply acquiesced in a wrong idea, that was all. He had been frightened of a bogle like a child, but he would give in to it no longer. He had left that ancient bogle of the imagination out there where he had been floating and thinking. Left it out there to toss about or sink to the bottom. The sharks could have it. He laughed aloud in sheer glee, knowing that he was released from that old bondage of an overstressed idea. He swam on and on. He walked up the beach at last, slowly, and a little stiffly and warily from the tremendous swim, the water running in crooked trickles down his well-oiled body. The knife swung awkwardly against his broad chest. It annoyed him, and he unslung it and carried it in his hand, dangling by the lanyard. Then a glint of iridescent green and blue caught his eye as something moved across an exposed rock and caught the light from the afternoon sun now slanting far down toward the western horizon. It was a huge land crab. He hurled the knife at it, throwing from the point. It was a long throw, but the heavy knife, whirling as it flew, struck with a metallic clash, fairly among the great crab's awkward legs. With a shout, Renwick ran to his quarry, which, on its remaining sound legs, was attempting to drag itself away. He picked it up, gingerly, and tied it to the lanyard, and then, with it swinging beside him, continued on his way. He met Marion playing with some tiny children, her hair aureoled with flaming flamboyant. He held up the crab. "The only booty from that voyage, I'm sorry to say," he called out to her, "and I didn't get him till after I was back on shore again. It was altogether too far. I'll have to try it in an outrigger some day." "Have you been swimming all this time?" asked Marion. "I was beginning to worry about you a little." "Never worry about me, Lord Marion, but I'm hungry. I haven't had a thing to eat since this morning." "Bring along your crab, then," retorted Marion, rising from among the babies. "I wish I had some mayonnaise. My goodness, what a blessing it is that I'm a natural cook. I never saw such a caveman for food." Together they walked toward their hut, the great crab still struggling at the end of his string for the freedom he would never know again. When the natural cook had done her work and the crab as such had ceased to exist, Renwick, leaning back, addressed his wife. "I hope you won't have to do this sort of thing very long, dear. Any time, of course, a ship may put in for water. Old Parmenides tells me there's one nearly every year, and they've never gone longer than 2 years without one." "But it's perfect. I could live here forever. Well, a year, anyhow." She placed her chin on her hands and looked at him, her eyes like stars. "Then I'm satisfied," said Renwick, as he rose to stretch mightily the growing stiffness of his overtaxed muscles. "Let the ship sail in when she's ready. I'm dead tired after that swim. Do you mind if I turn in?" "I should think you would want to turn in after that swim and after last night. Do you realize that you sat out there in the moonlight all by yourself until after 1 o'clock by my wristwatch? It's never missed a tick all through everything. She shuddered a little and returned to the subject of his dissipation. You may remember I had to wake you up this morning. You had only 5 hours of sleep. Just before he drifted into sleep that night, he thought of Caliban. He remembered his frightful delineation as the frontispiece of an old leather-bound copy of The Tempest. It was something like that which had been at the back of his mind, his possible metamorphosis into Caliban. So he had phrased it to himself. Caliban. And now, what was it in Ariel's song, something about a change? He hath suffered a sea change into something rich and strange. The sea, the blessed sea, it had healed him, healed the wounds of his mind. He drifted into dreamless sleep with the sound of its distant thundering in his ears, like a great, kindly benediction. End of Sea Change by Henry S. Whitehead.
The Skylight Room by O. Henry, Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. The Skylight Room. First, Mrs. Parker would show you the double parlors. You would not dare to interrupt her description of their advantages and of the merits of the gentleman who had occupied them for 8 years. Then you would manage to stammer forth the confession that you were neither a doctor nor a dentist. Mrs. Parker's manner of receiving the admission was such that you could never afterward entertain the same feeling toward your parents, who had neglected to train you up in one of the professions that fitted Mrs. Parker's parlors. Next, you ascended 1 flight of stairs and looked at the 2nd floor back at $8. Convinced by her 2nd floor manner that it was worth the $12 that Mr. Tusenberry always paid for it until he left to take charge of his brother's orange plantation in Florida near Palm Beach, where Mrs. McIntyre always spent the winters, that had the double front room with private bath, you managed to babble that you wanted something still cheaper. If you survived Mrs. Parker's scorn, you were taken to look at Mr. Skidder's large hall room on the 3rd floor. Mr. Skidder's room was not vacant. He wrote plays and smoked cigarettes in it all day long. But every room hunter was made to visit his room to admire the lambrequins. After each visit, Mr. Skidder, from the fright caused by possible eviction, would pay something on his rent. Then, if you still stood on 1 foot, with your hot hand clutching the 3 moist dollars in your pocket, and hoarsely proclaimed your hideous and culpable poverty, nevermore would Mrs. Parker be cicerone of yours. She would honk loudly the word, "Clara!" She would show you her back and march downstairs. Then Clara, the colored maid, would escort you up the carpeted ladder that served for the 4th flight and show you the Skylight Room. It occupied 7 by 8 feet of floor space at the middle of the hall. On each side of it was a dark lumber closet or storeroom. In it was an iron cot, a washstand, and a chair. A shelf was the dresser. Its 4 bare walls seemed to close in upon you like the sides of a coffin. Your hand crept to your throat. You gasped. You looked up as from a well, and breathed once more. Through the glass of the little skylight you saw a square of blue infinity. $2, sir, Clara would say in her half-contemptuous, half-Tuskegenial tones. One day Miss Leeson came hunting for a room. She carried a typewriter made to be lugged around by a much larger lady. She was a very little girl, with eyes and hair that had kept on growing after she had stopped, and that always looked as if they were saying, "Goodness me, why didn't you keep up with us?" Mrs. Parker showed her the double parlors. "In this closet," she said, "one could keep a skeleton or anesthetic or coal." "But I am neither a doctor nor a dentist," said Miss Leeson with a shiver. Mrs. Parker gave her the incredulous, pitying, sneering, icy stare that she kept for those who failed to qualify as doctors or dentists, and led the way to the second floor back. $8? said Miss Leeson. Dear me, I'm not Hetty if I do look green. I'm just a poor little working girl. Show me something higher and lower. Mr. Skidder jumped and strewed the floor with cigarette stubs at the rap on his door. Excuse me, Mr. Skidder, said Mrs. Parker with her demon's smile at his pale looks. I didn't know you were in. I asked the lady to have a look at your lambrequins. They're too lovely for anything, said Miss Leeson, smiling in exactly the way the angels do. After they had gone, Mr. Skidder got very busy erasing the tall black-haired heroine from his latest, unproduced play, and inserting a small roguish one with heavy bright hair and vivacious features. Anna Held'll jump at it, said Mr. Skidder to himself, putting his feet up against the lambrequins and disappearing in a cloud of smoke like an aerial cuttlefish. Presently, the tocsin call of Clara sounded to the world the state of Miss Leeson's purse. A dark goblin seized her, mounted a Stygian stairway, thrust her into a vault with a glimmer of light in its top, and muttered the menacing and cabalistic words, $2. I'll take it, sighed Miss Leeson, sinking down upon the squeaky iron bed. Every day Miss Leeson went out to work. At night she brought home papers with handwriting on them, and made copies with her typewriter. Sometimes she had no work at night, and then she would sit on the steps of the high stoop with the other roomers. Miss Leeson was not intended for a skylight room when the plans were drawn for her creation. She was gay-hearted and full of tender, whimsical fancies. Once she let Mr. Skidder read to her 3 acts of his great, unpublished comedy, It's No Kid, or The Heir of the Subway. There was rejoicing among the gentlemen roomers whenever Miss Leeson had time to sit on the steps for an hour or two. But Miss Longnecker, the tall blonde who taught in a public school and said, "Well, really," to everything you said, sat on the top step and sniffed. And Miss Dorn, who shot at the moving ducks at Coney every Sunday and worked in a department store, sat on the bottom step and sniffed. Miss Leeson sat on the middle step, and the men would quickly group around her. Especially Mr. Skidder, who had cast her in his mind for the star part in a private, romantic, unspoken drama in real life. And especially Mr. Hoover, who was 45, fat, flush, and foolish. And especially very young Mr. Evans, who set up a hollow cough to induce her to ask him to leave off cigarettes. The men voted her the funniest and jolliest ever, but the sniffs on the top step and the lower step were implacable. I pray you, let the drama halt while chorus stalks to the footlights and drops an Epicedian tear upon the fatness of Mr. Hoover. Tune the pipes to the tragedy of tallow, the bane of bulk, the calamity of corpulence. Tried out, Falstaff might have rendered more romance to the ton than would have Romeo's rickety ribs to the ounce. A lover may sigh, but he must not puff. To the train of Momus are the fat men remanded. In vain beats the faithfulest heart above a 52-inch belt. Avant, Hoover! Hoover, 45, flush and foolish, might carry off Helen herself. Hoover, 45, flush, foolish, and fat, is meat for perdition. There was never a chance for you, Hoover. As Mrs. Parker's roomers sat thus one summer's evening, Miss Leeson looked up into the firmament and cried with her little gay laugh, "Why, there's Billy Jackson! I can see him from down here, too." All looked up, some at the windows of skyscrapers, some casting about for an airship, Jackson guided. "It's that star," explained Miss Leeson, pointing with a tiny finger. "Not the big one that twinkles, the steady blue one near it. I can see it every night through my skylight. I named it Billy Jackson." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker. "I didn't know you were an astronomer, Miss Leeson." "Oh, yes," said the small stargazer. I know as much as any of them about the style of sleeves they're going to wear next fall in Mars." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker, "the star you refer to is Gamma of the constellation Cassiopeia. It is nearly of the second magnitude, and its meridian passage is—" "Oh," said the very young Mr. Evans, "I think Billy Jackson is a much better name for it." "Same here," said Mr. Hoover, loudly breathing defiance to Miss Longnecker. "I think Miss Leeson has just as much right to name stars as any of those old astrologers had." "Well, really," said Miss Longnecker. "I wonder whether it's a shooting star," remarked Miss Dorn. "I hit 9 ducks and a rabbit out of 10 in the gallery at Coney Sunday." "He doesn't show up very well from down here," said Miss Leeson. "You ought to see him from my room. You know you can see stars, even in the daytime, from the bottom of a well. At night my room is like the shaft of a coal mine, and it makes Billy Jackson look like the big diamond pin that Night fastens her kimono with." There came a time after that when Miss Leeson brought no formidable papers home to copy, and when she went out in the morning, instead of working, she went from office to office, and let her heart melt away in the drip of cold refusals transmitted through insolent office boys. This went on. There came an evening when she wearily climbed Mrs. Parker's stoop at the hour when she always returned from her dinner at the restaurant. But she had had no dinner. As she stepped into the hall, Mr. Hoover met her and seized his chance. He asked her to marry him, and his fatness hovered above her like an avalanche. She dodged and caught the balustrade. He tried for her hand, and she raised it and smote him weakly in the face. Step by step she went up, dragging herself by the railing. She passed Mr. Skidder's door as he was red-inking a stage direction for Myrtle Delorme, Miss Leeson, in his unaccepted comedy, to pirouette across stage from left to the side of the Count. Up the carpeted ladder she crawled at last, and opened the door of the Skylight Room. She was too weak to light the lamp or to undress. She fell upon the iron cot, her fragile body scarcely hollowing the worn springs. And in that Erebus of the Skylight Room she slowly raised her heavy eyelids and smiled. For Billy Jackson was shining down on her, calm and bright and constant through the skylight. There was no world about her. She was sunk in a pit of blackness, with but that small square of pallid light framing the star that she had so whimsically and oh, so ineffectually named. Miss Longnecker must be right. It was Gamma of the constellation Cassiopeia, and not Billy Jackson. And yet she could not let it be Gamma. As she lay on her back, she tried twice to raise her arm. The third time she got 2 thin fingers to her lips and blew a kiss out of the black pit to Billy Jackson. Her arm fell back limply. "Goodbye, Billy," she murmured faintly. "You're millions of miles away, and you won't even twinkle once. But you kept where I could see you most of the time up there, when there wasn't anything else but darkness to look at, didn't you? Millions of miles. Goodbye, Billy Jackson." Clara, the colored maid, found the door locked at 10 the next day, and they forced it open. Vinegar and the slapping of wrists and burnt feathers proving of no avail, someone ran to phone for an ambulance. In due time it backed up to the door with much gong clanging, and the capable young medico in his white linen coat, ready, active, confident, with his smooth face half debonair, half grim, danced up the steps. "Ambulance call to 49, he said briefly. "What's the trouble?" "Oh, yes, doctor," sniffed Mrs. Parker, as though her trouble that there should be trouble in the house was the greater. "I can't think what can be the matter with her. Nothing we could do would bring her to. It's a young woman, a Miss Elsie, yes, a Miss Elsie Leeson. Never before in my house—" "What room?" cried the doctor in a terrible voice, to which Mrs. Parker was a stranger. "The Skylight Room. Evidently the ambulance doctor was familiar with the location of Skylight Rooms. He was gone up the stairs, 4 at a time. Mrs. Parker followed slowly, as her dignity demanded. On the first landing, she met him coming back, bearing the astronomer in his arms. He stopped and let loose the practiced scalpel of his tongue, not loudly. Gradually, Mrs. Parker crumpled as a stiff garment that slips down from a nail. Ever afterward, there remained crumples in her mind and body. Sometimes her curious roomers would ask her what the doctor said to her. "Let that be," she would answer. "If I can get forgiveness for having heard it, I will be satisfied." The ambulance physician strode with his burden through the pack of hounds that followed the curiosity chase, and even they fell back along the sidewalk abashed, for his face was that of one who bears his own dead. They noticed that he did not lay down upon the bed prepared for it in the ambulance the form that he carried, and all that he said was, "Drive like hell, Wilson," to the driver. That is all. Is it a story? In the next morning's paper, I saw a little news item, and the last sentence of it may help you, as it helped me, to weld the incidents together. It recounted the reception into Bellevue Hospital of a young woman who had been removed from No. 49 East Blank Street, suffering from debility induced by starvation. It concluded with these words: "Dr. William Jackson, the ambulance physician who attended the case, says the patient will recover." End of the Skylight Room.
The Social System by Violet Quirk. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Social System. I am 16 today, and I am so excited. There is such a great distance somehow between 15 and 16. 15 is undeniably childish, but 16 shows that you are on the way to being properly grown up. Grown up! My heart feels as though it has wings when I say that word. For when you are a child, you are always waiting for things to happen, but when you are grown up, things really do happen. I wonder what will happen to me when I am grown up. I had a talk with Mother today, and there was no one else about. That happens so rarely, for ever since I remember, there has always been a baby, like a rampart, between me and my mother, greedily taking up her attention, with small sounds and new, quaint tricks, so that many a time my heart feels as though it is bursting with unsaid things. Yet the baby is sweet, I can't deny it. All babies are sweet, I think. Isn't it a pity you have to be married before you can have them? For I don't like men. I can't bear them. There is something so strange about them. They seem to look at you in such a penetrating way, as though in one glance their brain has taken your photograph. And they seem to be telling you, insistently and urgently, that you are a girl and they aren't. I don't like that. I feel I want to take all my inmost thoughts and lock them away where that penetrating look can't possibly reach them. Then I don't know what to say in reply to them, and it is all very awkward. I wish there were no men in the world. I told that to Mother today. I said that the world would be a perfect place, if in it there were only mothers and daughters. I said that once before to a girl in school, and she laughed. She whispered to some other girls, and they laughed too. But Mother didn't. In fact, she agreed with me. I told her, too, how extraordinary it was for a girl to leave her very own father and mother and go and live with a strange man. She admitted that it was. I couldn't help laughing when I asked her to imagine me leaving her for a strange man. She laughed, too. She thought the idea very absurd. Next week I am going to Arnport for a fortnight to stay with Mrs. Stanley, an old friend of Mother's. She has no children, and her husband is dead. She loved him very much. Her voice goes low when she talks of him. I hope, when I am dead, somebody's voice will go low like that, talking of me. I haven't forgotten I am 16. I think about it often. I have real grown-up corsets, with bones in them. They feel stiff and strange as yet, but I don't mind. They seem to press about me continually, as though reminding me I am nearing the age of grown-upness when things really do happen. I am in Arnport, and I am so disappointed. Mrs. Stanley has told me that the son of her greatest friend is coming to stay with her. If only it were a girl! You simply can't feel at home with a boy about. It's going to be horrid. I wish I could go home. He came this afternoon. He hasn't a usual look about him. Perhaps it is his clothes. I don't know. I am vague about boys' clothes. His are dark and shabby looking, and his hat is queer. He sat opposite me at tea. He looked nicer without his hat. He has thick hair, glossy black, brown eyes, dark skin, very white teeth. He stared at me all the time. I stared at him too, and neither of us minded. There is something marvelous about him, something wonderfully unique. The sound of his voice makes me feel as I felt when I took my first communion, breathless, radiant, afraid. Once, when he passed me the bread and butter, his hand touched mine, and my heart shook. Nothing had any taste. Afterwards, we went for a long walk along the shore. The sun was more golden than it usually is. In the sea were 1,000 shades of green. The sand was beige. Yet the people who passed looked just as usual. They didn't seem to notice the extraordinary beauty of everything. I hardly talked at all. I couldn't do anything but wonder what I would do when he went. His going, I thought, would be like the extinguishing of a very bright light, and life, ever afterwards, would be a stumbling in the darkness. I was afraid. Friendship has never come to me so suddenly before, so fiercely and so tenderly, with such terror and such delight. I couldn't love him more if he were a girl and I had known him for years, or if he were my mother and I had known him always. I must whisper that. It sounds terrible, I know. The sea was making queer little sounds as though it were struggling against sleep. The sky was breathing. I heard it. We stood still and didn't know what to do. I couldn't sleep that night for thinking of him. His name is Paul. We spent every day together feeling utterly happy. Doesn't utterly mean a lot? Utterly, utterly. Every evening we became troubled. The distance between bedtime and breakfast seemed so vast. It was immeasurable. It was a gap into which either of us might fall and be lost forever. For people have died in their sleep. In the morning it would be so peaceful to see each other again, looking just as we'd looked the day before. I have always hated pictures of flappers talking to men, and easy talk about kisses. Mother thinks flappers are the saddest things. So it wasn't to imitate them that I kissed Paul often and let him kiss me. It was only to touch each other with our lips. To touch him with my hands wasn't enough. When the last day came, I couldn't believe it. I tried to talk about it, but the words stuck in my throat. They choked me. How could I talk of life without him? He was life. Yet it had always seemed strange to me that girls could look contented when with men. I imagined them being continually restless to get back home. Yet, being without Paul, even for a few night hours, is more than homesickness to me. Isn't it strange? Do you think it is shameful? Will it be always like this if he goes and I see him no more? On the last night I got into bed trembling, and said my prayers very hard. Then I tried to sleep. But again the night was a gap into which either of us might fall and be lost forever. I pictured all the things that could happen to him in his sleep. He might develop a serious illness. Lightning might blind him. He might die. I got up and put on my bedroom slippers. I thought I would creep to his door and listen to his breathing. He might talk in his sleep, and I would hear his voice. As I was going to his room, I met him halfway. "I thought you were ill," he said, "or dead." "That is what I thought about you." "Oh!" And he laughed a little in that funny, man's way. He caught hold of my hands as though he never meant to let them go. I said his name and laughed too. I was so happy and so safe and afraid of nothing in the world. "Let's sit here," he whispered. "What's the use of going back to bed? We wouldn't sleep." "No," I said, "we wouldn't sleep." So we sat on the stairs together. I put my head on his shoulders and both my arms round his neck. His arms he put right round me, but we couldn't get close enough. "What shall we do?" I said, half crying. "You are going away tomorrow. What shall we do?" "I don't know," he said hopelessly. "If we could only be together for always. If we only lived near to each other, not miles and miles apart. If only you were a girl or I were a boy. How easy it would be. Oh, I wish I were a boy." "I don't." He laughed mournfully, as though speech had left him. I knew then why mothers rub their mouths against their babies' faces. It was what I wanted to do to Paul. I did it. "Oh, God, what shall we do?" he said. "Why can't we get married?" "Married?" "Yes, married. Why not?" I didn't answer. "It is the social system," he said softly. I didn't know what he meant, but the words sounded so wise and good. "I am 17. Fellows of the working classes are reckoned men at that age. They have earned their own living for 2 years or more. They marry and have children, and nobody is surprised. Look at me. I am still in school, and my education won't be complete until I am 21. It will be a year or 2 after that even, before I will be quite independent of father. Until then, I will be living on the allowance he gives me. How can you marry a girl and ask your father to keep her?" "Never mind about marrying," I said. "How can we be together otherwise? Besides, it's different for a girl." "Is it?" Everything that Paul says seems right. 17. Girls often marry at that age. You might. Next year." He looked at me dreadfully, turning white all round his nose. "Oh, no," I said. "No, no, no. How can you say such a thing?" "It will be 7 years at least." "But what are 7 years?" But I knew as I spoke that they were more than 7 ages. He held me tightly and we clung together. I felt so good, so patient. I wished he were cold that I might give him my warmth to warm him. I thought of God and wanted to touch him. I felt holy. A door opened and Betsy the cook came down the stairs. She wore a pink flannelette nightgown with big frills at the neck and wrists. It was short and we could see her feet, large and bony and covered with little soft black hairs. A red shawl was wrapped round her tidy gray head. Her lips were tight. "Well, of all the goings-on!" she said, her eyes shining with disgust and her voice thick with it. "A boy of 17 and a girl her age! You in your pajamas and her in her nightgown! Arms round each other! And at night!" Paul stood up. "To act in this filthy way!" she said, breathing rapidly. "Thank goodness you're going tomorrow. But don't forget I'll report your goings-on to the mistress." "Go back to bed," said Paul to me in a voice I daren't disobey. I went back trembling. To act in this filthy way, but I had felt so good and patient, so holy. A boy of 17! Is it wrong to love a boy when he is 17, and right when he is 25? Father was 25 when mother married him. Arms round each other and at night. Must one love people only in the daytime? I can't understand it. I can't understand anything. What will Mrs. Stanley do if Betsy tells her? Will she, too, think us wicked? But I had felt so good and patient, so holy. I couldn't sleep for wondering and trying to work things out, and in the morning I woke with a thumping in my head. I was afraid to go down to breakfast, for Betsy had made me ashamed. I had felt proud and honored before she spoke, but she had made me ashamed. Yet there is no shame in loving, it is so humble and sweet. When I went downstairs, Mrs. Stanley told me she had sent Paul home. She blamed him, she said, not me, but she thought it advisable for me to go too. She wouldn't tell mother. Why did she whisper so? Because we sat on the stairs and it was night? But mothers love their babies in the night time. Paul has gone, and I don't know his address. He doesn't know mine. Have we lost each other forever? The social system! The social system! They are such pretty words, and he said them so beautifully. I wonder what they mean. End of The Social System. Recording by TriciaG.
The Child's Story by Charles Dickens. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Child's Story. Once upon a time, a good many years ago, there was a traveler, and he set out upon a journey. It was a magic journey, and was to seem very long when he began it, and very short when he got halfway through. He travelled along a rather dark path for some little time, without meeting anything, until at last he came to a beautiful child. So he said to the child, "What do you do here?" And the child said, "I'm always at play. Come and play with me." So he played with that child the whole day long, and they were very merry. The sky was so blue, the sun was so bright, the water was so sparkling, the leaves were so green, the flowers were so lovely, and they heard such singing birds and saw so many butterflies that everything was beautiful. This was in fine weather. When it rained, they loved to watch the falling drops and to smell the fresh scents. When it blew, it was delightful to listen to the wind and fancy what it said as it came rushing from its home. Where was that, they wondered? Whistling and howling, driving the clouds before it, bending the trees, rumbling the chimneys, shaking the house, and making the sea roar in fury. But when it snowed, that was best of all, for they liked nothing so well as to look up at the white flakes falling fast and thick, like down from the breasts of millions of white birds, and to see how smooth and deep the drift was, and to listen to the hush upon the paths and roads. They had plenty of the finest toys in the world, and the most astonishing picture books, all about scimitars and slippers and turbans and dwarfs and giants and genii and fairies, and bluebeards and beanstalks and riches and caverns and forests and valentines and orsons, and all new and all true. But one day, of a sudden, the traveller lost the child. He called to him over and over again, but got no answer. So he went upon his road and went on for a little while without meeting anything, until at last he came to a handsome boy. So he said to the boy, "What do you do here?" And the boy said, "I am always learning. Come and learn with me." So he learned with that boy about Jupiter and Juno and the Greeks and the Romans and I don't know what, and he learned more than I could tell, or either, for he soon forgot a great deal of it. But they were not always learning. They had the merriest games that ever were played. They rode upon the river in summer and skated on the ice in winter. They were active afoot and active on horseback, at cricket and at all games at ball, at prisoner's space, hare and hounds, follow my leader, and more sports than I can think of. Nobody could beat them. They had holidays too, and 12 cakes, and parties where they danced till midnight. The real theatres where they saw palaces of real gold and silver rise out of the real earth and saw all the wonders of the world at once. As to friends, they had such dear friends and so many of them that I want the time to reckon them up. They were all young, like the handsome boy, and were never to be strange to one another all their lives through. Still, one day, in the midst of all these pleasures, the traveller lost the boy as he had lost the child, and after calling to him in vain, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while without seeing anything, until at last he came to a young man. So he said to the young man, "What do you do here?" And the young man said, "I'm always in love. Come and love with me." So he went away with that young man, and presently they came to one of the prettiest girls that ever was seen, just like Fanny in the corner there. And she had eyes like Fanny, and hair like Fanny, and dimples like Fanny's, and she laughed and colored just as Fanny does while I'm talking about her. So the young man fell in love directly, just as somebody I won't mention the first time he came here did with Fanny. Well, he was teased sometimes, just as somebody used to be by Fanny, and they quarreled sometimes, just as somebody and Fanny used to quarrel, and they made it up and sat in the dark and wrote letters every day and never were happy asunder, and were always looking out for one another and pretending not to, and were engaged at Christmas time and sat close to one another by the fire and were going to be married very soon, all exactly like somebody I won't mention and Fanny. But the traveller lost them one day as he had lost the rest of his friends, and after calling to them to come back, which they never did, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while without seeing anything, until at last he came to a middle-aged gentleman. So he said to the gentleman, "What are you doing here?" And his answer was, "I am always busy. Come and be busy with me." So he began to be very busy with that gentleman, and they went on through the wood together. The whole journey was through a wood, only it had been open and green at first like a wood in spring, and now began to be thick and dark like a wood in summer. Some of the little trees that had come out earliest were even turning brown. The gentleman was not alone, but had a lady of about the same age with him, who was his wife, and their children, who were with them too. So they all went on together through the wood, cutting down the trees and making a path through the branches and fallen leaves, and carrying burdens and working hard. Sometimes they came to a long green avenue that opened into deeper woods. Then they would hear a very little distant voice crying, "Father, father, I'm another child. Stop for me." And presently they would see a very little figure growing larger as it came along, running to join them. When it came up, they all crowded round it and kissed and welcomed it, and then they went on together. Sometimes they came to several avenues at once, and then they all stood still, and one of the children said, "Father, I am going to sea." Another said, "Father, I am going to India." And another, "Father, I am going to seek my fortune where I can." And another, "Father, I am going to heaven." So, with many tears at parting, they went solitary down those avenues, each child upon its way, and the child who went to heaven rose into the golden air and vanished. Whenever these partings happened, the traveller looked at the gentleman and saw him glance up at the sky above the trees, where the day was beginning to decline and the sunset to come on. He saw too that his hair was turning grey. But they never could rest long, for they had their journey to perform, and it was necessary for them to be always busy. At last there had been so many partings that there were no children left, and only the traveller, the gentleman, and the lady went upon their way in company. And now the wood was yellow, and now brown, and the leaves, even of the forest trees, began to fall. So they came to an avenue that was darker than the rest, and were pressing forward on their journey without looking down it when the lady stopped. "My husband," said the lady, "I am cold." They listened, and they heard a voice a long way down the avenue say, "Mother, mother." It was the voice of the first child who had said, "I am going to heaven." And the father said, "I pray not yet. The sunset is very near. I pray not yet." But the voice cried, "Mother, mother," without minding him, though his hair was now quite white and tears were on his face. Then the mother, who was already drawn to the shade of the dark avenue, and moving away with her arms still round his neck, kissed him and said, "My dearest, I am summoned, and I go." And she was gone, and the traveller and he were left alone together. And they went on and on together until they came to very near the end of the wood, so near that they could see the sunset shining red before them through the trees. Yet once more, while he broke his way among the branches, the traveller lost his friend. He called and called, but there was no reply, and when he passed out of the wood and saw the peaceful sun going down upon a white purple prospect, he came to an old man sitting on a fallen tree. So he said to the old man, "What do you do here?" And the old man said with a calm smile, "I am always remembering. Come and remember with me." So the traveller sat down by the side of that old man, face to face with the serene sunset, and all his friends came softly back and stood around him. The beautiful child, the handsome boy, the young man in love, the father, mother, and children, every one of them was there, and he had lost nothing. So he loved them all, and was kind and forbearing with them all, and was always pleased to watch them all, and they all honored and loved him. And I think the traveller must be yourself, dear grandfather, because this was what you do to us, and what we do to you. The end of the child's story.
The Jester by Virginia Woodward Cloud. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Jester. Because of the bluest of eyes, Joko is sorrowful. He leaps upon the side of the throne, and shakes his bells in the ears of the king, and bursts into a song of mirth. None see behind his painted smile that Joko is sorrowful. The court thrills with laughter. The old king holds his sides. She with the bluest of eyes sits beside him and smiles while the fool sings. Smiles in the face of one who bends over her. She toys with the roses in her hands, red roses that Joko plucks daily for her highness. The morrow will bring white ones for a royal bride. Two little pages, half hidden by velvet hangings, press their faces against the glass door of the saloon. "I would be a fool," says one. "'Tis greater to be a fool than king. Watch when his majesty doth speak, how the wise ones nod and yawn in their beards, while let the fool but make a jest, and they laugh and clasp their sides with glee." And the other, his round eyes fixed on Joko, says, "Aye, 'tis a happy thing to be a fool. And mark how grand the prince is, and how doth he gaze at her highness," speaks the first one. "Oh, but the nuptials will be wonderful, and we shall bear the royal train." "Aye," says the little one, "and Joko will have a new spangled cap and silver bells." She with the bluest of eyes passes a rose across her lips. It falls beside her as she leans to speak with the king. The prince sees it not. He gravely listens to the king, but Joko is dancing wildly. A whirling ball of red and white he seems. Alighting with a leap, he twirls something triumphantly aloft and thrusts it in his bosom. Is it his crimson cap? Never hath he been so mad with mirth, the silly fool. The princess bends her beautiful head. The rose is gone. How quick are the eyes of love! And she smiles up at the prince. The old king laughs long at the fool's dance, and Joko, his hands across his breast, bows mockingly and laughs back in very bitterness. Because of the bluest of eyes, he is so sorrowful. The court retires. The fool, leaping and jumping, shakes his bells before them and jests in the faces of the wise ones. Once he bounds forward and with strange boldness kneels and touches with his lips the hand of her with the bluest of eyes. "Ah, the good fool," she murmurs, smiling, and the little pages peer from behind her train and whisper, "When we are older, we too will be fools." The morrow dawns, the palace is aflutter. Glittering forms pass up and down the marble stairways. Pages and courtiers run hither and thither, each more important than the other. Folly is forgotten. Grand beings in gold lace stand talking in subdued tones, and each is greater than the other. The little pages, shining in satin, strut up and down a corridor, and each is vainer than the other. They are whispering, "When we are older, we too will wear gold lace and take snuff." So in a night can youth forget. The court assembles. A mass of wonderful white roses is borne to Her Highness, and standing beside the prince, she with the bluest of eyes lifts the blossoms in her hands. Beneath them lies a crimson cap and bells. "Strange," she murmurs, "whence come they? And Jocko, where is he?" But the fool comes not. One white rose is touched with red. "Ah, see," she says, "it had the colour of blood." But he beside her speaks, and lifting the bluest of eyes to his face, she forgets. And the fool comes not. Nay, as dawn unbinds the eyes of the world, he hath doffed his cap and bells. Even the wind steals like a footstep of fear through the long grass that hides him, and the dew lingers like a mist of tears. By and by the little pages, strolling hand in hand through the garden, wander nigh, chatting of the royal nuptials, but they see him not. And Jocko is smiling, but hears them not, still smiling, while only a withered red rose lies upon the place that was his heart, and that for long days and nights hath been, because of the bluest of eyes, so sorrowful. End of the Jester. Read by Nidra.
The Tomb of Napoleon by George G. Ingersoll. Short Story Collection 104. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tomb of Napoleon by Robert G. Ingersoll. A little while ago, I stood by the grave of the old Napoleon, a magnificent tomb of gilt and gold, fit almost for a deity dead, and gazed upon the sarcophagus of rare and nameless marble, where rest at last the ashes of that restless man. I leaned over the balustrade and thought about the career of the greatest soldier of the modern world. I saw him walking upon the banks of the Seine, contemplating suicide. I saw him at Toulon. I saw him putting down the mob in the streets of Paris. I saw him at the head of the army in Italy. I saw him crossing the bridge at Lodi with a tricolour in his hand. I saw him in Egypt, in the shadow of the pyramids. I saw him conquer the Alps and mingle the eagles of France with the eagles of the crags. I saw him at Marengo, at Ulm, and at Austerlitz. I saw him in Russia, when the infantry of the snow and the cavalry of the wild blast scattered his legions like winter's withered leaves. I saw him at Leipzig in defeat and disaster, driven by 1,000,000 bayonets back upon Paris, clutched like a wild beast, banished to Elba. I saw him escape and retake an empire by the force of his genius. I saw him upon the frightful field of Waterloo, where chance and fate combined to wreck the fortunes of their former king. And I saw him at St. Helena, with his hands crossed behind him, gazing out upon the sad and solemn sea. I thought of the widows and orphans he had made, of the tears that had been shed for his glory, and of the only woman who ever loved him, pushed from his heart by the cold hand of ambition. And I said I would rather have been a French peasant and worn wooden shoes. I would rather have lived in a hut with a vine growing over the door and the grapes growing purple in the amorous kisses of the autumn sun. I would rather have been that poor peasant with my wife by my side, knitting as the day died out of the sky, with my children upon my knees and their arms about me. I would rather have been this man and gone down to the toneless silence of the dreamless dust than to have been that imperial personation of force and murder known as Napoleon the Great. End of The Tomb of Napoleon, read by Claudia Caldi.
The Trysting Place by George Sinberg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Trysting Place by George Sinberg. Roy's mother would never have approved of his conduct with Paula that summer. Roy knew it. Paula's father would have frowned severely upon his daughter's carrying on with Roy. Paula knew it. Consequently, it was necessary for the two young people to employ secrecy, stratagem, stealth. They used to meet at the old hollow pear tree near a brook not far from their summer hotel. That was where the exchange of kisses and vows took place. It was on that tree that Roy carved his initials intertwined with hers. It was in the hollow of that tree that they used to place letters for each other. Then they quarreled. After each had said all there was to say and a great many things that shouldn't have been said, the engagement lay broken into a million pieces. It was all over, forever. Yet that night they met again at the old pear tree. They fell into each other's arms. They wept copiously. They begged each other to forgive. They forgave. They became re-engaged. Poor boy, he couldn't help revisiting the scene of his lost delight, she thought. Dear little girl, how much the pear tree and its memories must have meant to her, he thought. They were married in the fall, in spite of parental opposition. Paula never told Roy that she had gone to the old pear tree that night to see if she could find a letter she had put in the hollow 2 days before. And Roy never told Paula he had stolen down to the tree that night to scratch out those damned initials. The end of The Trysting Place by George Sinberg.
Uncle Richard's New Year Dinner by Lucy Maud Montgomery, Short Story Collection 104. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Uncle Richard's New Year Dinner. Prissy Baker was in Oscar Miller's store New Year's Eve morning, buying matches, for New Year's Eve was not kept as a business holiday in Quincy, when her uncle, Richard Baker, came in. He did not look at Prissy, nor did she wish him a Happy New Year. She would not have dared. Uncle Richard had not been on speaking terms with her or her father, his only brother, for 8 years. He was a big, ruddy, prosperous-looking man, an uncle to be proud of, Prissy thought wistfully. If only he were like other people's uncles, or, indeed, like what he used to be himself. He was the only uncle Prissy had, and when she had been a little girl, they had been great friends. But that was before the quarrel, in which Prissy had had no share, to be sure, although Uncle Richard seemed to include her in his rancor. Richard Baker, so he informed Mr. Miller, was on his way to Navarre with a load of pork. I didn't intend going over until the afternoon, he said. But Joe Hemming sent word yesterday he wouldn't be buying pork after 12 today. so I have to tote my hogs over at once. I don't care about doing business New Year's morning. Should think New Year's would be pretty much the same as any other day to you," said Mr. Miller. For Richard Baker was a bachelor, with only old Mrs. Janeway to keep house for him. "Well, I always like a good dinner on New Year's," said Richard Baker. "It's about the only way I can celebrate. Mrs. Janeway wanted to spend the day with her son's family over at Oriental, so I was laying out to cook my own dinner. I got everything ready in the pantry last night before I got word about the pork. I won't get back from Navarre before 1 o'clock, so I reckon I'll have to put up with a cold bite." After her Uncle Richard had driven away, Prissy walked thoughtfully home. She had planned to spend a nice lazy holiday with the new book her father had given her at Christmas and a box of candy. She did not even mean to cook a dinner, for her father had to go to town that morning to meet a friend and would be gone the whole day. There was nobody else to cook dinner for. Prissy's mother had died when Prissy was a baby. She was her father's housekeeper, and they had jolly times together. But as she walked home, she could not help thinking about Uncle Richard. He would certainly have cold New Year cheer, enough to chill the whole coming year. She felt sorry for him, picturing him returning from Navarre, cold and hungry, to find a fireless house and an uncooked dinner in the pantry. Suddenly an idea popped into Prissy's head. Dared she? Oh, she never could. But he would never know. There would be plenty of time. She would. Prissy hurried home, put her matches away, took a regretful peep at her unopened book, then locked the door and started up the road to Uncle Richard's house, half a mile away. She meant to go cook Uncle Richard's dinner for him, get it all beautifully ready, then slip away before he came home. He would never suspect her of it. Prissy would not have been suspect for the world. She thought he would be more likely to throw a dinner of her cooking out of doors than to eat it. 8 years before this, when Prissy had been 9 years old, Richard and Irving Baker had quarreled over the division of a piece of property. The fault had been mainly on Richard's side, and that very fact made him all the more unrelenting and stubborn. He had never spoken to his brother since, and he declared he never would. Prissy and her father felt very badly over it, but Uncle Richard did not seem to feel badly at all. To all appearance, he had completely forgotten that there were such people in the world as his brother Irving and his niece Prissy. Prissy had no trouble in breaking into Uncle Richard's house, for the woodshed door was unfastened. She tripped into the hostile kitchen with rosy cheeks and mischief sparkling in her eyes. This was an adventure. This was fun. She would tell her father all about it when he came home at night, and what a laugh they would have. There was still a fire in the stove, and in the pantry Prissy found the dinner in its raw state. Fine roast of fresh pork, potatoes, cabbage, turnips, and the ingredients of a raisin pudding, for Richard Baker was fond of raisin puddings, and could make them as well as Mrs. Janeway could, if that was anything to boast of. In a short time, the kitchen was full of bubbling and hissings and appetizing odors. Prissy enjoyed herself hugely, and the raisin pudding, which she rather doubtfully mixed up, behaved itself beautifully. Uncle Richard said he'd be home by 1, said Prissy to herself, as the clock struck 12. So I'll set the table now, dish up the dinner, and leave it where it will keep warm until he gets here. Then I'll slip away home. I'd like to see his face when he steps in. I suppose he'll think one of the Jenner girls across the street has cooked his dinner. Prissy soon had the table set, and she was just peppering the turnips when a gruff voice behind her said, "Well, well, what does this mean?" Prissy whirled around as if she had been shot, and there stood Uncle Richard in the woodshed door. Poor Prissy! She could not have looked or felt more guilty if Uncle Richard had caught her robbing his desk. She did not drop the turnips for a wonder, but she was too confused to set them down. So she stood there, holding them, her face crimson, her heart thumping, and a horrible choking in her throat. I came to cook your dinner for you, Uncle Richard," she stammered. "I heard you say in the store that Mrs. Janeway had gone home and that you had nobody to cook your New Year's dinner for you, so I thought I'd come to do it, but I meant to slip away before you came home." Poor Prissy felt that she would never get to the end of her explanation. Would Uncle Richard be angry? Would he order her from the house? "It was very kind of you," said Uncle Richard dryly. "It's a wonder your father let you come. Father was not at home, but I am sure he would not have prevented me if he had been. Father has no hard feelings against you, Uncle Richard." "Humph," said Uncle Richard. "Well, since you've cooked the dinner, you must stop and help me eat it. It smells good, I must say. Mrs. Janeway always burns pork when she roasts it. Sit down, Prissy. I'm hungry." They sat down. Prissy felt quite giddy and breathless, and could hardly eat for excitement. But Uncle Richard had evidently brought home a good appetite from Navarre, and he did full justice to his New Year's dinner. He talked to Prissy, too, quite kindly and politely, and when the meal was over, he said slowly, "I'm much obliged to you, Prissy, and I don't mind owning to you that I'm sorry for my share in the quarrel, and have wanted for a long time to be friends with your father again, but I was too ashamed and proud to make the first advance. You can tell him so for me if you like, and if he's willing to let bygones be bygones, tell him I'd like him to come up here with you tonight when he gets home and spend the evening with me." "Oh, he will come, I know," cried Prissy joyfully. "He has felt so badly about not being friendly with you, Uncle Richard. I'm as glad as can be." Prissy ran impulsively around the table and kissed Uncle Richard. He looked up at his tall, girlish niece with a smile of pleasure. "You're a good girl, Prissy, and a kind-hearted one, too, or you'd never have come up here to cook a dinner for a crabbed old uncle who deserved to eat cold dinners for his stubbornness. It made me cross today when folks wished me a Happy New Year. It seemed like mockery when I hadn't a soul belonging to me to make it happy. But it has brought me happiness already, and I believe it will be a happy year all the way through." "Indeed it will," laughed Prissy. "I'm so happy now I could sing. I believe it was an inspiration, my idea of coming up here to cook your dinner for you." "You must promise to come and cook my New Year's dinner for me every New Year we live near enough together," said Uncle Richard. And Prissy promised. End of Uncle Richard's New Year dinner.